why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the view by before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. After an earlier adjournment, attention now returns to Abuja today, where the Supreme Court of Nigeria is set to continue hearing the case involving the African Democratic Congress. And now we cross over to our correspondent in Abuja for the latest development on what is happening at the scene. Good morning, Wabezi Njoku. Can you hear me?
Hello, Uche. Uche, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. So, first of all, bring us up to speed on what is happening, right now at the Supreme Court involving the ABC.
Well, the environment in the Supreme Court is as elevated as it is always. The only thing that will tell you that a serious matter is coming up today is the class of vehicles and personalities that have filled the parking lots and have spilled into the lawns. All manner of dresses, all manner of lawyers with their boxes, all manner of spectators and interest groups have started streaming into the Supreme Court, but everything is orderly. But let me remind us very quickly how we arrived at this point today. At the last sitting of His Lordship's 5 justices of the Supreme Court, the case did not continue because the counsel to David Mark, who was asking the court to overturn the decision of the appeal court to strike out his appeal, his counsel had not filed a written brief. But His Lordship said that they bent backwards because he's a friend of the court and gave him 24 hours to do so, while the respondents were given 3 days to also file their response. And by the way, what is the issue in contention? Now, Nafiu Bala Gombe, the former vice chairman, national vice chairman of African Democratic Party, had gone to the Federal High Court before Justice Witte, saying that he did not resign when other executives of ADC resigned, and therefore, as provided by the constitution of ADC, he should have automatically moved in as the acting national chairman. As I said at the last sitting, he went ahead and declared himself acting national chairman and went to court to say His Lordship's, the Federal High Court then should confirm that declaration. But Justice Witte said, I will not do that since you came on an ex parte motion. In other words, hear me in the absence of the respondents. Justice Witte said, no, I will not do that what I will do is let everything remain the way it is before you approach the court, while the respondents who are INEC, new officials of ADC, are put on notice. Now, David Mark was not satisfied with that ruling, and so he went to appeal court, and appeal court said that there have been no ruling, so why are you approaching us? And they threw away his case. And David Mark now approached the Supreme Court. Let me also tell us that today's sitting is very, very significant in the sense that whatever is the outcome of today's sitting, today's hearing, will determine whether indeed the ADC will take part in the 2027 election or not. And I'll explain why I'm saying so. The Independent National Electoral Commission has already issued its timetable. So any party activity that goes outside of that timetable, the question will arise, will INEC bend backwards to accommodate, or will INEC kick out that party having performed that function outside of the timetable? So, the ADC and David Mark are racing against time. Now, that is why some lawyers are of the opinion that his lordship may also be in a hurry today. Maybe to hear the case, maybe also to deliver judgment. But I haven't seen a judicial precedent into that effect before. But maybe because of the nature of the case and the lack of time, the lordships may bend backwards to accommodate even hearing and giving judgment today. That is one. The second point is whatever is the outcome of today's sitting, if his lordship should give judgment, will determine what also happens to the other cases, one of which comes up tomorrow and the second which comes up on the 27th. So, we are in the Supreme Court. A number of journalists, very old journalists, very old judiciary correspondents, because of the nature of this case, are all in court. The media houses are here. I must apologize to our viewers that because of poor network from this location, we cannot give them live pictures. But we have noticed that there is no parking space to show you how many people are interested in today's sitting. Shortly, we'll go into the courtroom to listen to what his lordship will do or what they will say. But whatever they do or whatever they will say will affect the political process and determine also what happens to the two cases at the lower courts.
Right. Now, you've given quite a very extensive explanation. You mentioned that, you know, the atmosphere there is calm and a lot of people are already arriving at the venue. But who are the key figures already on the ground? Any of the key figures that you have identified that are already there?
Frankly speaking, the only person I saw, I want to believe because I'm a little distant from the main entrance, because of the retinue of policemen and hangers on trailing his vehicle. It's just a matter of suspicion. I cannot confirm it for fact, but he looked very much like David Mark in a very simple dress, but the retinue of policemen and hangers on, political hangers on. I told my people, I'm sure that's David Mark. That's a matter of conjecture.
Now, do you have any indication as to when the proceedings are likely to commence?
Yes, the proceedings ordinarily commence at 9 o'clock. I do not know whether there will be any case before it. As in the last instance, before that case came up, 2 other cases were heard by his lordships. So I wouldn't know whether this will come up first before other ones, or it will come in the course of their sitting.
And what about the mood of the people around, apart from the journalists that you mentioned and the correspondents there with you? What about other people around? You know, what are their thoughts? What are they saying about what could possibly be the outcome of this?
Well, first, we're not speaking to people yet because they're all streaming into the court premises. But I can tell you that the security operatives are being overstretched. They are being overstretched because the vehicles are so many that there's no parking lot, and they're not allowed to climb onto the cement embankment because that can destroy it. They're not allowed to climb onto the grass area because that can also. The security operatives are having a hectic time, having to arrange, having to guide people, also having to protect the environment of the Supreme Court.
Well, thank you very much, Mwamba Njoku, for giving us this update. We'll still keep in touch with you so that as the proceeding goes on, you tell us what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Signature Morning will go on a break and we'll be back shortly. Do stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion and amended, say aye.
We have taken the full guiding force.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
international communities observing every
why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion and amended, say aye.
We have taken the full guiding force.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Popular Nigerian cryptocurrency entrepreneur Linus Williams Ifejirika, widely known as B-Lord, has regained his freedom from the Kuje Correctional Facility after fulfilling his bail conditions. He was released on Monday evening, about 20 days after being remanded over allegations of impersonating social media personality Very Darkman. Although B-Lord had earlier been granted bail, part of the conditions required him to submit his international passport. This initially delayed his release, as the documents could not be transported from Anambra State to Abuja on time, leading to his temporary return to custody. Human rights activist and politician Omoyole Sowore confirmed the development, expressing gratitude to members of the public who supported the campaign for B-Lord's release. He described the outcome as a testament to the power of collective action and emphasized that no individual should be left to face unjust detention alone. In a video that has since circulated online, B-Lord also expressed appreciation to Sowore and others who played a role in securing his release.
Do interviews, it's not right. I don't think it's bad. You allow him.
I just want him to talk about.
I've been reminded about.
I want to say thank you to the Sowore team. I want to say thank you to everybody that have been fighting for me. I'm out, I'm good, and I'm going home.
All right.
So I want to appreciate every single person that put up their efforts, their time, their money and everything May God bless you and God will always stand for you. Thank you.
Nigerian singer and songwriter Peter Okoye, popularly known as Mr. P, has officially announced a change in his birthday celebration date, a move widely interpreted as a significant break from his twin brother, Paul Okoye. In a post shared on his X account, the artist stated that November 18 will no longer be recognized as his birthday, saying that he would not be acknowledging messages or gifts on that day going forward. Peter further explained that his birthday will now be celebrated on November 30, describing the decision as personal and asking for understanding from fans and well-wishers. The development comes amid a lingering and increasingly public feud involving his twin brother, Paul, and their elder brother and former manager, Jude Okoye. Once celebrated as a music duo P-Square, Peter and Paul parted ways following intense disputes over management, finances, and allegations of betrayal. Although the brothers reunited in 2021, tensions resurfaced with Peter accusing Paul and Jude of marginalization and financial misconduct. In response, Paul alleged that Peter reported them to the Economic and Financial Crime Commission (EFCC). The long-standing conflict escalated further in June 2025 when Peter announced that he had completely cut ties with his family, particularly his brothers. That's the entertainment news. Queen Ethion's Signature TV News.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished taking why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion and amended say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. As Nigeria moves towards 2027 election, we see that the National Broadcasting Commission has issued a directive mandating, stricter compliance with the NBC code. And this has sparked a lot of conversation as to whether this is regulating or gagging the broadcast media in Nigeria. We have on the phone with us this morning Treasure Timidare, who is a media and communications expert and also a public affairs analyst. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning, and thanks for having me again on the show.
Right, it's nice to have you back. All right, now looking at this MBC and the regulations, I mean, this has always been there, but what would you say is fundamentally different about this particular directive coming at this point in time?
Okay, thank you very much once again. Good morning, viewers and those watching us now. As we know, the National Broadcasting Commission (NBC) was established by Decree number 38 of 1992, which of course is now an act with a core mandate to regulate and control broadcasting in Nigeria, issue licenses, set and enforce Nigerian Broadcasting Code, to also ensure fairness, decency, and national interest in broadcasting. Now, of course, these are just the background of NBC. And the key point, of course, we know is the regulation itself is not the problem. Every country regulates broadcasting. Now, NBC, as a necessary regulator, of course, prevents hate speech and all the incitement, of course, important in a diverse country like Nigeria. They also ensures professional standard and ethical broadcasting, protect national security and public order and all of that. And of course, the sanction, misinformation, and unverified reporting. Now, during election, NBC enforces rules on political advertising and coverage balance. Let's go this far. Without a regulator, the airwaves could become a tool for chaos rather than communication. So, in this particular thing that they have done, I don't think they have done something that is not, really, bad as per what they do. The argument is as a tool for gagging media also. But this is where the conversation lies. Now, heavy fines on media houses and all of that. At different times, a lot of media houses have been fined, for alleged breaches and all of that, and all of that. But of course, people argue now that, it's a perceived selective enforcement and all of those kind of things and things like that and all of that. But for me, all I will say is that when regulation begins to dictate editorial judgment, it risks becoming, censorship and all of that. So, what they have done, if you look at social media, the advent of social media, which of course is conventional media and all of that, a lot of fake news will just spring up. Somebody just stay in his bedroom and just bring out a story, to run somebody down. And of course, the moment it goes out there, it becomes viral. And it will take a whole lot of time to be able to debunk all of those kind of things. So NBC should still continue to guide us, TV, radio, print media, and all of that, to ensure that we have what is good, because this coming election, the atmosphere is very tense. It's charged, especially because of the way the government of the day is handling the opposition. So people are agitated, people are ready to talk, people are ready to bring out a lot of stories out there. So I think that's what exactly NBC is trying to do. But in doing it, they also should be careful so that they don't bring a lot of tension to the already tense situation in the country. So I don't know if I made any point concerning what you just asked.
Right, yeah, but the commission, it cites a rise in breaches and, crisis of professionalism, particularly when it comes to the presenters and the anchors having personal opinions and, failing to ensure balance. So I just want to know, in your opinion, how widespread would you say that this particular problem is when it comes to the Nigerian broadcasting today?
Well, if you ask me, presenters, giving our personal opinion and all of that, definitely, as a journalist, as a media practitioner, you don't have to be biased. Yes, we have the right to support whoever we want to support, but I think in this context now, what everybody is trying to say is that journalists should not take sides. Even if you have the right to vote for whoever you want to vote for, if you don't take side, why on duty, why on air? You could do that, outside your professional job. You understand what I'm saying? Like, for instance, if you're anchoring a program, just like what you are doing, anchoring a program now, and I'm giving you my own, what I feel about this particular issue. You have your own thought toward the same issue. So, because you are anchoring, you should not be able to take. That's my own thinking. That you should not be able to say, okay, I support this, I support that, I don't support that, I don't support this, I don't. It's not like NBC is trying to they're trying to prevent a situation where, because okay, for instance, if you have two people now, for instance, the two major parties in the country now, let's talk about say APC or ADC and whatever, and maybe one person is, you're having two guests, one for the opposition and one for the government. So what do you think should be your job as a moderator or as a presenter of that program? Let me ask you this question. What do you think should be your job?
Go on, Timidare, go on. I'm following your line of thought.
That's what I'm thinking, that we should be careful, we should do our job, but we should also speak. But in speaking, do not take side. That's what I think.
Right, but there are also issues around bullying and intimidation of guests. And, one would wonder, as the elections come closer, there are certain during interviews and what have you. So at what point should one draw the line, between professionalism, asking the questions that need to be asked in, the way it should be, and, or legitimate interrogation or challenging of guests? I would one would wonder would that also be termed as, this case of bullying or intimidation of guests when you are trying to get out information to the public?
Every on-air personality, every presenter, every media practitioner should know that you need to be fair and thoughtful. I repeat that word. You position yourself as fair and thoughtful. Now, with a strong regulator, well, of course, it must be independent, it must be transparent, it must also be used as a political tool. For me, as a media practitioner, I can get facts from you without bullying you. I can get facts from you without intimidating you. I can get facts from you without sounding biased. Of course, we are trained, and everybody that is not trained cannot do all of this thing without intimidating. If you want to be popular as an on-air personality, if you want to make, have followers, people who think that, okay, you are doing very well, you don't need to be rude or crude in your way. But as a professional, you are taught to bring out from your very first question, you may be able to at least get answers to the next question and all of that. So we shouldn't do it, bullying people, trying to intimidate people because you have that power, you have that audience. No, I don't think it should come up like that. So we should be able to understand this, that regulation is necessary, but over-regulation becomes repression. Now, let me say this quickly. Freedom of the press is not absolute, but neither should regulation be. A credible regulator must be seen as neutral, not political. So the media should be responsible, but also fearless. We should be responsible, also fearless. People should know that you can ask questions without, intimidating your guests. For me, it's a no. I mean, I don't subscribe to that, to intimidating your guests because you want to get facts. Yes, you may have all of those, things about him, because as an investigative journalist, you must investigate your guests because you bring the person on air. So when you ask questions, they could get irritated by the way you put your question. They could get, angry at the way you put your question. But it's the way you put your question to them, and you will get a fact without they even know that they have said so many things to you. So it now build on the professional that as an OAP or whatever you try to call yourself, you should learn to do this job in a very good way and not to be seen as being controversial or as being as being a bully and all of that. So for me, I'm not against, like I said, I'm not against regulation, but over-regulation is what will become a problem.
Now, looking at, let's shift towards, the social media, because earlier on you made reference to, social media, and we see that this issue, political discourse is freely, spoken about in social media without any of these regulations. Now, do you foresee a situation where by the traditional media that the MBC regulates is no longer seen as credible enough, and then people would go to the social media where they can freely air their thoughts without being regulated or controlled? What do you think of that dynamic of social media versus, the traditional media?
I think also that social media also should also be regulated because social media has become a place where people peddle fake news a lot. Some news, like for instance, I was on the platform yesterday, and a news was posted there, and as a professional, people were expecting me to speak up. I had to quickly do a check on that story, and it was fake. It was a fake news, and I had to quickly debunk. I said, look, this is fake, and I gave them fact. And then the person who forwarded say he just forwarded as received. I said, no, you don't forward as received. You have to fact check before you forward, and that's the problem we have. People just lit up news just to trend, just to become the first, conveyor of that news. They pick up. So for me, social media also should be regulated, but not without freedom of expression, freedom of speech, like you must say. And because the father will say we have freedom of speech, shouldn't just make us begin to carry the carrier of fake news. This thing is not true. And then because you want to trend, sometimes people pick videos that are in like 5 years old video and then bring it up. Just like something that happened in River State, just a few days ago. A picture of the former governor, Wike, and the newly appointed executive director of project of the South Commission, on a visit to the president, sometime last year, and the PW said the former governor has going to introduce that man to the president as the next governor of the state. And, it was trending. It was trending. And a lot of people started believing it but it took some interview of some of us who knew about this picture to say, bring it up and say, look, this is a date of this that picture was taken, and this is the purpose of this visit. And we say, oh, we didn't know. But if you allow such a thing to keep trending, it could cause a whole lot of tension in the state because this is already tense and they do not add more to it. But people who were professional had to dig up the stories and compare and of course debunk such kind of news. So if you say NBC regulating the traditional media and then ensuring that now takes over, it could bring a whole lot of chaos in this country. And I'm saying that sometimes, we also need to also regulate both the social media and all of this. But like I said, in doing that, the people's freedom of speech and of expression should not be trampled upon. But we also at least be careful of the kind of news that we carried out. That's my opinion on that.
Okay, but how independent do you think that NBC is from government influence? Because there are a lot of opinions that looking at the timing of this particular directive, there could be political undertones to it. What do you think about that?
Okay, so for me, like I said earlier on, Nigeria needs a strong regulator, but it must be independent, it must be transparent, it must not be used as a political tool. So what I will advocate for is the review of the NBC code with stakeholder input. The review of the NBC code with stakeholders input. Very important. And we also need to advocate for reduced political interference. You understand? Of course, also give up a clear definition of violations. For me, when I say this, the goal should not be to weaken NBC, but to strengthen its credibility so it can regulate without being perceived as gagging. That's what I want to say. Without being perceived as, gagging. Because if you keep doing this, if you keep saying because of political, there must be. It's one thing we don't understand in this country is that we should do a lot of things. When people have opportunity of doing what is right, just like what some people were saying concerning the opposition, that look, we have the former Senate President, we have the former Speaker of the House of Representatives as members of the ADC now, the ADC that is in contention now, that they were making laws. Now, they didn't make laws to reduce the power of the president from appointing the INEC chairman, or they didn't regulate it. Now, when somebody appoints someone, of course, there's a thing that the person will do, will be loyal to that person. Now, NBC is a National Broadcasting, Commission. That's it's a government-owned institution. You don't throw away the fact that there could be some influences. But like I said, if you have a review of the code with the stakeholders' input, now it could go a long way to help us, to regulate some of these things and to be able to, of course, give more power or more independence to this commission. Now, we also reduce political interference. That is one very difficult thing that we may not be able to achieve in the country because the government of the day want to influence everything that will fight them. So this is what I think we should do. Review that code, very important, but ensure that the stakeholders, they have their input in that review. And then also, let us try to reduce political interference. The Minister of Information, of course, telling them what to do and what not to do and all of that. So if you have all of this in place, I think, we could have a very good, a very robust NBC that regulates and not over-regulates.
Right, but with what we have on the ground now, how do you think that this could affect, journalists and editors? Do you think that this could lead to a situation where we would have scripted, cautious broadcasting so that, the sanctions don't come down on these stations as opposed to the normal probing journalism that's, that is usually very much practiced? Do you foresee a situation of self-censorship where journalists, on-air personalities, editors, everybody is now being overly cautious so as not to get sanctioned?
Okay, concern here is that if you look at our Section 39 of our Constitution, which guarantees freedom of expression and the part of the press. So the real issue is balance. Where does legitimate regulation end and where does suppression begin? In my view, Nigeria definitely needs a strong broadcasting regulator. But that is clearly independent, transparent, and fair. I said it earlier on. The NBC must not only act impartially, it must also be seen to do so. For me, we have the Guild of Editors, we have the Nigerian Union of Journalists, we have Independent Broadcast Association of Nigeria, IBAN. We have a lot of organizations that are also involved in all of these. So that's why I said there should be a stakeholders forum where all of these concerns should be raised. The Minister of Information should be there. The NBC Nigeria should also be there. The special advisor to the president on media should also be there. So if you have this stakeholders forum, where everybody will air their view, and then we'll look at it and come out with a communique at the end of the day that will help us to regulate this whole thing. Because if you just keep quiet, if you just keep quiet and not talk about it, I see what's just raised now. I see it happening. Where before you bring up a political guest, so to say, the speaker by whoever who's not give us the freedom that we desire. So are you with me?
I'm with you. Go ahead.
So what I think we can do is let's have this stakeholders meeting. If you have it, I bet we achieve this whole thing. But if you don't have these people speak out, I'm afraid it might become a very big threat to our democracy. And of course, elections are coming up. And so, are you saying that we should not have that freedom of expression anymore? Are you saying we should not be scared of asking questions? We should not be scared of expressing our opinion? Those are things that we need to look at. But I say and I strongly advocate for the stakeholders forum, party, whatever you want to call it. It is necessary now. It is compulsory. It will help lead this whole issue. It will also bring need everything to the board. So we need that stakeholders forum. All those people I've mentioned, they should be there. They should sit down together. Bring out the dangers of this regulation, this thing you are bringing up. Actually, is in the code. Does the act give you that power to do that? Those are things we need to look at. And when that is done, there could be a problem.
Yeah, because I mean these bodies that you just mentioned, I mean all over the headlines in the newspapers, they all are kicking against it. The Guild of Editors, ENUGU, even Amnesty International, and a couple more organizations are kicking against this, saying that this could potentially harm the media in Nigeria. Some are even saying that it's gagging the media in Nigeria. So the stakeholders engagement, I'm wondering, how that would work when they're already kicking strongly against NBC's regulations.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That kicking against it without coming together, it's not going to, just like I said now, let me say this now, the way forward is not to scrap regulation, but to reform it so that it builds trust rather than fear. I don't know if you get my point. It's not to scrap regulation. We can't stop regulation, but we need to reform it so that it builds trust rather than fear. First, the NBC must truly be independent. Its structure and oversight should be insulated from political influence so that decisions are based on professional standard, not perceived government interest. There should be clearer and more objective rules in the broadcasting code, terms like offensive content or national interest. We need precise definitions to avoid arbitrary interpretation. Let me say it again. There should be clearer and more objective rules in the broadcasting code. Terms like offensive content. What are the offensive content? What could be termed to be offensive content? Or national interest. What is national interest? Is national interest one that is killing Nigerians or killing the masses? Is national interest that we should not speak against oppression from passive political powers that be against opposition? Is that what you're saying? No. So the sanctions should follow due process and proportionality. Instead of immediate heavy fines, there can be warnings, transparent investigations, and the opportunity for broadcasters to respond before penalties are imposed. But you just hear fine. You just bring out fines and all of those things. But I said again, and I will repeat again, stakeholder engagement, media owners, journalists, unions, civil society, and legal experts should be involved in reviewing and updating the code regularly. There should also be an independent appeal mechanism so media houses can challenge NBC decisions without fear or bias. Well, you know, when you hear the almighty NBC or NBC hammer, sometimes, let me give an example. Someone drives through, against the traffic, and apparently there may not be no traffic signs on that place. He's using that place for the first time, and he commits that offense. What you hear in Nigeria normally is ignorance is not what's it called? I don't know how to do that thing again. Ignorance of the law is not. Please, I don't know if you can help me finish that chapter. Just try to remember put it rightly now. Because when you don't, when you commit an offense for the first time, overseas you'll be warned. They will warn you. But here, ignorance is not an excuse. That's what they will tell you, and then you will penalize. But there's no real winning. There's nothing to say that, okay, this is my first time of committing this offense. So what I'm trying to say is that there should be independent appeal mechanism. You understand? So that people can challenge decisions made by the NBC. For instance, this law that has happened now. Has anybody taken NBC to court? It's not just to come out and speak and shout and create headlines. Is any union, is any organization ready to challenge this decision from NBC by taking them to court? That is the point. We'll just keep talking. We made headlines. This person is against this, this thing and that. No. Those things are things we must challenge. And there are ways to challenge those decisions. And then, of course, you don't need to improve on their approach. The media must also uphold professional ethics. That is the truth. Accuracy, fairness, and responsibility. Press freedom and accountability must go hand in hand. If you get this balance right, the NBC will not be seen as a credible guardian of broadcasting standard in Nigeria. But I repeat again, there must be a stakeholders forum. Without that, we're going nowhere.
Well, thank you so much for your input and for that suggestion. And also thank you for joining us on the program this morning. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much. I will be available whenever you call upon me. Thank you. Have a great day.
Have a great day too. That is Treasure Timidari, a media and communications expert and also public affairs analyst. We'll go on a break and we'll be back shortly. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Established in 1947, the College of Health Technology, Oji River, is charged with training middle-level healthcare professionals capable of delivering quality healthcare services and adapting to modern health challenges. The college trains students to become skilled health workers who can serve in hospitals, communities, and public health sectors. The institution had suffered neglect under previous administrations till date, except for minimal interventions that were not followed through. While its mandate is to strengthen healthcare delivery, students have battled with deteriorating classrooms, lack of basic amenities, and an environment many described as unfit for learning. Concerns over welfare, safety, and academic standards have become big issues, raising deeper questions about the quality of professionals being trained for the state health system.
I came here 4 years ago, and the condition I made this school 4 years ago, the school has been like that. This is my final year. This is my 4th year in this school, and no change has happened. We have water, obviously, but it's not rushing 24 hours. Water is rushed like once a day. There's no lights. Students now, during our reading period, the exam period, Oji River, normally they don't used to have lights. So the school don't even used to provide for us lights for reading. At least 10 o'clock they should off it, 10:30 they should off it, but we see light to read, no lights. See our nets. This is my hostel. Our hostel did not have nets. Mosquito used to finish us inside this hostel. See grass and bushes everywhere. We pay 10,000 naira every semester for sanitation fee every semester. But we contribute money by ourselves to clear all these bushes here. We contribute money by ourselves to clear all these bushes.
But that narrative is beginning to shift. A renewed sense of hope emerged as government officials, college management, and community stakeholders gathered for the groundbreaking ceremony of key infrastructure projects, signaling what many see as a long-awaited intervention. The projects include the construction of a 176-bed hostel, a new administrative block, and classrooms for the College of Nursing. The existing facilities within the College of Health Technology will also be receiving massive facelift any moment from now. The Special Advisor on Health, Dr. Yomi Jayi, who stood in for Governor Peter Mba, said the intervention reflects a deliberate commitment to fixing critical gaps in the health sector. He noted that the projects received approval as far back as December 2025.
We are going to commission the foundation of our Oji River College of Nursing campus in this place today. And what that means is that the people in Oji River can now enroll for nursing program in our ENUGU State College of Nursing Sciences. And more than that, the hostels that we have will also be part of the renovations that we are going to be doing as well. So I'm glad to tell you that your governor, our governor, Barrister Peter Mba, has good intention for every part of the state, and Oji River is not excluded. Commissioning the projects, Dr. Jayi described the development as a turning point for both the institution and the host community.
So this foundation is laid in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and for the good of the people of Oji River and ENUGU State at large.
For the Provost, Professor Lazarus Ezogu, the moment carries deeper significance as it brings an end to decades of neglect.
Today, you can see it's a very important day in our history, the history of ENUGU State College of Health Technology, Oji River. And it might interest you to know, or you'll be disappointed to an extent, that this school started since 1947, forgotten by several governments. At all. It was Sullivan, His Excellency Sullivan Chime, who tried to do something, who erected that our magnificent building, and they enabled us to pack from that archaic house there to come under this.
The chairman of Oji River Local Government, Greg Ayegbodike, who praised the government intervention, highlighted efforts of the council to promote education in the area, especially in the area of scholarship to students. He urged the community to safeguard the projects describing them as a pathway to growth and opportunity.
We have demonstrated ownership of this project because we are all here thanking His Excellency the Governor of ENUGU State, Dr. Peter Ndubuisiemba, for bringing this laudable project to Geneva. And one of the things we are doing here is to promise that we will make sure that our communities will take ownership of it and that the project will be secured. We'll also be part of the supervision of this project to make sure that there's adequate and make sure that there's good standard and the integrity of the project. These are the things we are committing.
For a school once defined by neglect, the real test now lies not just in promises made, but in projects completed, sustained, and transformed into lasting impact for generations of health workers to come. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, still getting updates on what is happening at the Supreme Court in Abuja concerning the case with ADC. Earlier on, we spoke to Nwaboeze Njoku. Now we have Chimezie Nzedimma on the phone with us to continue with the updates from the Supreme Court. You're welcome, Chimezie. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to be here again this morning.
Of course, nice to have you back. So, what is going on at the Supreme Court? Has the proceeding started? You know, bring us up to speed on what is happening.
Okay, currently the judges, the 5 panel judges just took their seat and the proceedings are yet to start in regards to the ABC case. They are discussing the first matter on ground, which is the PDP case, and they were like, at this point, they were listening to the appellant and the respondent, hearing their counsels on ground. So the case of the ABC is yet to come up, but it's speculated that it's the third agenda on the manifesto, on their register, today.
Okay, so while we're waiting for, the proceedings, are there people, the key figures and the key actors in this case present already?
Surprisingly, I'm here to see David Ma and Naifu Gombe. Those are the two main key figures I was expecting to see, so I'm here to see them. But I'm seeing a lot of ADC officials and supporters who are at the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, weren't allowed into the courtroom.
Okay, why? Chimezie, can you hear me? Chimezie Nzedimma, are you still here?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm still here.
All right. You mentioned that some people were not allowed into the courtroom, and I asked why.
Oh, that we speculating two reasons. The court is already skewed to its capacity. Some lawyers and some persons are actually standing or seated by the floor, on the floor, or other pavements. So that would be one of the reasons. And that would be one of the major reasons in which some persons are not allowed. And so much supporters into the courtroom could create a form of rowdiness. So I think that was the decision the court made to allow them to wait outside till the case is done.
Okay, so what is the atmosphere like? What is the mood from the people? I mean, you mentioned supporters. It seems that there are a lot of people, a lot of supporters there. So what is, what are they feeling like? What is the mood in the venue?
Okay, they actually are feeling, I'll use the word agitated and very hopeful, because they are clustered so much around the door of the courtroom and wanting to hear everything, that every bit of audio they could get from the courtroom. So they are feeling a bit of agitation and uneasy, but I feel like they're feeling hopeful that it can, or it might rule in their favor, whatever faction they are supporting.
All right, so we'll keep in touch with you so that when the proceedings for the ADC start, you'll also keep us informed and updated. But thank you so much for joining us this morning, Chimezie.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, we'll go on a break and we'll be back shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Coming up next is an interview we had with Reverend Francis Agu, a priest and humanitarian. And in that conversation, we talked about INEC and Nigeria's electoral integrity. Do enjoy.
Okay.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching Signature Morning. And now we're looking at, INEC and Nigeria's electoral integrity. I mean, 2027 elections just around the corner, and everywhere seems to be buzzing with what is happening in the political parties and among the political actors. So it's important to have this conversation about Nigeria's electoral integrity and INEC. And we have in the studio Reverend Francis Agu, who is a priest and a humanitarian, here to give us his thoughts and share his insights on this particular issue. Thank you so much for joining us.
God bless you, my sister.
God bless you too. So let's talk about electoral integrity first and foremost. What would you say, or how would you explain the concept of electoral integrity when we talk about, elections in Nigeria?
Yes, when you talk about integrity, what is integrity actually? You now look at your actions. Does it match with the values of things around you? When you talk about INEC as the midwife of our electoral system in Nigeria, you look at the integrity of INEC. Does INEC actually match up with the expectations of our people? Are they doing that which has to go with their name? Independent National Electoral Commission. Are they independent? Are they actually standing out to be an independent organ that people have put their trust on? Have they delivered to match the people's feeling? So those things will now begin to open your eyes to now understand that the integrity of the electoral umpire maybe to me, it's not yet realistic, unless if you begin from today. Because when you look at a father in the house, for example, Bible looked at a man who cannot feed his family as an infidel. So you're going to get married to a woman is not just getting to the market and get a cloth, and if you don't like it again, you take it back to the marketer. No, there must be some elements of preparations, convictions, maturity. So if you talk about integrity within the Nigerian electoral system, you now look at the conductors. What they are bringing out, is it in measure with what we're supposed to see on the ground? Now, the last guest, I heard him talk about the billions of naira for electoral tribunal. He was talking about the economics. So, if we have free and fair election in Nigeria, then where are you talking about tribunals? Because when you do something that is realistic, and people believe that you have presented a good integrity to that thing, and what you have done is okay, everybody will go home relaxing. So what brought about the tribunal is because the integrity of the electoral body was questioned. And people has to come with some issues and say, no, you didn't do it well this way, you didn't do it well the other way. So integrity must have to do with somebody standing out. Let there be a match between your actions and your word. And as such, if Nigeria go that direction, then we'll get it better. But I've continued to say this, I'm afraid. I'm troubled. Because the much we talk about all these things, the much the players are doing the other way side of it. If what we are talking about, they have been taking into consideration of those things, some of them can now pause to say, okay, looking at the popular opinion, what do we do? Today we see cross-carpeting from one point to another point. We see some other parties even going into believing and closing up. Maybe so. Are there integrity in those things? You now see INEC even taking side in some political parties. Are there integrity on those things? You know, if somebody is in a position and you want to stand on that position to contest that position again, I don't think there's any integrity on it at all. Because at that point, what he has to do is to influence those who are in charge of those electoral systems and get himself back to the seat. So all these things are questions of integrity when it concerns the INEC. That's my own opinion anyway.
All right, so since you've mentioned about INEC, let's talk about INEC for a bit. What is your opinion about INEC as an electoral body, and how independent would you say that INEC is looking at how they have performed so far over the years?
INEC is just a name. But I think I've said it somewhere in a media like this that I am proposing for an electoral committee that has to do with, we have 6 geographical zones in Nigeria. Then let us have 6-man committee to be the INEC chairpersons. So that at that point, it will not just be a monopolized system. So when 6 persons are part of INEC electoral committee, there may be a kind of 2 versus 4, or 3 versus 3, or 5 versus 1. So those contentions will make it to be more sweeter. And by then we begin to enjoy the sweetness of what they are there for. But if we don't go that way, and we continue to see it as maybe somebody that the president will sleep, wake up and announce their name and send it to the National Assembly. The National Assemblies are there on the pocket of the president, so they may not even do anything. What they would do is just to stand up and say, take a bow and go. And when he takes the bow and goes, then he's there dancing to the tune of the presidency, and that's the end of the matter. So if we talk about independence of it, let it be at that point whereby each political zone will now bring somebody. I know, for example, I have used what happened in Niger State as an example in so many places. That woman, that professor, Oti, has created a good name to my own mind. You see, integrity has to do with consciousness. What is your conscience telling you about? And if you look at it from that angle, if we are sincerely thinking about it after now here, we have another place to go, then you need to look at your conscience. What are you doing? Where are you going? What are you going to be remembered of? Some of these things will guide us better. Not necessarily let me take opportunity and then get it whether they like it or not now. But let me have the opportunity of doing what I will be doing so that when I will be no more there, I can still be remembered for good things. Those people will read their histories or their books. They have made their names. If they don't do what is right, we don't have to be going after their books or their documents. So these are the 8 issues. So we need to look at the moral aspect of integrity as regards the umpires of the election. Do they sincerely present integrity at the bottom of their hearts while doing what they are doing? And even when there are some elements of influence in what you are doing, if you have a person that has integrity, I was telling somebody that I'm a very stubborn human being. My own stubbornness is not that I'm not crazy, but I'm stubborn in the sense that there are things you ask me to do. When I look at the value of what you ask me to do, I will look at it from the moral aspect of it. I will look at it from the social aspect of it. When I now weigh the whole thing, I can say, no, I can't get to in this thing because I believe my conscience stands to judge me, even when you're not there. So my proposal is that let us move a little bit from giving INEC to one man to seeing INEC as a committee that people can come together and then take up our electoral system and give us the best of what we want.
Now, when you were speaking earlier, you also mentioned the issue of cross-carpeting and the issue of defection. So I also want to hear, what you have to say about integrity in that aspect as well, but in political parties and among the political actors themselves as they are preparing for the election in 2027.
Cross-carpeting is nothing but running for protection. If it were not running for protection, the other day I was discussing with somebody, I raised an issue of independent candidacy. Do you know that if somebody has integrity, if your people know you as their own, looking at the landmark of what you've done for them and how you present yourself to them, and you stand out alone as an independent candidate, I want to tell you, that person can still get there. So what is happening now in cross-carpeting of all these things from one place, that people are looking for relevancy, but within their life as individuals, the relevancy are not there. But there are things you'll be doing, even if you, okay, this is signature television. You may not even need to continue to advertise yourselves. People who has come around you, even around the proprietor, must have come to say, okay, let me associate with signature TV because there is a value on what he's doing. So the issue of cross-carpeting is just people who are pushing to, have relevancy in the scheme of things. And it is one of the things that is even messing up more of what we are doing. Because when we talk about opposition, it is never wrong that some persons are opposing some certain things. Because at the point of opposing some ideas and arguing with some ideas, then you get to see the better part of it. If the presidency is just there and everybody is shouting, you are doing good, you are doing good, and nobody is telling him, that this is area we got it wrong, there may be no progressive things moving and we are seeing it. So there is need for some person to stand out, to let the people who are there on the mood to know that you have done this area right, you have done this area wrong. And it will help our democratic system to be more stronger. This yes member is messing up the whole thing. It's messing up the whole thing. Everybody is, I don't know how to put it, but we cannot. Okay, now let me give you another analogy. In school system, if you want to study medicine, there are courses you study to meet up medicine. If you want to do theology, like we who do theology, there are some subjects you will do. You don't just go to the school just to do a single course and come out and become a priest. So in that aspect of it, again, our political system to be shredded into one political party is not making it worthwhile. Something is wrong somewhere. Integrity question is also there. But let us now come to the point of that maturity of mind that we should be able to look at ourselves and say, because of the track record of Mr. A, we are going for him, despite that he is not at the point with the other group. So these are issues.
So from what you've said so far, how would you say that democracy and democratic system is faring in Nigeria? And how would you say that this is affecting or helping the democratic system in the country?
From 1999, we have been just there. Not that we are moving within the pace of that normality. I must tell you the truth. And, it's just like a child who has been crawling for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Something is wrong. And I still listen to the last guest before now who was talking about our economy. If we talk about independence as a nation, there are things we can stand up to do to ourselves, for ourselves. If a man grows up in a family and said, I am mature to get married to, there are some expectations. So those expectations of our democratic principles that are supposed to be on the ground, you don't even say it. Now 2027 is coming. There is a kind of noise here and there. And once some person gets to that post at that 2027, the whole thing will go back to square one. How our economic system, are we better fed up? Is things better with us? 3 square means how many families are now getting it done within their own circle? Because these are some of these things that are supposed to be the dividends of democracy. If actually those who are there were having the people at heart, why doing what they are doing? Then you, as I told you, then look at that integrity we're discussing about. You now look at the moral consequences of it. If you are a man and every weekend you come back from somewhere and people comes around your house begging for 1 naira, 2 naira, and you come to give, is it not better to teach them how to catch the fish than to be giving them fish? Is it not better that our things are developed in a way that people are going to be engaged and be self-reliant than all this beg around? So our democratic system, our governance system, there are a lot of issues. And until the players come to the point of understanding that we cannot be here forever, I've been emphasizing on this, you cannot be here forever. What you're going to be remembered for is what you have done right or wrong. I can mention 2, 3 persons I know that have been on seat in politics, and today they are no more there. Some has even died. But go around and discuss about them and look at what people are talking about their lives. Integrity. So the INEC as a body to oversee the conduct of election in Nigeria, supervision of election in Nigeria, announcing the winners of election in Nigeria, they should look at themselves as a servant working for a master. Nigeria is a master to them. But it is not
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you so much for staying with us on Signature Morning from our ENUGU studios. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, connecting to Abuja studios for more packages. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, thank you very much, ENUGU, for holding the fort, and welcome to Abuja. This is Signature Morning, this beautiful, cool Friday morning in the Federal Capital Territory. Now, in the course of this week, the talking point has been somehow the escalation of Nigeria's fight against corruption. From a mere national conversation, the country wants to get its fingers on the causative factors, begin to tackle it right from the base, and begin to create a new culture of integrity. Now, let me recall that it was under the Obasanjo-Atiku administration that the matter of institutionalizing the fight against corruption began. ICPC was established, EFCC was established, because multilateral institutions and even in-house, the Nigerian establishment was getting worried about the consequence of corruption on national development and on national values. Now this week, the ICPC held the 2025 Anti-Corruption Day. We covered that event as the peg we use for our conversation this morning. Let's take that story before we welcome our guests.
The high-level seminar examined the growing urgency to reposition young Nigerians as frontline defenders against corruption. Independent Corrupt Practices Commission (ICPC) Chairman Musa Aliyu said the future of Nigeria's integrity architecture depends on empowering youth with the right values, tools, and opportunities. He noted that the Commission is expanding integrity clubs in schools, strengthening digital reporting platforms, and promoting youth-led anti-corruption actions through debates, arts competitions, and community programs. He emphasized that when young people are informed and confident, they are better equipped to confront graft at its roots.
When we equip our youth with the right values, tools, and opportunities, we are empowering a generation capable of confronting corruption at its very roots. Our goal is to create platforms where young voices not only participate but lead. It is important to highlight that the Commission has already made significant strides in engaging the youth through NYC and corruption lectures in all NYC camps, NYC/ICPC community development activities, anti-corruption clubs in schools, and our integrity lecture series for secondary schools. Today, I call our youth: seek knowledge, be of integrity, and be courageous. Stand bold, stand firm, stand united. Corruption threatens our dream, but integrity strengthens them. Together, let us build a future where honesty is honored, accountability is the norm, and corruption has no safe place to hide.
Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, reinforced this message, stressing that Nigeria must harness the energy of its youth to drive long-term reform. He highlighted government initiatives such as the 3 Million Technical Talent Program, the Nigerian Youth Academy, the Education Loan Fund, and Youth Investment Fund, all designed to empower young people, reduce vulnerability to corrupt influences, and promote ethical development. Fagbemi also underscored the need for strengthened institutions, civic education, anti-corruption clubs, and community mentorship, adding that older leaders must lead by example if the nation hopes to inspire integrity in its youth.
Nigerian youth, in particular, are trailblazers, dynamic, intelligent, passionate, and overflowing with innovative ideas. While young people may sometimes be caught in the web of corruption, they must also be inspired and supported to become powerful agents of integrity. The older generation in position of leadership must lead by example. The youth in government must also serve as true ambassadors of integrity.
Stakeholders agree that Nigeria's battle against corruption is long and complex, but achievable through stronger youth engagement, institutional reform, and shared national responsibility. The message was clear: integrity must be taught, modeled, and defended if the nation is to secure a better future. In Abuja, Chimizie Zedima, reporting for Signature TV News.
Thank you very much, Chimizie. I can now introduce my guest this morning. I have in the studio John Ode Oko Ode. He is the spokesperson for ICPC and is head of media and public communications. John, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much for having me.
John, that story, we took it from your event earlier this week. And it appears that ICPC is conscious that addressing the younger generation will begin to grow a new crop of Nigerians whose value is not driven by corruption. Will I be right?
Yes, you're very right. And it didn't start today. Actually, ICPC over time has been worried about it.
Okay. Let's take a sound check. Yes, I was talking about ICPC trying to address the younger people as a means of developing a generation from the base whose values, whose actions, whose life perspectives are not driven by cutting corners, underhand deals,
what we call corruption. Sean, you wrote that story.
Yes.
It is from your event.
It was actually
Why have you elected the younger ones?
It was actually from the Interagency Task Force event for the 2025 Anti-Corruption Day, International Anti-Corruption Day. The ICPC is a part of the Interagency Task Force. So, and the theme for this year is uniting the youth against corruption. The ICPC is passionate about how the youth are involved in the anti-corruption struggle. And it did not start now. In the year 2003, the ICPC commenced a process of midwifing a national values curriculum into the national educational curriculum. We did that with the support of the Nigerian Education Resource Development Council, where we were able to infuse integrity issues, integrity subjects, anti-corruption subjects, courses, modules into subjects at the primary school level and at the secondary school level. In fact, at a later point, we upscaled it when Barrister Ekmonta was the chairman of the ICPC. That was 2012, 2014. We upscaled it to the GST courses in the university. Why do we think the youths are important in the fight against corruption? The future belongs to the young ones. We would all do our own and go, but as long as we have a society that is procreating, the future belongs to the young ones. Besides having this national values curriculum in schools, which is operational, it's presently undergoing a review to make it in consonance with the realities of the time. We also have established students' anti-corruption clubs in secondary schools with the intention to catch them young. Teach them these values, infuse strong moral values in them, transfer by example, not just by teaching, because we teach and we also emphasize the need for example, exemplary living. So at the primary and secondary school level, we have what we call the Students Anti-Corruption Clubs, which we are establishing in schools across the country. We have been able to do in quite a number of states, and we have not covered the entire country, but we are still working on it, and we are increasing the number as the days go by. And what do? We try to get them to know that they have a voice and they can participate in governance even at that level. They can participate in the remodeling of their society. The idea is to give them a different orientation, a new orientation. I wouldn't say reorientation, but a new orientation. While when we deal with the adults, we talk about reorientation for them. So, and they meet during their club days, discuss anti-corruption issues. They even identify corruption issues and prefer anti-corruption strategies to us when we meet with them. It will surprise you to know that these children are not as even though they are young, they are not ignorant. They know when adults are doing what is wrong. They know. And because it is difficult to ask a child to lie, the child will not lie. He or she will tell you straight up. No. When we were doing exams last term, teacher A, teacher B came into the classroom and told us the answer to this. Some will even tell you, my father says because of the huge school fees he's paying, I cannot fail. He will not allow me fail. He will go and talk to my teachers so that I do not fail. And we say, talk to your teachers so you do not fail. Say, yes, that's what my father said. But you know you're supposed to read. I told him, my teacher is not reading for me. And they will tell you, straight up. So we have that club at the primary and secondary school level. At the tertiary level, we have what we call Student Anti-Corruption Vanguard. I'll tell you something that the Student Anti-Corruption Vanguard...
At the tertiary level?
At the tertiary level. Colleges of Education, polytechnics, universities. We have them and we are still establishing more. One of the things it has done for us is it has emboldened the students to speak up. One of the ways they spoke up, and very loudly, was in their protest against sexual harassment in the University of Calabar, which eventually led to the conviction of Professor Cyril Osim Ndifon not too long ago, 5 years. It was the students who spoke up, and it took one bold female student to say, look, this is what he has been doing to me. And other students rose up and said no to sexual harassment, and they protested. And he's not alone. And it is not just the University of Calabar alone. In Ife, before Osim, we had Akindele. It's all over Nigeria. So the ICPC believes, and thank God the United Nations too agrees now, this year, that the theme is uniting the youth against corruption. If we are able to catch these young ones, rescue them from what we are complaining about now, prevent them from growing up to experience this mess, and remove them from being part of it, we'll be saving our own future. When they graduate from the university, we do not leave them alone. We also have, within the NYSC structure, a CDS, a Community Development Service Group, called the NYSC ICPC CDS, the Anti-Corruption CDS. These young people hold awareness rallies, hold town hall meetings, they do town storming, they go to the marketplaces, they go to schools, they hold seminars, orientation workshops, they preach against corruption, they report corruption, and they're doing quite a lot. With the support of the NYSC, we have been able to do a whole lot, and we are still doing that.
Now, John, you know that this corruption matter, sometimes psychologists will tell you that it's a mind matter. A man or a woman, the tendency to be corrupt is in his or her mind. It's not a mechanical thing. He sits down and he conjectures what to do to cut short the process, cut short the system, undermine the system, become financially not very straightforward, become positionally not very straightforward, use his powers to get things that are not quite right, is in the mind. You are setting up these clubs at these levels, this vanguard, because you want to, and start addressing it from the lower level. Yeah. But as a mind matter, what level of cooperation and collaboration are you having with the mind institution called National Orientation Agency? Because they're supposed to be working on the minds of Nigerians in terms of orientation and reorientation.
The ICPC has a very healthy and robust working relationship with the National Orientation Agency, and it has been there forever. We, as I speak to you, we hold joint seminars. We go with the National Orientation when we go to do things, when we go to speak to people. We have gone with the National Orientation Agency across this country promoting a national policy that was developed by the ICPC and the National Orientation Agency called the National Ethics and Integrity Policy, which was launched in September 2020. We went round we worked on that with the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. And in promoting it, we had a committee made up of both the ICPC and the National Orientation Agency, and we went around this country in the first phase, speaking to critical stakeholders, including traditional rulers and religious leaders. We spoke to all members of the society at different points, went around the country. We have a very strong and beautiful working relationship with the National Orientation Agency. We recognize the fact that the National Orientation Agency is indeed the mind institution, and we work with them. A very healthy relationship, I must say.
Let me pull you. From time to time on this program, I always apologize to my guests and say, please, I will not lead you into temptation. But please, Nigeria's political recruitment process has been pummeled again and again by both the judiciary and media commentators as not quite healthy, has no respect for integrity, is only interested in the outcome. In other words, the end for them justifies the means. And that is the very opposite of the war against corruption. The means is necessary in achieving the end. Two issues for me arise. One, what are you doing to address the near endemic corruption in the political process in Nigeria? Or are we in the media getting it wrong? That is one. Okay. Two, what are you doing to prevent these youths whose values are sanitizing, who may in fact be interested in going into politics because they want leadership positions, from also being corrupted along the line? Because it is the corrupt process that gives you access in Nigerian politics. Okay. First, what are you doing about the professors of political corruption in our process?
Okay. Corruption thrives where there is opportunity. If there is no opportunity for corruption, corruption will not thrive. So the first thing to do is to design ways to reduce, diminish, if I may use that, or even remove the opportunity for corruption. Within the political space, you said some youth may want to attain leadership positions. Leadership position is different from leadership itself. Leadership is about service, not about position. So it takes us back to the process, to the idea of reorientation. The ICPC has been engaging with the political class. I must tell you, we have a relationship with the Senate Committee on Anti-Corruption, the House Committee on Anti-Corruption, and we have had invitations, input into orientation courses for newly elected political officers at different levels, local government level, state level, federal level. Once they get elected, we go talk to them, tell them what service is as different from amassing wealth and abusing power, because we have seen it. I will not sit here and pretend to say that all is well with the Nigerian political class and the Nigerian political system. No, it is not. The wrong set of values have been put forward there. On our way here, my colleagues were telling me of a time we went for, I didn't go with them, but they were telling me of a time we went to engage with some secondary school, no, nursery school children. And they asked them, what would you want to become? Others were saying, doctor, lawyer, engineer, and so on. And a young boy stood up and said, he wants to be a politician. And they asked the young lady, the young girl sitting beside him, what do you want to become? She said, I want to be his wife. As funny as it may sound, it points us to a very worrisome future. It tells us clearly that we have passed the wrong set of values to the young ones. Why does he want to become a politician? Because he has seen that within where he lives, within the Nigerian environment, the politicians appear to be the ones who are comfortable, appear to be the ones who are respected, appear to be the ones who have influence. Not his father who is a professor, not his mother who is a market woman, not his uncle who is a teacher, not his uncle who is a hard-working military officer sacrificing his life for the betterment of this country and the defense of our territorial integrity. No. The politician, it doesn't matter whether he's a councillor or the Senate, or he's in the Senate or a governor. All he sees about politicians is
they live good.
Affluence.
Success.
Power. Success, no. Okay, to him, to that child, that is success. You know. So the ICPC is working towards a reorientation for these adults who are politicians, and to make them understand that, look, political office is not about position, it's not about material acquisition, it's about service. I talked earlier about the National Ethics and Integrity Policy.
Yes.
In the National Ethics and Integrity Policy, there are 7 core values, which include integrity, patriotism, national unity, professionalism, and personal responsibility. You cannot be patriotic as a politician if all you think about in the course of politicking and executing the office you have attained through political election or appointment, if all you think about is amassing wealth, abusing your influence and power, you cannot be said to be successful. That is not success. So we have been working with politicians. I will not say politicians
at that institutional level.
At that institutional level.
John, let me just interject.
Yes.
Somebody who has become a governor, yes. Somebody who is now a senator, a distinguished senator, and somebody who is an honorable member of the House of Representatives or state legislature, who arrived there through this very wrong, corrupt process. He went through it, he corrupted it, he benefited from it, and he arrived. He is an archangel of the process, and you went to speak with Beelzebub. That's what you did. John, let me ask you, please, instead of talking with Beelzebub, how are you engaging the political parties? Because, Sir John, they midwife the process, they bring up what we're talking about, they are the producers of those we say are not doing good enough for the image and for the value of this country. What are you doing with them, and what are you saying to them?
Okay. First of all, there is no situation that is irredeemable. We believe that. There
So
is no situation
we
that
can
is
bring them
irredeemable.
out from hell.
We can't
towards heaven.
Probably that is why there is purgatory.
Okay.
For some who cannot make heaven,
Immediately.
to go through some redemptive processes before they are cleansed to go to heaven. But the truth is, no situation is redeemable, and there is no system that is perfect. We recognize that. As I speak to you now, there is a process in place. The present chairman of the ICPC, Dr. Musa Adamu Ali USAN, has been engaging attorney generals in all the states to discuss ways the law can be used to strengthen processes, block opportunities for corrupt practices, be they political or administrative. That is ongoing. We have held conversations with them across the various zones of the country, and it's ongoing. It is all geared towards bringing a total approach to these anti-corruption strategies. Now, with the political parties, we would engage them. We will engage them. The political parties do not exist in a vacuum. Politicians make up these political parties. The political parties on themselves or in themselves will not make any change if the players, if the actors within the political system
don't collaborate,
do not collaborate
and
with
don't
them.
buy into it.
Yes. So we are approaching them at different levels. We will eventually have something that will bring all the political parties together. But we have been speaking with them. When we go for these orientations, the political parties are there. The political party leaders are there. We speak with them. We talk with them. And we are open to further engagements. And we will not stop. Under the leadership of the present chairman, I am sure we will not stop. We will continue.
Please don't stop. Now, if you listen to some media commentators or even some politicians themselves, they will say, no politician can be corrupt unless he has the assistance of an establishment staff, a civil servant, and all that. Have you heard that before?
Yes, I have heard it.
Does it make meaning?
Well, like I said before, corruption thrives where there is opportunity. We have within the civil service, there could be systems and process failures which will throw up opportunities. It is true that within the civil service we have some civil servants who are minded towards corruption. We have some civil servants who, I do not want to use the term lure, who guide political office holders into committing corrupt practices. It is also true that there are some political office holders who come into the system and corrupt the civil servants. So it's a two-way thing. I wouldn't want to blame the civil servants, neither would I want to place the blame entirely on the political office holders. It's a two-way thing, and we need to work with both sides to ensure that we have a clean civil service. That is why the ICPC has what is called the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Units in all ministries, departments, and agencies.
How well are they working?
They are working, but not at the level we desire them to be, because there are some challenges. And we are looking towards reducing those challenges and empowering them to work better.
Can we change the word from challenge to resistance from the system?
Resistance from the system. Well, I would not want to use that.
Okay.
No, I would not want
I'll
to
leave
use
you.
that.
I'll leave you with John. I'll leave you with the challenge. Yes.
We also have what we call system studies and review, where our operatives go into established systems of government in the governance process of ministries, departments, and agencies, we look at their systems. We do not go with the intention of investigating, no. We are collaborating with these ministries, departments, and agencies to look at their systems and processes to help them identify within their own system weaknesses, areas that are vulnerable to corruption, areas that could be taken advantage of. Some of these areas, they are not even aware themselves who designed it, that these areas are vulnerable to corruption or that they have been taken advantage of. Sometimes when we point them out to them, they are surprised, and we work together to redesign the process to bring about a better system. We also deploy what we call the Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which assesses the health of ministries, departments, and agencies in terms of their administrative conduct. To say, okay, you have done this, you have done that, you have done this, these are the things you are doing. We have grading systems for them. And at the end of every deployment cycle, when we come up with results, the ministries, the departments, and agencies, even those that do not do very well, are happy that we have brought a system that checks them, that helps them, that evaluates them, and helps them to do better. So they try, if, for example, the Minister of Water Resources comes first this year, you see the Minister of Education struggling to be first the next time. You see the Nigerian Immigration Service struggling.
And all these are incremental improvements in integrity.
Incremental improvements to strengthen integrity systems, to make sure that at the end of the day, the Nigerian state, the Nigerian people are the beneficiaries of these improvements.
John, let me gossip. Do you allow me to gossip?
Go ahead, sir.
John, have you heard the whisper that so much property in Abuja and Lagos and schools and small hotels around the country are owned by senior civil servant directors? Have you heard about it?
Yes, we have heard about them. I have heard about them as rumors and as gossips. There have not been evidence. Perhaps if we find evidence.
That's where I was heading to. That you and I have heard of these rumors, and the rumors seem not to be dying away. And ICPC has investigative and prosecutory authority, and its area of really core responsibilities in the public sector. If these rumors are there and they are painting the image of the country not in the best of colors, are those rumors of interest to ICPC? And if they are, what is ICPC doing?
They are of interest to the ICPC. And the ICPC, in some cases, have actually, through evidence-led investigation, have identified some properties in this regard. And we have had forfeitures. We have had forfeitures, we have had seizures, we have had recoveries, we have had forfeitures from civil servants, political office holders, businessmen. It doesn't matter who you are, but we have had some forfeitures. We have had some, including those of people who got into service using false credentials, and when they thought they had retired to enjoy their loot. Just recently in Lagos, we had an in-rem judgment where an hotel and some monies in the bank were forfeited. How did this happen? Somebody, he's late now, may God bless his soul, somebody who used fake credentials, academic credentials, to get a job with ExxonMobil. Worked for many years. Received salaries, made money, acquired assets. It was discovered later that he used fake credentials. He owned up to it himself.
Before his death.
Before his death. And he forfeited everything he got through that process. The ICPC was instrumental to that. There are others. If I had known this was going to come up, I would have come with statistics. I wouldn't want to say something that is not, I cannot readily back up now. But I know we have them. And we are not resting. What I want to encourage the Nigerian public is to have faith in the ICPC. Have faith in their government. Have faith that systems that have been put in place and are managed by Nigerians like themselves, we are not perfect. We're not saying we are perfect.
Nobody is.
Nobody is.
Anywhere.
And we are only appealing that they have faith in the system and trust us with information that we can use. Trust us with information. The ICPC will not fail you. I do not think any anti-corruption agency in Nigeria would want to fail.
Now, John, you have touched something rather raw that you have to address. Please. If the Nigerian will provide information here in this country, not once, I will give you evidence now. This office, this organization, did a story on exam malpractice. We followed it from the special centers where the student is registered to study. We went and registered. We followed it to the recommendation of, we'll help you to be posted for the exam, the WAEC exam, in a center that you cannot fill your paper, but you pay a certain amount of money, and this is the bank. We paid with receipt, and we know the bank. We went ahead with our hidden cameras and sat the examination with them, and the teachers who were first sending the answer to smartphones, including our own smartphone, some students could not copy. They entered the hall to read the answer to the questions. Some of the students could not catch up with the speed. They then went on the blackboard to write number X, answer A on the board. We did not gossip. We had everything on camera. We came here and we did the story. We went to the Ministry of Education with the information we had. And an officer in the Ministry of Education said to us, after making your noise, what will happen? We went ahead and we did that story. It was a NECO exam. The NECO officials called us to a meeting on how to douse the story. We used their effort to do that story, that they were making an effort. What happened? ICPC. If the whistleblower is not protected or encouraged, how can you succeed? That's why I'm telling you that long story.
The whistleblower needs to
The story is still in the organization.
Well, I will ask you to please do the ICPC this favor, because the ICPC is serious about exam malpractice. We worked with a body called Exam Ethics sometime in the past, and we frown at exam malpractice at whatever level.
John, the core issue now is, what do you do to the whistleblower when he is disparaging his organization? Some of them are demoted, some of them are transferred because they provide information. How do you protect them?
We have had situations where we removed whistleblowers that we knew of from areas where they were exposed to harm, and including getting them transferred or having their service transferred from one state to the federal, just to protect the whistleblower. The whistleblower protection policy is something that the ICPC desires that should be given stronger fight. The ICPC believes that whistleblowers are an essential part in the anti-corruption architecture. And by whatever way, they should be protected. There should be laws to protect the whistleblower. My chairman has always said that. Our previous chairmen have always said that. But the ICPC doesn't make laws. No. The ICPC desires to see whistleblowers protected. And what it can do within its own powers to protect whistleblowers, it is doing, if it is aware. Another thing that we must be conscious of is we should not assume that the ICPC knows everything. The ICPC is presently in 21 states of the Federation. We desire to be in every state, and if possible, every local government. But with the funds available to the ICPC, we can only be in 21 states at this time, hoping that eventually we will be in every state. So we're not omniscient. And we're not even omnipresent to say we know what is sitting here now, we know what is happening in KB State. No. But people in KB, people in Cross River, people in Ebonyi, people in Bayelsa, people in Ekiti know what is happening around them. Do they report? Some do not report because of this inadequate protection for whistleblowers, given the Nigerian environment where, oh, you do not know what will happen to you. But if we all keep saying, because there isn't enough protection for whistleblowers, the whistle you refuse to blow, the person you refuse to blow this whistle against, or the group of people, or the actions, could come back to haunt you. We are not saying be careless in blowing the whistle, but you can give us things in confidence. We have anonymous reporting format where nobody knows you're the one reporting. We get that. You can also walk into our office and quietly tell us things. You can write your petitions anonymously. You can use emails that are not directly linked to you and send us mails. We will not reveal. We keep everything in confidence. The ICPC encourages anonymous reporting, encourages respect for confidentiality, and will continue to work towards midwifing. Let me say that. Work with other anti-corruption agencies towards midwifing a very strong whistleblower protection policy, and not just policy, whistleblower protection legislations for this country, because that is, in my view, that's the way to go.
Well, on the latter side, John, maybe you're asking those responsible for legislating to commit rank suicide.
I am asking those responsible for legislating to do what is right by Nigeria.
To do what is right. It's like even if that do what is right takes them to say to the gallows. Anyway, John, there are two issues I want to raise with you, because I'm also looking at my time. I hope you don't mind, but I want to squeeze them in very quickly. You know that when a criminal becomes very elusive, the police, which is the primary security institution we know, the police will put a price on the head of that elusive criminal. And you know what happened? Before you know it, the man who is elusive, because of the reward that comes with assisting, the man is found, and the crime is cracked, and the villain is punished. Yes, you are moralizing, you are persuading, you are pushing the boundary of patriotism and citizen responsibility. If you see what is wrong, please speak. If you see corruption, please let us know. We won't compromise. We're not going to sacrifice you. But we use the information to clean society better. But this criminal called corruption is turning itself into a giant, gradually, progressively. Why don't you put a price on its head and say, if you give us information that leads to the middle of this your reward?
Well, the ICPC has not done that before, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah. I do not know if we will do that, but we believe that in the ICPC, we believe that it is the responsibility of every Nigerian to see corruption, speak against it, report it, and hope that actions will be taken to reverse bad situations for good. So we would continue to encourage. If tomorrow we do this, put a prize. Well, I wouldn't know what my superiors would say.
It's a lot of system consideration.
It is a system consideration thing. But then, corruption, we must understand that corruption fights back.
It does.
4 or 5, multiple times harder than you are fighting against it. And we should never give up. We may not be heading towards, we may not have reached El Dorado, so to say, but we should be working towards going there.
Now, I'm going to interject, John, because that will allow me, what you just said now will allow me the second issue I want to raise. This anti-corruption fight began with the Obasanjo administration. Even it didn't begin then, because if you listen to every change of government anyhow in Nigeria, corruption has been there.
Yes.
The reason for the change.
Yes.
But let me take the Obasanjo period and now. Can you please take a tape and score? What distance do you think you've covered? How well has Nigeria done?
I will tell you that Nigeria and Nigerians have done well. Before 2000, before the year 2000, Obasanjo came into office in 1999.
Yes.
Before the year 2000, when ICPC was established, we had many interventionist programs. The War Against Indiscipline. Before War Against Indiscipline, there was the Ethical Revolution, War Against Indiscipline, War Against Indiscipline and Corruption, and all of them. They didn't really work out because they didn't have legal frameworks to back them. The Obasanjo administration came and gave birth to the ICPC. Before the ICPC, there was a constitutional body on the ground, the Code of Conduct Bureau.
Yes.
Now, the Code of Conduct Bureau was there, the Public Complaints Commission was there, yet we still had these issues, indicative of the fact that there was need for re-strategizing. The ICPC came with powers to investigate and prosecute, with a 3-pronged mandate: enforcement, prevention, and citizens mobilization. Now, that gave a new vista to reporting corruption and gave hope that, oh, things could actually change. After the ICPC, we had the EFCC that came and looked at corruption from another dimension, economic and financial crimes purely. After the EFCC, in 2007, the Nigerian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative came on board to look at unwholesome practices within the extractive industry. Now, if you look at these 3 agencies I have mentioned, with the support of the National Orientation Agency too, because the National Orientation Agency is amplifying what we do and going about the orientation. Between 2000 and 2025, you will agree with me that Nigerians have become more aware of the destructive effect of corruption than they ever were before. Nigerians have become more exposed to strategies for fighting and reporting corruption than they had before. The diminishing of corruption and corrupt practices within the system has been given greater fillip, greater bite, so to say, that even a primary school child is now emboldened to speak out, speak up against corruption. In the ministries, departments, and agencies, people are more careful now. Within the political class, people are more careful. I'm not saying corruption has been wiped out, no. But on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say from the Obasanjo initiative of 2000, of creating the ICPC in 2000, to where we are today, though it's still work in progress, but we have crossed the 50% mark. And something very interesting is citizen participation. We are taking ownership of the anti-corruption fight. The average citizen believes now that, look, it cannot continue, it cannot be business as usual. They support us. The average Nigerian supports the anti-corruption fight. We get tremendous support from the media, civil society, the traditional rulers, religious leaders, the student population, the civil servants, even the military. We are getting support. So with this upsurge in support, I will not say we are not doing well. We may not be where we want to be yet, but we are hoping to get there, and we are not resting on our laurels for now. We intend to keep pushing, and we hope that we get there. But Nigeria's progress in anti-corruption is working well. And a clear testimony to that now is our recent delisting from the FATF grey list.
Great. For those of you watching us from across the world, our colleagues in US and UK, who still depend on old stories, somehow you get stuck in old narratives. The fact of the matter is that Nigerian institutions are insisting on sanitizing this society so that everyone who dares decide to be corrupt will get to know and get to feel that corruption cannot pay within Nigerian environment. And it's not just an institutional matter. The average Nigerian citizen says it's a fight to the finish.
Yes.
John?
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, in the past 60 minutes, I've been speaking with John Ode, the spokesperson for ICPC and is head of media and public communications. You know that conversation never ends. It comes day after day after day. Enjoy the rest of the day and please have a great weekend. My name is Nwagboze Njoko. Good morning.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You're welcome to Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. We are going to take you through major developments, major events in our country. And I wish you, once again, a happy and prosperous new year, even though the month of January has gone very far. But as long as we have January, we'll still continue to wish you a happy and prosperous new year. Once again, my name is Mike Obania. We're going to take you through some of the major events in our country. And we're looking at the development in River State. River State's politics, River State judiciary, the impeachment process of the governor of River State has just been put on hold through the action of the court. We look at the developments. We also look at the development in Kano State, where the Kano State governor, Abbas Yusuf, has resigned from the New Nigerian People's Party. He has not made his new party known. And, you know, this is a season of defection. Well, we look at that too. Then the abduction that took place in Kaduna State. The abduction of worshippers that took place in Kaduna State. First of all, the security agencies denied that nothing of sort took place. But later, they accepted the fact that there was actually an abduction. And it comes at a time when Nigeria has paid so much money to an American lobbyist, you know, to launder the image of Nigeria. With me in the studio this morning is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje is a seasoned economist. Dr. Ukeje, you are welcome to the program.
Good morning, Mike.
Thank you very much. Mr. Martin Ani is a seasoned public affairs analyst. Ms. Ani, you're welcome to the program. Good morning. Good morning. You shake him on my behalf because he's tired. Thank you very much. It's like we are meeting for the first time since the year. You are welcome. You are welcome. Yes. Thank you very much for coming, and we wish you a happy and prosperous new year. It's like we have all stayed long in ENUGU state, really. And I want to take you to the center. Okay. I want to take you to the center of Nigerian politics. I don't know whether you agree for us to go to the center, because all these governors that have defected, they want to be at the center, you know. In fact, that's the reason, major reason that they are giving for defection. They want to bring their people to the center. You know, in Enugu, for instance, the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mbam, when he defected from the People's Democratic Party to APC, he said his major reason was to bring Enugu State and Southeast to the center. Let's look at this center thing. I mean, we've been, the Southeast, for instance, Enugu State has been in the center of politics, you know, for 24 years since inception of this, you know, democracy experiment in 1999. 24 years of PDP rule in Enugu State. 24 years of PDP rule in Abia State. People are still talking about going to the, what is the essence of going to the center? You know, really, when you look at the whole thing, is it profitable? We were there for 24 years. What are we going to do there?
These are remarks by, let's say, Johnny Ben. You don't take what they are saying for political party or our constitution, or the constitution of Nigeria, assumes representative participation in government. But those people are not representing, they are representing themselves. So don't bother yourself about what they said or what they didn't say. But unity does not mean uniformity. Three of us here can see him very young and agile, can see me old and declining. But we are united, but we are not uniform. Anybody who tells you that he's going to the center for something, he's going for himself. Before you go anywhere, you will be delegated. That's why people are called delegates. The one of Kano is most interesting. But they say that those who forget history will leave it again. Abubakar Remi was well educated, he was a foreign service officer. But when he came into politics, he followed Aminu Kano, who was not as, you know, you can't call him a polished man in terms of, but he had a heart for the ordinary people.
Yes.
That was his effort. So he joined him because that was the winning framework.
Yeah.
Of course, when things fell apart between the two of them, he moved to MPP at that time. That change created a problem that eventually led to the loss of his life. Kano is a very large community, but let us see how this one goes. No, we shouldn't be wasting our time about.
Yeah, it's not really a question of wasting our time. It's a question. That question is relevant.
You know, we are talking about how long the PDP, before now, PDP has stayed in Enugu before this vote phase. Okay, the point here is this. You can agree with me that since 1999, apart from the Second Republic, and then up to, you know, then when we had parties that had ideology. You know, these days, parties do not have ideology. So parties do not maintain left or right, or center left or center right. There are no conservatives. There are no liberals. There is no little to the left and little to the right and center. So what people do is to have a purpose vehicle, you know, a means to get to power. They don't see politics since 1999 as a means to hold on to power. And that was what, coincidentally, PDP did. It wasn't as if PDP had any ideology. Could you term them liberalists? Could you tell them conservative? No. Could you tell them welfarists? No. Could you say they are center left or center right? No. Anything that could enable them survive was what they welcomed, whether it was conservative or liberal. It doesn't matter. So the point here is that it was just a mere coincidence that had PDP run to 24 years. That I just mentioned, and then capitulated under Goodluck Jonathan, you know, because he wasn't forceful about the election, he wasn't determined to run with it, to hold it and catch it at all means. So that was why PDP lost. If not, PDP would have seeing how got to power, assuming they had a leader who was more forceful and all that. So the point here is that Enugu living PDP, just like you mentioned. You know, last year when we were discussing in this forum, I mentioned about popular politics and then elitist politics. You know, these are people playing elitist politics.
Yeah.
I want to move to the center to make the place better. What has changed since moving? Apart from possibly Uchenna losing his seat at the Senate and then being the leader of APC. He nominated someone from his cabinet, who was the former commissioner of Attorney General, to replace the Minister of Science and Technology.
Yes, Uchenna losing his position
yes, because
at
of
the executive
exactly. So what has
level.
changed? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed. The allocation is still the same. If he has the zeal to work for Enugu, it's still the same zeal, assuming he's still pushful. If he wants to work for the people, he will still work for the people. But if he wants to work for some persons at the expense of the people, in order to have opportunity to be at the center for protection against certain things that may be undemocratic, that is also personal to him. So for us, it is his personal decision to move to the center, but we are yet to see the import of that movement. So, like I stated, Enugu being in PDP for the past 24 years just a mere coincidence. Even ruling Nigeria.
Martin, I think I argued one day that PDP was one political party that was formed by consensus. Regardless of the fact that Obasanjo was jump-started into it, he wasn't a member of the organization. Of the Kwame that was leading them. But if you look at the character of the people who were chairman of the party, Kwame, Solomon La, you know, they were people who were open.
Focused.
They were open to dialogue.
Exactly.
If you remember, throughout the time that the PDP was in office at the federal level, Borno State, Yobe State, Lagos State, I can't remember any other state now, continued to be governed by parties that are not members of the People Democratic Party. And I don't think anybody went to jail for that reason. Actually, what is called APC now was a patchwork of people who left PDP in opposition to Jonathan running for president in 2015. So they were quite different, but what we should focus on is representative governance. If you follow international developments now, you see the UK Prime Minister was even talking about Trump as if they were mates. But Trump represents some solid interest in the United States. People who believe that the US is being taken as big for nothing. And that is why much of what he does is carried forward because he represents some people. But this one we are seeing in Nigeria is following one man.
Yes.
Even when your family members do not know him or are against him. You know, it's like Amakeku. There's a music that we used to call Amakeku. Whatever you are told, you ignore it and you do whatever you like. But like it happened in the First Republic, when you build a pyramid, when you build a steel structure, one leader, one person, everybody's following him. When he's not there, things will fall apart and there will be, the center has fallen and nobody will know where to go. It will be like Israel that said everybody to your own home. But it's not good because people's life has
so then that brings us to the issue of what we should do at this moment to reverse the situation. Because, I mean, power belongs to the people. If I am a governor, I am moving from one particular party, a party that elected me into office. Okay? The implication is that I should first of all get support from those who elected me. Throw the issue before that. I said, look, I am going there. You know,
but don't need to belabor the point. Edward the VII in England up to today, being a Catholic is a no-go area for the kingship. When he fell in love with a Catholic, Davosi, he abdicated the kingdom.
Yeah.
And went to the United States to marry the person he loved. Can you imagine anybody who is Sultan in Sokoto converting to Christianity and remaining a Sultan? It's just that these people are private and they're engaged in private business.
Yeah.
So whatever they say has nothing to do with the people.
Just to take it up from there, have you seen APC since the emergence of Tinubu? What are the ingredients? What can you say is a democratic party? Where are the organs? Are they functioning? You can see what is going on in Rivers. One man is not in PDP, one man is not in APC, one man is also in Tinubu's government, commanding certain things, dictating certain things within PDP and APC at the same time. That is not normal in a democracy. The party will call a meeting and then sanction you.
You are going far. In ENUGU here now,
so,
if you go around the town,
so what exactly is going on?
Where local government chairman and the governor are calling people to come and
register.
Exactly.
What is
happening?
The
party has
the
chairman
structure
and the executive.
Exactly.
But public resources are being used to.
So,
and once they do it, once they do e-registration, they will nominate people without people voting. That was what used to remove Ambode. The party sent people to go and conduct the nomination. Adam Soshomole was the chairman at that time. He said no, the nomination had not been done, but still insisted that it had been done. Civil servants, local government employees are now being registered as members of APC.
The last neck that APC had held in the presidency. So it looks as if, okay, at the moment, Professor Yewatide or whatever, the APC chairman, is trying to rein in the skirmish going on in Rivers as the leader of the APC. I said, the governor of the state, who is now a member, is the leader. But some people are doing things different from what they... So you can see that this is not how a political party is run. Where is the neck? Where is the organs? Where are the structures? That determine the president is just a member of the party.
No, like I said, you are going too far. There is a crime.
So it's unfortunate. So there's no party in Nigeria.
I first saw it in Port Harcourt.
There's no party, political party.
Some criminals will announce that there is other fire or something. People will start running. When they run away, they will stay there. So if the main man is against what is happening, he will speak. All this,
he's deliberate.
He's just
been he's been deliberate. It's a political strategy to pretend as if you don't know what's going on, so that nobody will say I said. Nobody will say, oh, I didn't say. At the same time, things are going wrong, and you are the leader. So, can you tell me that's how the Labour Party in UK run? Can you tell me that's what Bednock is doing? The Nigerian woman.
So the issue really, gentlemen, is that we don't have political parties.
What we have is amalgamation.
We don't
of
have
interest.
political parties at the
People
moment.
who have interest, temporary,
special purpose vehicle.
Just
we don't
to
have
capture
political parties
power
at the moment, and that is very regrettable, because I remember that in the Second Republic we have the Unity Party of Nigeria. If you are a member of Unity Party of Nigeria, you know why. You know the ideology of UPN. You know the ideology of MPP. You know the ideology of MPM. But these days, people anything goes. But that's quite unfortunate for the development of democracy and party politics in our country. But that takes us to Rivers State, where there is the impeachment process of Fubara has been stalled. Temporarily, of course, temporarily, because the judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon Amade, has says it's no longer going to entertain any the impeachment process that because of a court order restraining him from receiving documents about the impeachment from the legislature in Rivers State. And Of course, the Amewule faction of the legislature has gone on an appeal over this issue, and and the judge says until there is a determination of this case, I'll no longer touch the case, the matter, even with a long spoon. So, what does that say to democracy? What does that say to democracy in Rivers State? What does that say to the government's objective of working for the people, working for the problem? Because it seems as if there is no governance in Rivers State. There's no governance.
Money, traveling anywhere he likes. His wife is spending money, going anywhere she likes. His son is going around. So he says, how can he be working for the people? The judiciary already has announced that they are standing on one man's mandate. I said, these things are just jokes. The impeachment process, in fact, impeachment means accusation. That's what it means. The vote to remove somebody from office is a different thing. But you cannot go to equity with unclean hands. It's only in Nigeria that judges pretend to be deaf when they like. If you accuse people, if you impeach them, you send the accusations to them and they respond. Fubara and the deputy governor have not responded. Yet the thing was sent to the chief judge. The chief judge, knowing the law, should have said, cannot be treated because the response of the accused is not attached.
Yeah, but the Constitution gives you space to respond. And I think in this case, the intention to impeach the governor, a letter was sent to the governor, was served to the governor.
The governor said he didn't receive
it. He didn't receive it.
It should be attached.
Okay.
To that accusation, because once you accuse, you get members to sign, they agree, they list the accusations and send it to the accused. He responds. You now vote again after that. This response is not satisfactory. You attach the votes, attach the response, and send to the chief judge, pleading with. But the chief judge also has a duty to read what you have written. And if it doesn't make sense, it's only in Nigeria that people go to court to say preliminary objection. So in other jurisdictions that are republics, in US, if you accuse somebody of something, the clerk of court will read it. And if it is not to be determined, it will be thrown out. You don't waste people's, because it costs money for a court to sit. There is a case reported in Abuja. The People's Democratic Party requested the court to grant them authority to enter their compound, which have been occupied by police and wicked. The judge said, I will not issue it, and I will not strike it out. I will dismiss it. What does he mean? It's just psychologically hurting the party. But even the law of physics say that if you have a center of gravity, once it tips, there will be a crash. In the 1960s, the Northern People's Party tried it. People like J.O.J. Okeze, who is not from the north, joined the party. Memphis Okilo formed a small party that has aligned with it. Eventually, where did we end up? But it appears the lesson of that period is only for the Igbos. But I think sooner than later, other people are going to learn the lesson.
Mr. Martin, really, as you make contribution, you should also look at the issue of governance. Is governance taking place?
That's exactly what I'm about saying. One, it is good you are trying to, walk us through how impeachment works and all that, and then the procedure it takes, documents that are required before the process goes. The point here is that, is it not becoming very infantile, very childish, and very frivolous that impeachment is now used as a tool, a political tool, a kind of witch hunt in Rivers State? These are political parties. These are a set of people whom we know how they emerged in the political force of that state. And we know the man who said he actually made all of them. And the same man now says, since you are not going against what I want, I'm going to deal with you. The last time president had to intervene, and then we thought it was all over. Then what is going on in Rivers is unfortunate. Under any president, that shouldn't happen. In fact, In fact, under the current administration, with what has happened in Rivers State, it has been a mockery of democracy in Nigeria. The world is laughing at us.
Yeah.
Look at governance is suffering in that state. Because, okay, now look at the point. You said Fubara is working with a budget that is not approved by lawmakers. Now, which budget was approved for the military man?
Yes.
The military man. Look, the state local government allocation was seized at the suspension of democracy in Rivers. Both the governor, deputy, and the House of Assembly. But the moment the military administrator came to power, that allocation was released the next day. So under what condition was it released? There was no elected chairman in the council areas. There was no democratic institutions anywhere. And then the money was released. So it is a show of shame that is going on because, like you said, Rivers people are suffering. Development is stalled. All they are doing there is how to get the money out of that state, possibly to the center. The one that the military administrators pretended over for 9 months, 6 months, this Ameule led whatever, said, come and account. Did he follow that through? No. The man didn't come to account and we've not heard anything about it again for 6 months. Yeah. For 6 months. So what kind of system is that?
Yeah, but the governor is still receiving his allocation.
Sure. But what we are saying
so
is
what
that,
happens with the money that
no,
he
he's
receives?
working. No, he has going about commissioning a few things, working. No, we've been watching him.
Yeah.
But the point here is that he is not operating optimally because of these troubles here and there, orchestrated by.
Like I said, it is,
why is it that what makes it difficult for Mr. President to rein in yes, Wike?
No.
Because I mean it's a public knowledge.
It's simple.
Unless you want me to say that,
it's politics.
It. Look,
what does he stand to gain by causing
personal
division?
Power.
All right.
Personal power.
Yeah, let me not hurt this man. Let me not hurt the other man. Let's see how we continue.
The military rule. This didn't start in 1999. In the old Anambra State, the word dichotomy was introduced by political philosopher Dr. Chuboka Debo. He did not consider anything beyond him to wreck Anambra State for his personal benefit and the benefit of his paymasters. He was a member of NCNC as a young man. But the moment he joined MPN and Zik was in MPP,
he did what he called political arithmetic.
He did not spare anybody, even calling Zik an ant. And it's not just, look at his home, look at Onitsha. He was a member of NCNC when Zik was the leader. Zik was president of Nigeria. He did, but where is he today? They followed Buhari, who locked him up. They say he was tear gassed. Everybody, young Martin, yourself, myself, we must stand for something. Politics without principle, according to Mahatma Gandhi, is the problem that we are having. Yusuf in Kano have been following Kwankwaso.
Kwankwasia movement
for a long time. What is it that has happened after he had won? And that election would have been taken from him. But for supporters of Kwankwaso, particularly one sheikh, somebody Bauchi, who threatened the Supreme Court that if they annul the election, then there will be consequences. Of course, they know the people who can cause riots. Now, he is against his master. If you go to scripture, you will see what happened to those who betray their master. Interestingly, I saw on television where he and his group were still wearing
the Kwankwasia cap. All over, They didn't discard it.
You carry your father's house to another person's place and say we have come as slaves.
Now you ask yourself, what exactly is the Kano governor going to lose staying put in the party that made him? Nothing. Because the entire local government is still run by them. The entire House of Reps, the senators.
Is he afraid that we will not be given a second term
there is something,
ticket to run for second
they are not telling us. Possibly they want to tell us that if we are not here, even when we win in our place, it will be taken away from us. Maybe they are not telling us that is what they've been told. Maybe there's something they've been told behind the scene that they need to tell us. Because what exactly is the game?
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that we have, politicians of this ilk and those who are averse to standing for any principle, any ideology, and we hoping and praying that that day will come when the political parties in Nigeria will be built around principles, will be built around ideology, and of course have followers, strong followers who know where they are going. It's not when the leader, like what we are experiencing at the moment, if the leader defects to party A, then everybody will follow him to party A without asking questions. Gentlemen, something happened, in Kaduna at a time that the federal government, put up a stiff denial to the effect that Christians are not being, persecuted, or there's no genocide against Christians in Nigeria. And even at a point when we were told that the federal government had hired a lobbyist in the United States, which of course the government has not come out clearly to tell us what happened, and so much amount of money, public payers' money, has been paid to the lobbyist. We had this incident in Kaduna last week where about 160, 170 church worshippers, were abducted. The initial reaction of the government, the initial reaction of security agents was that nothing of such happened.
Yeah,
they can insisted that something happened. We're happy that today, so what would make a government act that
Let me
way?
just weigh in quickly. The point here is this: America, the Congress committee, and all that reported to Donald Trump, said there is persecution of Christians in Nigeria, and then Nigeria said no, that is both Christian, Muslim, and all that. But the point here is this. In fact, the very day this news broke out, after 2 or 3 days before Nigeria started admitting it, I was watching Al Jazeera and they carried it. I said, wow. The next thing, CNN carried it. So the point here is, what would that lobbyist or that company be telling President Trump now that he will also be reading, or he would also be privileged to be watching, that a whole parishioners, in fact, that foreign television showed the entire church how the system, music equipment were scattered. I don't know whether you watched the video, how the entire building was wrecked, slippers, shoes, people's head gears, everything, everywhere, on the bags and everything. In fact, the church was a mess. So the point here is, what kind of state are we running that will rather, instead of dealing with our internal affairs, domestic affairs, squarely, firm, as a government that has all the apparatus to deal with it, and we're not able to deal with it, and then we're going to pay 9 million to lobbyists to go and sell a wrong narrative? Is that what it means? Or when they see this one, they will hide it? Unfortunately, they cannot hide it because it's all over the news. So the point I'm trying to make here is that Nigeria is putting their money where it doesn't matter. We have quite a lot of ungoverned spaces. In fact, I was watching that news on telly with all the video and all that. With my wife, I told my wife, what it means now is that wherever the terrorists or Lakarwa, or wherever they strike, then the governor was saying there is need for military, what is it called? Military facility installation. So I asked my wife, does it mean that every part of Nigeria will now there will be military installation in every part for us to remain secure? That is not the way to go in this digital era. Where are the technologies? Where are the other AI devices and all that, drone, blah, 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 that you can actually deploy to monitor what is going on in the 30 states and report to a single command and control center? We're not going to invest in that. Rather, we're getting 9 million to give to a lobbyist to go and start lobbying and laundering. What image are we going to launder?
He asked that question, Doctor. What image are we trying to launder? What image?
Forget that one. Because if you're looking for big law firms in Nigeria, I don't think they're in Kaduna.
Exactly.
For the National Security Advisor to rent a lawyer in Kaduna, to rent somebody in Washington. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Federal Ministry of Information, the National Orientation Agency, the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, all these are bodies that are supposed to relate with people abroad.
Yeah.
So, and you know that the NSA wants to run for governor of Adamawa State. There was a time they wanted to impose some tax on bank transactions to be remitted to him. That one entered cold water. He is now spending money that is not budgeted. But more to the point is that when you hear that, like I use the word Amakebu, when you hear that some youths in an area are terrorizing, it is their father that have ignored them.
Exactly.
What they are doing. When people said you should have balance in the presidential ticket, the Muslim combination, the person who originated it is Tinubu. He wanted to run with Abuhari, but Buhari felt that it would be like scandalous.
Yeah.
Now he has enacted it. His vice presidential candidate was governor in Borno State. When there was a cartoon in Denmark, this Denmark that is involved in a Greenland problem against the Prophet of Islam, there was a reverend father who is in charge of St. Michael's in Maiduguri, who was very generous and was feeding destitute. They killed him and burnt him. Up to today, I'm a Catholic, the body has not been buried because they seized it that somebody killed in the pursuit of religion cannot be given honorable burial. This is the people who are governing us. It took the intervention of people like Shobowale, who writes in the Vanguard, to get Ambode to be governor of Lagos State, because it said they were tired of having only Muslims being elected, Tinubu, Fashola, and they were going to get another Muslim. It was that upset that brought Ambode. But Ambode was a trained accountant, a trained accountant. So all the mago they do in politics, his knowledge affected him. He cannot say, carry cash and give this man. You must prepare voucher.
Yeah.
You write something. And they didn't like that kind of thing. So they engineered him out. Are you following?
Yes.
It's the same thing that is happening to Fubara. Fubara is an accountant. He was a civil servant. He knows that when he was working on that weekend, they could bring out the money. He will write what he will write. If they ignore it, he has his own record. Now that he's the main man, he will not do the same thing. So the people we call bandits and terrorists, the people know them. They know them. It doesn't happen. Have they kidnapped any of their own children or their family members and they didn't see what will happen? So the way the police, the local government chairman and the Kaduna State government vigorously denied the announcement by CAN was an embarrassment. But you know that there's a Chinese proverb that says a time of crisis is a time of opportunity. You can see what's happening in Greenland, Ukraine, NATO. They believe that Trump's attention has shifted and they are continuing with what they are doing. It's the world in the wilderness. We're in the wilderness. Because what provokes the Muslim antagonists is preached every day in mosques. Go to the road, highway now, and you watch trucks moving from the north. You will see things like sword, drawn on bodies of men. And some of the things they write there show the orientation. The Nigerian Army logo has something written in Arabic. Are we an Arabic country? Some people don't understand what it means, but what does it mean to me? I don't know. So the government has been promoting Islamic religion. It's in the constitution. They talk about Sharia, they talk about this, talk about that. My problem is that the people who are in office now kept drumming restructuring when they were out of office. Now that the new mantra is on my mandate. When will you restructure? Because if there are people who think that Christianity is a challenge to their tradition, you should separate yourself from such people. You can't insist that you will be with them and then impose the Islamic tax on them.
The question again is how was it possible for that number of worshippers to have been abducted, in broad daylight and taken away without the security agencies, without the security agencies knowing?
It's not today that it's happening. The Chibok girls, how were they taken? The ones that have been happening, it's not even the Niger. So many of them that have been happening. Look, that's why I said that we don't have a security architecture that covers Nigeria. What we have is...
No, even if we don't have a security architecture that covers Nigeria, what about the will to act when necessary? Because right now, we are told that the kidnappers had asked... demanding for, is it 19 million?
Also for
to
replace their bikes.
To replace them. And also to feed those that they abducted.
Now, ask me, why is it that we don't have the drones that will be able to detect where these people are?
Don't manufacture drones.
No,
but we can buy drones.
Why is it that we can't use it to detect these movements?
That is existing in Nigeria. That's why you have police and police division. Once you say that somebody is DPO or he has an area that he covers. He will now request for police posts in different places, and they have signal which they keep in those posts. Every inspector in any post has a duty to rotate, to inspect, to go around. The earliest, as soon as something happens, he hears it. He goes to the radio room.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, the DPO will call.
That's exactly. There should be a command and control.
They will call the mobile police. They will move easily. This one you're talking about drone.
No, I'm only telling you that. Like, I want to take it up from there. You have the division, you have the police post, you have even sometimes you have in schools and all that. The idea is something is happening. The radio here, the radio there. We have been privileged to watch certain developments overseas where there is a manhunt for a criminal. We know what the radio does. We know what we see on air. We see helicopters. We see drones. Then we keep tracking the thief. The man trying to escape.
Don't happen. But what happens in Nigeria is that you will find, say, Mike joined the police in, say, year 2000. This is 2026. Somebody who joined at the same rank you joined in
later
2024.
Will you get your head? I understand you.
You have no incentive to work.
No, those ones are it's on the other side.
It is so generalized.
No, that is corruption.
Can that be part of the reason why you said, some time ago that Nigeria was not structured to...
That is corruption. We are talking about corruption now. The impact of corruption in police.
Yeah.
Because in a republic, if he is a deputy superintendent of police, and somebody joins the police after him as assistant superintendent, but because his father is emir.
No, we are talking. That is the impact of corruption.
Is a commoner.
Favoritism.
And he should not be the boss of the son of an emir.
That's the issue.
Without going through the due process,
I agree with you.
Assistant commissioner of police. I mean,
I agree with you. There are disincentives.
Openly, a brigadier or colonel who was ADC to the president was to be
elevated,
promoted just 1 year on the rank. Why the rule says
you must stay on this rank,
you must attend leadership courses and pass them.
But you see it happening every day in Nigeria. It is just favoritism. It is just
all part of the things that
corruption.
The system not to work.
Okay.
Because if the system was designed to work, the Inspector General of Police, who has exceeded his time, should have even voluntarily resigned. That I am here to help, but I can't help. Therefore, I go get somebody else who can do the job.
So the point here is that people are taken into the bushes, and we cannot account for them. We don't even know whether they took north, south, east, or west.
No, but they have been communicating with
no, they will start making calls.
agencies of government.
Yeah,
yes, and we ought to know the.
Remember that when Pantami was minister, we spent
exactly
so much money
in ICT
linking NIN to
with
phone.
that phone
And
that
then
they told us a lot.
Backbone and the satellite to spot where people are.
Making
if
calls
they are
from.
involved, they know where to get them because you can track those numbers.
Okay.
So
if
even
somebody makes a call, even if it is with the victim's phone, the police can track it. But they are not interested because the police itself is not organized
that's
for
exactly the
working
point.
for the people.
The policing system, the security system makes it easy for another kidnap to happen tomorrow, even without us dealing with the one that just happened. I'm not trying to be a prophet of doom, but this is what we are seeing every day.
Are we enjoying?
happening.
Are we enjoying the scenario?
We are not
Are we
enjoying
the
it, but
scenario?
because
Is there nothing?
it looks like we are handicapped.
Assuming that the government was representative,
we are handicapped.
That the Kaduna State government and the police in Kaduna should have done is to apologize for making the wrong call. But they are not. They are not apologizing. Who are you? They should apologize to you.
Kidnapping is going on everywhere in the streets.
They are going to demand money to settle those people.
People are paying ransom.
If you give them 10 million to settle them, they will take 4.
Exactly. I mean, so what kind of policing system is that?
Yeah, where does that take
and these are the things.
Where does that take us?
These are the things.
Where does that take us
the current
to
leadership,
as a country?
These are the things the current leadership promised to deal with. Don't forget the attack of this leadership on the past administration. That give us this number of ways we're going to do away with this. Give us this. We're going to provide light. Ifashola even mentioned that when he was campaigning with Buhari, that 1 year a serious government will fix the energy system, the electricity. But he was part of the Buhari government. He fixed nothing. Today, the grid has collapsed. Are you aware? I don't know whether you have light in your area. In
No.
Today, the grid has collapsed. 24th January 2026. First collapse. We'll have less than how many megawatts for the nation? Because of this insincerity, because of this lack of focus and corruption.
They talk. Look at what many people don't like Trump. Or at least some Nigerians who are not concerned, but they keep talking about Trump.
Because
Trump
he says
went
what he
to
does.
Davos and said what he has found out is that the Europeans are not interested in American security.
Exactly.
That they want America to secure them, but they don't want America to be secure. Because in almost all European countries, there are American troops to help
secure those.
Therefore, they reduce their defense expenditure. Assuming that the US were to withdraw its troops from Germany, which has a border with Russia and Poland, and move them to Greenland, they will panic.
You know how much they voted for African security under Africa? 413 million.
Because they don't allow Germany to have nuclear weapons. 413
million for Africa. That's what they voted. So you can see that America is actually doing a lot, and the good thing is that the president is saying what he wants to do and doing what he's saying. And that's what the hallmark of a leader.
Because you talked about ideology.
In as much as we may not like him.
I will make America great again.
Again,
If he's not
whether you
America
like
great,
it or not, he's still doing it.
Trump
So
and
we
America
need,
have become the issue throughout the world.
all over the world. You are talking about them in Middle East, even in Nigeria, you're talking about them. NATO is panicking about them. The president, Britain said, we are not going to be part of your board of peace. They are still angry. Over the provocation of Trump.
Gentlemen, I just wish that we have more time to discuss these issues and more of that. My producer is warning me that our time is up, and it's nice having you today, and we'll keep looking at Nigeria's problems and offering solutions as much as we can. It's been an exciting moment, Dr. KJ. Once again, I thank you for coming.
You, Mike, for your leadership. This is what a leader should be. Politicians should come and borrow from you. Go and train them to be representative.
Mr. Martin, can you offer him a handshake on my behalf? Mr. Martin, thank you for coming, really. We'll do it another day.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Obani. Thank you for being there for us. Keep watching Signature Television. Thank you and happy weekend.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On October 1, 1960, the Nigeria Independence Act 1960 took effect, making Nigeria a sovereign state. Princess Alexandra of Kent, representing Queen Elizabeth II, formally presented the instruments of independence to Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa at the
We are local.
International communities where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Thursday sitting was the closing session for the 4 days public hearing by the investigative panel. The panel focused on the implications of imprisonment with options of fines and failure of convict to pay such fines, creating congestion in the correctional centers. Correctional Officer L.C. Cyrus told the panel that the Nigerian Correctional Service has no authority to detain anyone without proper legal documentation, particularly in cases involving court-ordered fines.
Where the individual is unable to pay compensation before the end of the jail term, that compensation is converted into a jail term on the warrant. And then where that particular order is not given on the warrant, the officers report this matter before the court that has actually convicted this individual and talk to them on the issue of the compensation. And then it's the judge or the magistrate that will either convert the compensation to a jail term or order the release of this particular individual.
Cyrus also revealed that an amendment to the 2015 Act is underway. This amendment proposes the creation of a Victim Compensation Trust Fund, funded from federal allocations to settle victims' fine payments when they cannot afford them.
So what this means is that if an individual at the end of his jail term who has a compensation to pay is unable to pay, the individual may be asked to go on some service, that will yield proceeds, money or something. But then it does not really matter if the individual is asked to go to farm and then he'll be paid and then the proceeds from that farming is paid into the government. What matters is that the compensation to the victim will be paid from this trust fund without having anything to do with the inmate now who is unable to pay.
Deputy Controller General of Corrections Ibrahim Idris disclosed that 28,149 inmates have been released after payment of fines, a move that has reduced congestion in the centers. He said more detailed statistics will be presented later, but stressed the importance of the initiative for decongesting correctional facilities.
The less number of inmates we have under incarceration, the less burden and the less opportunity for us to do proper rehabilitation. Because even before the 2019 Act, the philosophy of Nigerian Correctional Service has always been imprisonment as a punishment and not for punishment. Once it is pronounced, it is already punishment. Whether the person comes to the correctional center or not, it's already taking care of.
Idris praised the collaboration of stakeholders in facilitating the payment of fines and compensation of inmates who work in correctional service firms and workshops while awaiting the payment of their fines, noting that some inmates were even provided repatriation money upon release. He urged the public to continue supporting the service in its rehabilitation mission.
That payment of fines and the compensation is a very charitable thing to do. It helps the federal government a lot. But when an individual wants to do it, he should follow the example of the Honorable Minister. Whereas inmates were choosing, and the compensation, the fine were paid, and the inmates were even given repatriation money.
As the panel continued its hearing, proposed reforms, particularly the Victim Compensation Trust Fund, signal a shift toward balancing justice for victims with the rehabilitation of offenders. For the correctional service, the challenge remains how to manage overcrowding while ensuring that punishment, fines, and compensation serve their intended purpose without leaving inmates or victims stranded in the process. In Abuja, I am Chimizi Zedima for Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Tinubu says democracy will survive, seeks stronger nation. NCDC urges calm over new COVID-19 case in Cross River. U.S. halts shipment of Iraq's oil dollars in bid to curb Iran-linked groups. And Peru's election chief steps down amid frustration over long vote count. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has expressed confidence that democracy in Nigeria will endure despite challenges and criticism. The president made the remarks while receiving a delegation from ENUGU State, led by Governor Peter Mba at the State House. Tinubu assured that his administration remains committed to building a stronger and more prosperous nation, urging leaders to stay focused despite opposition. He commended Governor Mba for efforts in improving security, healthcare, education, and infrastructure in Enugu State, noting that such progress reflects the impact of ongoing economic reforms. The president also highlighted the importance of collaboration between federal and state governments, stating that development requires collective effort across all levels. He reaffirmed plans to strengthen key sectors, including power and rail infrastructure, describing them as critical to economic growth. In his remarks, Governor Mba pledged continued support for the president, expressing confidence in his leadership and reform agenda ahead of 2027 general elections. Former Senate President Ken Nnamani also commended the president's support for the Southeast, affirming the region's backing for his administration. President Bola Tinubu has approved a minor cabinet reshuffle, directing the ministers of Finance and Housing to step down and hand over to newly appointed successors. According to a memo signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, Wale Edu has been asked to hand over as Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. He is to be replaced by Taiwo Oyedele, who previously served as Minister of State for Finance. Similarly, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, has been directed to hand over to Mutaka Rabe Dharma. The directive requires all handover processes to be completed by April 23, 2026. The presidency says the changes are aimed at strengthening coordination in governance and improving economic delivery under the Renewed Hope agenda. President Tinubu thanked the outgoing ministers for their service and assured that efforts to reposition the cabinet for greater efficiency would continue. Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma has described the outcome of the 2023 general elections in the Southeast as a political miscalculation, expressing confidence that it would not be repeated in 2027. Governor Uzodinma made the remarks while hosting leaders of the All Progressives Congress from Abia State at the Government House in Owerri. The delegation was led by the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, as part of efforts to strengthen party unity ahead of upcoming primaries and the 2027 general elections. Uzodinma said the voting pattern in the Southeast during the 2023 elections was a political accident, urging party members to unite and work towards delivering the region for President Bola Tinubu in 2027. He emphasized that aligning with the ruling party at the center would enhance the region's relevance and access to national benefits. The governor also called on party stakeholders to set aside differences and avoid divisions during the primary elections. In his remarks, Benjamin Kalu stressed the need for political change in Abia State, expressing confidence that the APC could secure victory in future elections. Other party leaders at the meeting also underscored the importance of cohesion, discipline, and strategic mobilization as preparations intensify for the next electoral cycle. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention has urged calm following the confirmation of a fresh COVID-19 case in Cross River State. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention says there is no evidence of widespread transmission, assuring that all identified contacts are being properly monitored. Director General Jide Idris stated that the patient has been isolated and is currently in stable condition, responding to treatment. The case was earlier confirmed by the Cross River State government, involving a foreign national who developed symptoms after arriving in Nigeria. Health authorities say response measures have been activated, including contact tracing, surveillance and infection prevention protocols, in collaboration with the State Ministry of Health. The NCDC added that routine monitoring for COVID-19 and other respiratory infections remains in place nationwide. Citizens have been advised to maintain basic hygiene practices such as regular hand washing and to seek medical attention if symptoms develop. The agency emphasized that while vigilance is necessary, there is no cause for panic at this time. Artificial intelligence continues to reshape the workspace across the world, and concerns are growing over its impact on jobs and human rights. In response, the National Human Rights Commission has begun training its staff to understand the risks and opportunities of AI in the workspace. Correspondent Chimezie Nzedimma reports.
The National Human Rights Commission says it is positioning itself to respond to emerging human rights concerns driven by artificial intelligence. In a 2-day capacity building training in Abuja, the Commission said AI was already influencing how institutions operate, make decisions and deliver services. The Executive Secretary, Tony Ojukwu, advised that while artificial intelligence is transforming the world of work, it must be approached with responsibility and ethical caution.
As a commission with a critical mandate to promote and protect human rights, we must not be left behind. Rather, we must position ourselves to harness these emerging technologies. And we must do that responsibly and effectively to strengthen our work, improve our efficiency, and enhance service delivery to the Nigerian people. AI offers us the tools that can significantly enhance productivity and effectiveness. As we embrace these technologies, we must also remain guided by ethical considerations, particularly in relation to human rights, data protection, and accountability.
Ojukwu dismissed fears that artificial intelligence will replace humans in the workplace, insisting that technology is designed to enhance productivity rather than eliminate jobs.
AI is not going to take people's job. Rather, what is required is that people should retrain. You know, for instance, if you are a graduate, you can read biology and you are doing banking. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you are a graphic artist, now now there's AI, right? So you just retrain yourself to see how you can also reposition yourself in the light of the new technology. So eventually, what it's doing is not really taking away people's job, but it's retooling them, reskilling them, so that they have different capacities on how to do the same job in different ways, in better ways, in easier ways, and also empowering more people to be able to do what maybe a small group of people knew how to do it before, but now a large number of people are able to access and venture into such areas.
The Director of Human Rights Institute, Dorothy Amma, says the training is part of a broader effort to equip staff across all departments with the knowledge to understand and regulate AI usage. She noted that AI cannot be avoided, stressing that the real challenge is assuring it is used ethically and responsibly.
There's no escaping digital technology, whether we like it or not. And I think it is better we all build our capacity to use it and use it ethically. Because when you don't engage and build your capacity, you are at a disadvantage. And where artificial intelligence is wrongly used, it is someone who does not have the capacity and does not understand it that usually falls victim. Because most people who understand artificial intelligence, when you see a video, they are able to point out the key things to show you that this is artificial intelligence, is not real. But when you don't know, if you don't have that knowledge and that information, then the one who is at a disadvantage.
Participants are expected to gain practical knowledge on how AI affects areas such as recruitment, staff monitoring, and service delivery, where human rights concerns are increasingly being raised.
AI, to be used ethically, should have the intervention of the human person, which means that if you apply AI to any task, you shouldn't leave that task without the human supervision. You should first of all determine what the end goal is, and also look at what are the aspects that could be violating other human rights, so to speak. It means that you need to be conscious of what human task or what human agency is needed to support the work you're doing.
The training continues until Wednesday, as the Commission says it is working to ensure that technological advancement does not come at the expense of fundamental human rights. In Abuja, Chimize Zadima, reporting for Signature Television.
Crude oil supply from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has surged, with over 1 million metric tons delivered to the Dangote refinery in April. Data from tanker movements show that NNPC Limited, through its trading arm, supplied about 1.03 million metric tons of crude oil to Dangote Oil and Gas Company Limited within the month. The deliveries, equivalent to roughly 6.8 million barrels, were executed through 8 cargo shipments sourced from major Nigerian crude streams, including Bonga, Forcados, and Kwaibo. 5 of the cargoes have already been discharged, while 3 are still in progress, indicating a steady flow of crude into the refinery's offshore terminals. The development reinforces NNPC's role as a key supplier to the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery, located in Lagos, which is expected to significantly reduce Nigeria's reliance on imported petroleum products. Despite the increase, the refinery still faces supply challenges, requiring about 19 cargoes monthly to operate at full capacity. In addition to crude, the facility also received shipments of refined products and blending components from international markets, including petrol and naphtha, to support operations. Industry analysts say the sustained supply reflects the improving collaboration between NNPC and the refinery, even as Nigeria continues reforms in its downstream oil sector. Nigeria's oil and gas industry may be facing looming skills shortage that could threaten its future growth and global competitiveness. The chief executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Orisemewa Eyeson, raised the concern during a meeting with the Independent Petroleum Producers Group in Abuja. She warned that the increasing dominance of indigenous operators following the exit of international oil companies has placed greater responsibility on local firms to maintain industry standards. According to her, failure to invest in human capital development could create a major gap in technical expertise, affecting not only company performance but Nigeria's overall rating in the global energy market. Eyeson stressed that global investors assess Nigeria as a whole, noting that weak capacity across the sector could undermine investor confidence. She urged operators to strengthen corporate governance and comply strictly with the provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 to sustain growth and attract investment. The NUPRC boss also revealed that the Commission has transitioned to a paperless system as part of reforms aimed at improving efficiency and transparency. Responding, IPPG Chairman Adegbite Falade commended the Commission's leadership and pledged continued collaboration with regulators to drive national development. U.S. halts shipments of Iraq's oil dollars in bid to curb Iran-linked groups. And Peru's election chief steps down amid frustration over long vote count. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news.
The United States has halted shipments of US dollars to Iraq and suspended parts of its security cooperation in a move seen as increasing pressure on Baghdad over Iran-linked groups. According to reports, Washington blocked a shipment of about $500 million in cash destined for Iraq's central bank, with the funds originating from oil revenues held at the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. The move marks the second time such a transfer has been delayed, amid rising tensions linked to the ongoing regional conflict involving Iran. U.S. officials said the decision is part of broader efforts to push Iraq to curb the influence of Iran-allied armed groups, including factions associated with the Popular Mobilization Forces. The suspension also follows attacks by these groups on U.S. military facilities in Iraq and neighboring countries. Despite the development, Iran's central bank says it has sufficient dollar reserves to meet current needs. The head of Peru's election authority has resigned, following widespread criticism over the conduct of the country's recent general elections. Piero Corvetto stepped down as head of the National Office of Electoral Processes, citing the need to restore public confidence ahead of the presidential runoff. In his resignation letter to the National Board of Justice, he denied allegations of irregularities, but said his decision was aimed at strengthening trust in the electoral process. The first round of voting, held on April 12th, was marred by logistical challenges, including delays that forced an extension of voting hours in the capital, Lima, and other areas. While election observers acknowledged operational shortcomings, they maintained that there is no
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
Nigeria's senior women's national team, the Super Falcons, have moved up one place to 36th in the latest FIFA Women's World Rankings released on Tuesday. The slight rise comes despite the team's limited activity during the ranking period, having missed one of the international windows under review. In the previous rankings published in December 2025, Nigeria occupied the 37th position globally. Nigeria continues to maintain its status as Africa's top-ranked team, setting more than 20 places ahead of South Africa women's national football team, who are ranked 58th in the world. Ghana women's national football team, Morocco women's national football team, and Zambia women's national football team complete the top 5 teams on the continent. Chelsea failed to score in a 5th straight league defeat for the first time since 1912 as Brighton win 3-0. Brighton and Hove Albion moved into 6th place in the Premier League with an emphatic 3-0 victory over Chelsea, piling more pressure on the visitors after another poor outing. The defeat leaves Chelsea 7 points behind 5th placed Liverpool in the race for European qualification, while Brighton strengthened their own hopes of securing a continental place next season. The Norwegian Swimming Federation (NSF) has joined Poland in saying it will not host international championships as long as athletes from Russia and Belarus are allowed to compete. World Aquatics lifted neutrality restrictions external last week to allow swimmers from the 2 nations to compete under their flags. Competitors from the 2 countries had only been able to compete as neutrals since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2022, with Belarus a close ally of Russia. The Polish Swimming Association announced on Friday external that at next year's European Diving Championships, if the war in Ukraine is still ongoing. In tennis, former world number 1 Venus Williams lost her 10th singles match in a row as she was beaten 6-2, 6-4 by Kathleen Quevedo at the Madrid Open. Williams, 45, is the first former number 1 to lose 10 matches in a row since the rankings were first published in 1975. The veteran last won a match last July when beating fellow American Peyton Streams at the Washington Open. Williams won Wimbledon 5 times between 2000 and 2008 and also won the US Open twice. She holds the record for most appearances at a Grand Slam, with this year's Australian Open her 95th tournament. In basketball, San Antonio Spurs center Victor Wembanyama has been named the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year. The 7'4" France international is the first unanimous winner in the award's 43-year history, having secured all 100 of the first place votes. At 22, he is the youngest player to win the award and the second to win it within their first 3 seasons, after Spurs legend David Robinson in 1991 to 1992. Was the first overall draft pick in 2023 and has led the league in blocks 3.1 per game for the 3rd straight season. The 2-time All-Star also averaged career highs in points 25.0 and rebounds 11.5 and claimed a steal per game. That's Sports News in Signature TV. I am Christopher Lilly.
Up next is entertainment news.
Veteran producer and singer Jay Martins has urged the defunct P-Square duo, Peter Okoye and Paul Okoye, to resolve their issues privately rather than airing them on social media. The Cold-Temper crooner was reacting to Peter Okoye's recent announcement that he intends to change his birthday to a different date from that of his twin brother, citing alleged betrayal involving Paul and their elder brother, Jude Okoye. Jay Martins, who worked closely with the group as a producer for decades, said the decision to alter a birth date over disagreement does not make sense. He emphasized that both brothers should settle their differences amicably and handle their disputes internally to avoid bringing embarrassment to the Igbo community. He also reiterated that given their long-standing relationship, he finds the situation difficult to understand and believes it should be resolved within the family rather than in public. Afrobeat singer Ruga has opened up about missing what he described as one of the biggest opportunities of his career, a potential role in a blockbuster film by Nollywood actress and producer Funke Akindele. Speaking during an interview with VJ Adams, Ruga explained that he had long noticed Akindele's support for his music and intended to reach out to appreciate her. However, he later discovered that she had already contacted him via social media with an offer to feature in one of her films, a message he did not see until it was too late. The singer expressed regret over the missed opportunity, noting that it remains painful for him. He also stated that he has an interest in acting and would consider venturing into the film industry, although he acknowledged that the demands of movie production, particularly shooting scenes, might be challenging for him. Despite this, he maintained that he would still be willing to take on a role if the character is compelling enough. Nigerian singer King Madi has accused her former record label, J-Ton Music, of attempting to sabotage her career. The 19-year-old made the allegation on Tuesday after her new collaboration with Zinleski titled Pepe Me was reportedly removed from the streaming platform Spotify. King Madi claimed that the label, which she recently parted ways with following a dispute, resorted to undermining her career after losing a $1 million lawsuit it had filed against her. She further alleged that the same individuals previously involved in issues surrounding Cynthia Morgan are now targeting her. In a post shared on her Instagram page, she stated that her former label is attempting to hinder her progress despite failing in its legal action against her, adding that she remains determined and unwilling to give up. The singer also affirmed her commitment to doing everything within her power to ensure that the song is restored on Spotify. As of the time of reporting, J-Ton Music has not responded to the allegations. Controversial self-acclaimed relationship expert Blessing CEO has deleted all cancer-related posts from her Instagram page. The move comes about 2 weeks after she deactivated her account amid the controversy surrounding her claim of having stage 4 cancer. Blessing's CEO and her partner IVD had both stepped away from social media during the period. Reports indicate that she quietly returned to Instagram on Tuesday and removed all posts related to the illness. Prior to this, she had appealed to the public for financial assistance to support her alleged treatment. Following the circulation of her supposed medical reports, the Nigerian Medical Association called for her arrest, accusing her of falsifying a cancer patient's reports to support her claims. That's the entertainment news. Queen Ethwokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights.
We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Right Reverend Ebon, who is holding his second synod since he assumed office as Bishop of Oji River, anchored his sermon on the theme of the synod, which is Occupy Till I Come. He stressed the need for integrity, wisdom, and spiritual guardians in leadership.
We came to have synod here in the spiritual way that we program the synod will come here today. If not, it will not come.
From St. John's Abada Alachi, the event shifted to St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River, where the bishop performed the investiture of 4 outstanding personalities, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Rear Admiral Kennedy Ezete, Ifeoma Egboonu, and Eunice Uzoigwe, into the Order of the Knight of St. Paul. The bishop administered the oath on the new knights, highlighting the spiritual importance of their calling.
And hereby invest into the order of the Knight of St. Paul. The same property of authority and blessings. And these are experience. And may the Lord be with you and yours. You are going out and you are coming from this time forth and forevermore.
Among those that were conferred with the knighthood was Dr. Kingsley Eze, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Tennessee Holdings Limited, a reputable conglomerate with interest in information, technology, real estate, manufacturing, and agriculture. Dr. Eze said he was humbled and honored to be made a knight in the Anglican Church, where he was brought up with a sound Christian principles.
The history of knighthood is a chronicle of ordinary men over the years who dedicated their life for the defense and promotion and development of the gospel of Jesus Christ. So for me, it's an honor for the recognition, but most importantly, it's also a burden. It's a burden understanding what is expected of me, and I can only pray that God helps me.
He pledged to continue using all he has in serving God and humanity to justify his new calling.
My promise to the church is that I will continue to be myself. I will continue to be a defender and a supporter of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'll continue to do anything I can in my powers to make sure that the gospel of Jesus Christ is propagated and that the church is established the way Christ desired it. That's my commitment, and I can only pray that God helps me.
Mrs. Ifeoma Egbono, wife of the bishop who was made a dame, the title for female knight, said her investiture will embolden her the more in her work of evangelism. She said that no sacrifice or effort is ever enough in spreading the gospel of salvation.
I feel taking a responsibility to God's call. And as I said earlier on, it's not about the title, it's all about the responsibility. If God has called you to be a partner with him in his vineyard, it is an honor. So I feel honored and I feel privileged. So I'm not taking it for granted. It's like God trusting you to entrust something into your hands.
The president of the Council of Knights of the Oji River Diocese, Amos Nwokoro, expressed joy at the investiture of the new knights and expressed the hope that they will help in pushing the various projects being initiated by Bishop Egbono in Oji River.
And we as council members, we are his backbone. There is no way we can go back. So we must follow him. He is actually in a 100 meters dash, and we are equal to the task as Council of Knights.
The work said by the diocese under the new bishop is no doubt numerous, and the pledge by the knights reflects their devotion and commitment to fostering spiritual growth and contributing to the church's mission. This is in line with the ancient order of knighthood rooted in the rich traditions of the Anglican Church, which requires members to embody the values of courage, compassion, and humility as they strive to serve Christ and their community with unwavering dedication. From Oji River, Ugonne Owalo, reporting for Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Right, the market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
On October 1, 1960, the Nigeria Independence Act 1960 took effect, making Nigeria a sovereign state. Princess Alexandra of Kent, representing Queen Elizabeth II, formally presented the instruments of independence to Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa at the Lagos Race Course. The Union Jack was lowered and Nigeria's new green-white-green flag was raised, symbolizing the birth of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand.
Gaining full sovereignty from the Great Britain was a paradigm shift in the history of Nigeria. Prime Minister Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa gave the first Independence Day speech after the handover.
The country which I have the honor to represent, the Federation of Nigeria, became independent and assumed the rights and the responsibilities of a sovereign state. Today, Nigeria has been admitted into the United Nations organization and assumes still more responsibilities. On behalf of my countrymen in Nigeria, I thank you all most sincerely for accepting us as a fellow member in this organization. We are properly grateful for this recognition and for the generous and friendly gesture made by so many members who sent very distinguished delegations to join us in celebrating our accession to independence.
Elder statesman and former Commissioner for Education, Ndukaya, narrated that the first 6 years after independence, Nigeria experienced tremendous achievements. This was, however, truncated by the 1966 military coup.
Generally, Nigerians did well. Whether it was under Nnamdi Azikiwe as Governor General, or whether it was under Okpara, Osadebe, Awolowo, Akintola, Ahmadu Bello, as regional premiers, we did well. At the level of the entire country, we established 3 midway tertiary institutions: the Nigerian Colleges of Arts in Enugu, Science in Ibadan, and Technology in Zaria. Many of them have now become full-fledged universities. Come on, man. I think Nigeria did well. They showed expertise. And you can pinpoint this in the first 6 years of our independence. 1966, something happened. They thought that corruption was coming into the system of the way we govern ourselves. And that's what brought about the first coup in January 1966. That's where things started going wrong.
To many Nigerians, October 1st represents much more than just a date.
So it's a time for stock taking, a time for introspection, a time to, as you celebrate, to really do a proper stock taking. Are we where we're supposed to be? What do we need to get there as a people?
We are not where we want to be, honestly. Which should be, I think, so instead of looking at it from success, I think we should be looking at it from a perspective of a wake-up call to reflect on the journey so far and be like, 64 years, what have we achieved?
Independence is supposed to be when a hitherto colonized people became free from the rule of those who colonized them. In the case of Nigeria, from Britain.
The theme for this year's celebration is all hands on deck for a greater nation. Some citizens are of the opinion that the Independence Day celebration is not worth celebrating, citing the worsening economic hardship and insecurity ravaging the country among other factors.
To my own understanding, it's not worth celebrating because Nigeria itself is no longer a country. I don't believe Nigeria is now a country because I used to know that every 1st October, if you go inside the market, the eve of the 1st October, you will see different types of designers, green and white clothes, up top and shirts, maybe gown, white and green, and green and white. But now it's no longer like that.
Poverty everywhere, hunger. So where are we? What are we celebrating?
To be honest with you, it is not worthy to be celebrated.
Since I was born till today, every year they keep telling us that things will get better, but things are not getting better. Instead of that, every day things are getting worse. Honestly speaking, there's nothing to celebrate.
Some others, however, have a contrary opinion. To them, the Independence Day celebration is worth celebrating, saying the country is better than many others, especially the war-ravaged countries.
We should celebrate because we have to also be proud of our country, patriotism, and I'm optimist. And I believe, yes, we may have problems, but there is reason to celebrate. The fact, because it could be worse. The fact that we are not at war, the fact that we can look and see also certain developments, they may be scattered and, not at the same level in different places.
Some Nigerians lament that no sector has recorded remarkable progress for decades, blaming it on failures by successive governments.
From 1960, like they told us, Nigeria got the independence. I've not seen tangible something that Nigeria have done for me personally as a citizen, not to talk more of others. The power sector is not functioning. It's not functioning.
It's a failure, to be honest with you, because if you count from restructuring Nigeria, we don't have good road, we don't have a good payment for the workers. They are being owed for some months.
On the contrary, a professor of law and woman activist, Professor Joy Ezelo, believes that the private sector has experienced more achievements since independence.
We've seen development in certain areas. I think private sector are moving faster than even the public sector, because once you open up spaces like the phones, system, communication, internet, banking, you see that they are moving and they are competing with the rest of the world.
Some respondents identify corruption as the major challenge affecting development and the economic growth of Nigeria.
The one thing or two things I think Nigeria is facing now is corruption. The country itself is corrupt. In a country where the heads and the government is corrupt, what do you expect of us, the individuals or the citizens of the country?
The challenges we are facing, let them start with our natural resources, oil. They should allow Dangote to work very well. They should work on our refineries.
In the mood of celebration, many have sent their goodwill messages and prayers for Nigeria as she marks 65 years of independence.
So in summary, well, happy Independence Day to Nigeria. We are not where we want to be, but hopefully one day together we'll get there.
I wish Nigeria a credible level of leadership. And that credible level of leadership will come when we are able to determine those who will be leading us.
From a hopeful and promising nation at independence in 1960, Nigeria has passed through political turmoils and economic struggles, including youth unemployment and inflation challenges. As the nation continues to confront these challenges and build on its strengths, the journey of the nation remains a testament, resilience, unity, and the aspiration for a better future, as it remains a leading force in Africa and a respected voice within the community of nations. Christopher Lele, Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Good day, everyone. Good day, Nigeria. This is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I think I can say that Wednesdays and Fridays are my favorite days of the week because Wednesday is trying to tell me that, oh, we are few days to the weekend. And Friday is, oh yeah, we're finally in the weekend. Of course, one more reason on E-Vibes is because we tend to, play music. Playlist Power happens every Wednesday on E-Vibes. So I have interesting stories for you today. As usual, we tend to give you interesting stories that makes round or that is making round in the entertainment industry. And today we have a whole lot of stories. So let's delve into it. Veteran producer and singer Jay Martins has urged the defunct P-Square duo Peter Okoye and Paul Okoye to resolve their issues privately rather than airing them on social media. The Cool Temper Crooner was reacting to Peter Okoye's recent announcement that he intended to change his birthday to a different date from that of his twin brother, citing alleged betrayal involving Paul and their elder brother Jude Okoye. Now, Jay Martins, who worked closely with the group as a producer for decades, said the decision to alter a birth date over disagreement does not make sense. He emphasized that both brothers should settle their differences amicably and handle their disputes internally to avoid bringing embarrassment to the Igbo community. He also reiterated that given their long-standing relationship, he finds the situation difficult to understand and believes it should be resolved within the family rather than the public. I don't think they've... They're fighting on social media, We had to talk about this yesterday when it was going all around social media, where he said, oh, his birthday is no longer going to be recognized as November 18th. Rather, it's going to be recognized on November 30th. So he's not going to be taking any birthday gift or wishes from anybody that tend to send or wish him on November 18th, which is more like he breaking and cutting ties of sharing same birthday with his twin brother, because they had this whole dispute that has been going on for a very long period of time that you know, had a break for a moment and then started off again in 2021. It even went further to 2025 where he had to call the EFCC on his brothers. So Jay Martin has worked with them. He's more like a friend to them, you know, like, more like a brother to them. So he's more like, this thing can be settled amicably outside social media. You both can resolve this among yourself, maybe in family meetings or family group chats and all that. And you should do this outside social media, because this is actually bringing embarrassment to Igbo culture. What? Right? That's what Jay Martins was trying to make them understand, that it will not look like the Igbo musicians are having disputes while other tribes are not. Because me, myself, I've missed P Square, the music they tend to produce together. It always gives this whole feel. Honestly, P Square music is gonna be played on my wedding day. So many of them. For you. So I think they should resolve this amicably between themselves and their brother, right? Yes, betrayal was there, especially with everything that has to do with money. Because, I mean, it is said that if there's anything that causes fights between men or guys, it's money and woman. So at this point, it is money. So I feel it can be resolved and be taken out of social media. Changing your birthdays does not change the day that you were brought into this world. Yes, we know that it can be changed with, but your birth certificate, what happens to it? Yeah, we know the birth certificate can be created. Another one can be created if the other one got missing. But still on still, we know that this is your twin brother and both of you share the same birth date. For me, I feel like that's so petty. Anyways, moving forward, Afrobeat singer Ruga has opened up about missing what he describes as one of the biggest opportunities of his career, a potential role in a blockbuster film by Nollywood actress and producer Funke Akindele. So speaking during an interview with VJ Adams, Ruga explained that he had long noticed Akindele's support for his music and intended to reach out to appreciate her. However, he later discovered that she had already contacted him via social media with an offer to feature in one of her films, a message he did not see until it was too late. So the singer expressed regret over the missed opportunity, noting that it remains painful for him. He also stated that he has an interest in acting and would consider venturing into the film industry, although he acknowledged that the demand of movie production, particularly shooting scenes, might be challenging for him. Despite this, he maintained that he would still be willing to take on a role in the character if compelling, if the character is compelling enough. So I think I get that feeling, right? You know, when you have you have this whole dream that, oh my God, I want to venture into the Nollywood scene. I want to not just be a musician. I want to be an actor. And I mean, this woman has been sending you messages on social media. I don't understand. I mean, I tend to find it difficult to understand when you say you didn't tend to see. If she sent you a message on Instagram, don't you check your inbox? Maybe she sent it to you on TikTok. Don't you check your inbox? Probably she doesn't have your WhatsApp number. So she's always active on your posts on Instagram. So she feels like you're very active there, and both of you can have conversation there. Or were you expecting her to send you an email? I'm so glad that you tend to acknowledge that, oh my God, you just missed an opportunity. And we know that when Funke Akindele calls you for a blockbuster movie to feature in one of her scenes and movies, you know that it's going to be a bang. So I feel he's his pain. I can even feel it. Imagine I was the one. I would never forgive myself, but that doesn't mean that other opportunities will not come. But imagine what that particular opportunity would have done for him. Because imagine seeing his face or even one of his music being played in Funke Akindele's movies. Other brands, other directors and producers will want to feature him, especially if he's a very great actor, right? And I tend to see that majority are some of the music, some musicians, some comedians are now featuring in movies. That's quite interesting. That means you can actually do a whole lot as long as you have the talent. Talent is something else. This one is not what I read in school. Oh. This one is what you came to this world with, right? We've seen Bovi in a whole lot of movies, and we could tell that he's a great actor. Even if he tends to bring just the comedy part of it, is something. So let's hope that moving forward, other opportunity, who knows, Kemi Adetiba might call him. Well, I think he should be checking his inbox from now on. So Nigerian singer King Madi has accused her former record label, J-Tune Music, of attempting to sabotage her career. The 19-year-old made the allegation on Tuesday after her new collaboration with Zinoliski, titled Pepe Me, was reportedly removed from the streaming platform Spotify. Now, King Madi claimed that the label, which she recently parted ways with following a dispute, resulted to undermining her career after losing a $1 million lawsuit it had filed against her. So she further alleged that the same individuals previously involved in issues surrounding Cynthia Morgan are now targeting her. In a post shared on her Instagram page, she stated that her progress despite failing in its legal action against her, adding that she remains determined and unwilling to give up. The singer also affirmed her commitment to doing everything within her power to ensure that the song is restored on Spotify. As of the time of reporting, J-Tune Music has not responded to the allegations. Okay, fine. I'm no longer working with you. Why are you trying to sabotage my career? If I decide I resign, I don't want to work with you anymore. I'm seeing the future and I want to work with these people. Why are you trying to sabotage my career? I don't understand. Am I owing you? Okay, you filed a lawsuit and it didn't all go well with you. It didn't work that way. So why are you still coming at me? I released a music, put it on Spotify, and you took it down. That's the height of pettiness. I mean, if someone decides that they don't want to work with you anymore, let them go. They did not plant his or her placenta with your record label. And I'm not sure that I don't understand it. I've heard people give complaints like this, that, oh, the record label they were working with, they are having issues with them. Why? It doesn't make sense to me. Imagine lawsuit that worth $1 million. Of course, it didn't go well with you. So because the lawsuit you filed against her did not happen, you decided to take down music that is supposed to give her a whole lot of money. That is embarrassing. I mean, we're actually waiting for J-Tune to say something about this, because this doesn't make sense. If maybe she did something wrong, I mean, if she did something wrong, that lawsuit would have pushed forward, right? It would have pushed forward. So it's more like what you're doing is petty and unnecessary. So let this young girl go. You know, some record labels tend to see some superstars as people that they cannot let go. I mean, through you, a whole lot of money is coming into the organization. So it's usually difficult to let you go. But of course, she has decided to go. You should let her go, and not affecting her career, all because she left your label. We should do better, please. Anyways, controversial self-acclaimed relationship expert Blessing CEO has deleted all cancer-related posts from her Instagram page. The move comes about 2 weeks after she deactivated her account amid the controversy surrounding her claim of having stage 4 cancer. So Blessing CEO and her partner IVD had both stepped away from social media during the period. Reports indicate that she quietly returned to Instagram on Tuesday and removed all posts related to the illness. Prior to this, she had appealed to the public for financial assistance to support her alleged treatment. Now, following the circulation of her supposed medical report, the Nigerian Medical Association called for her arrest, accusing her of falsifying a cancer patient's report to support her claims. I mean, it's the audacity for me. Like, it's the audacity for me. So what was the whole point of deactivating your Instagram account? Like, so you think if people really want to arrest you, they will not come at you? I think I understand it, taking down your social media to at least reduce the pressure of how people keep tagging you, your phone beeping and calling you all sorts of things. Because when she deactivated her account and blogs took it up that she has activated her account, IVD has deactivated his account, we tend not to hear anything about them again. Now that you've come back, you now deleted the whole cancer story. So what happened to the money that everybody sent to you? Because we didn't hear you say, I'm going to pay you back or some sort. This is the height and extent that people can actually choose controversy over real content on social media. It's sad. At this point, nobody's gonna take anything that comes out of Blessing CEO's mouth serious any longer, because she's a self-acclaimed relationship therapist, and now it's there's fraud tagged to whatever you do on social media. Now there are lies tagged to whatever content you put out on social media. So at this point, I don't know whom you would be advising when it comes to the relationship therapy content you tend to upload on your social media. We'll all be fine and she'll be fine. So global pop icon Rihanna has made her first public appearance with her daughter Rocky, as the infant debuted in the high fashion magazine feature. The 38-year-old star celebrated her hits like Man Down, Pon the Replay, Don't Stop the Music, and We Found Love welcomed Rocky Irish Mayors in September 2025. The child is her third with partner A$AP Rocky, with whom she already shares two sons, Reza, born 2022, and Riot, born 2023. Rihanna appears on the cover of W Magazine's pop issue, styled in a purple hat and a black French coat with a white fur collar. She holds Rocky, who is dressed in a custom Dior haute couture. Haute couture ensemble, a nappy and matching headpiece designed by Jonathan Anderson for Dior. The feature marks Rocky's first official public appearance. Rihanna, who rose to international fame in the early 2000s, has built a multi-faceted career across music, fashion, and business. A 9-time Grammy Award winner, she has achieved global chart success while also expanding her influence through ventures like Fenty Beauty and Savage X Fenty, solidifying her status as a cultural and business powerhouse. Imagine a newborn infant already has publicity than me and you. Alright, moving forward, Afrobeat star Davido has confirmed that his long-awaited joint album with Chris Brown is set to be released in 2026. I was even thinking it's gonna be released in 2026. Alright, giving fans a clearer timeline after years of anticipation. We are still in anticipation. He made the announcement during his appearance at Coachella 2026, revealing that the project is progressing well and could arrive by the end of next year. Jesus is Lord. That's like 1 year plus. The anticipation is still intense, right? Okay, so this marks the first time the duo has attached a release window to the album. Davido and Chris Brown have built a strong musical partnership since 2019, collaborating on tracks like Blow My Mind, Shopping Spree with Young Thug, and Nobody Needs to Know. Their 2023 hit Sensational featuring Lil J earned them a Billboard Hot 100 entry and a 2024 Grammy Awards nomination. So both artists are also preparing solo projects ahead of the joint release, with Davido hinting at a more African-inspired sound. A global tour may follow as excitement continues to build around the collaboration. I don't know why we have to wait a longer time, because we're expecting this collaboration by the end of next year. It's more like a year plus. But no problem. We just pray that it is worth the wait. Yeah, we just pray that it will. But congratulations to them in advance. I mean, David and Chris' collaboration in music has bring a whole lot of sensational feels. It gives this whole bank that we'll always want to see. And we know Davido's music to be life of the party kind of music, right? So the blend with Chris Brown in a whole album. Let's keep our fingers crossed to see how that turns out. Anyways, that's all I have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break. And coming up next is Playlist Pal, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back, guys. I'm so hyper today. I don't know why. So this is Playlist Pal segment. In case you missed, we were talking about interesting stories making rounds in the entertainment industry. So this is Playlist Pal, where we tend to play or look back at some of our good artists that tend to leave the mic for a long period of time, or even recommend some music to you. Playlist Pal is more like giving you the top 5 music that you need to add to your playlist. So today we're looking at Yemi Alade. We've missed her. We've missed Yemi Alade, our African queen, in all her song, in all her videos, dressing, hairstyle, everything. She always represents with African attire. So first on the list is Johnny by Yemi Alade. It's a playful, story-driven Afro-pop hit about a charming but dishonest man named Johnny who is secretly juggling multiple girlfriends. So in the song, different women begin to realize they've all been dating the same guy, exposing his lies and unfaithfulness. Instead of heartbreak alone, the tone is witty and humorous, with Yemi Alade calling him out and highlighting the deceit in a light entertaining way. At its core, Johnny is about betrayal and cheating, but it's it's delivered with catchy rhythm, relatable storytelling, and a strong sense of confidence and empowerment. So listen to it.
know see my Johnny. Looking for my Johnny. I'm looking for my honey. You're telling me this, you're telling me that. I say this is not for me. Johnny do me conny. Johnny do me conny. He's doing me this, he's doing me that. But I know what's him on me. He go Canada, he go Tokyo. Yesterday he say he dey Morocco. He dance the sicko, he sing a willow. Na lie, na Pinocchio. This one na go be.
I mean, Johnny was a blockbuster. Johnny is about 12 years. For you. Alright, up next is Shekere by Yemi Alade featuring Angelique Kidjo in a vibrant Afro-pop anthem that blends modern African pop with traditional rhythm. The song celebrates African identity, joy, and resilience using the Shekere, a West African percussion instrument, as a symbol of cultural pride and rhythm. Lyrically, it encourages happiness, self-expression, and unity, while also honoring African heritage and strength. So with its energetic beats, rich vocal delivery, and cross-generational collaboration, Shekere feels like a celebration of African music and culture designed to uplift and get people dancing. So listen to it.
I see people under the tambourino dancing. I guess there is a celebration. I'm the only one at home. All I want to do now is dance wombo lumbo. So I lock up and keep kokorola begondo. Where do they have to? Yeah. Come see my picking at the
I'm a proud African. Even in my next life, I'm going to be an African. We are everything we are and more. Anyways, moving forward is Nagode by Yemi Alade. It's a heartfelt Afro-pop song centered on gratitude and appreciation. In the track, she expresses thankfulness for life, success, and the journey she has taken, repeatedly using the phrase Nagode, which means thank you in Hausa. The song blends upbeat rhythm with reflective lyrics, balancing celebration with sincerity. At its core, Nagode is about acknowledging blessings, staying humble, and giving thanks despite life's challenges, all delivered through an uplifting and danceable Afro-pop sound. So listen to it.
Papa, thank you. Oluwa Nagode. Yemi Alade, Celebrate, Chineke Nagode. Person where hustle supposed to job, it's supposed to pop, it's supposed to chill. Person where walk supposed to dance, it's supposed to rock, it's supposed to flex. But don't you forget, yo, say no be by might, yo, always be thankful. Oluwa Nagode, rather no be crime, yo, to spend your money, but always be thankful. Makaifa di goma, oh, even if you no get yo, never forget to say bye, thank you. Oluwa Nagode, and if you to get yo, never forget to say bye, thank you. Chineke Nagode. Person wey drive is supposed to buy.
Hey, Jesus, you see why I'm so energetic, right? Because playlist power would give you that energy, whether you like it or yes. All right, moving next is Oh My Gosh by Yemi Alade. is an upbeat Afropop track built around admiration, attraction, and playful excitement. In the song, she expresses amazement and strong romantic interest in someone who has clearly caught her attention. The repeated phrase, "oh my gosh," captures that feeling of surprise and infatuation as she reacts to the person's charm and presence. Musically, it's lively and dance-driven with catchy hooks and vibrant percussion, making it a feel-good song that blends flirtation and with high-energy Afro-pop rhythm. So listen to it.
They call me. If no know wetin I do, it make them mad over me. Find girls them plenty, but he leave them and he chose me. Him say I see me, no other girl fit overthrow me. I no go do you corner. Nah, you my true lover. Whether winter or summer, baby me no go fika, me no go fika. For you I'm a no go.
Oh my god, that's the last one. I'm so sorry. That's all we have for you on Playlist Pal today. If you were not dancing, you're doing the wrong thing. I promise you're doing the wrong thing. So coming up next is an interview we had with a very beautiful actress. If you tend to see her on African Magic Epic playing the role of a queen.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. We've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is a conversation segment, and today we're exploring the evolving roles of women in Nollywood with a focus on whether actresses are being typecast or creating timeless legacies. Joining us in the incredibly talented Ugo Doris, an actress known for her remarkable versatility and captivating performances in films like Angelina, Tears of a King, War in the Palace, and so on. She's here to discuss how women are navigating the industry and reshaping their place in Nollywood. So thank you very much for coming. I saw you blushing and all.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. You know you look prettier in person.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe because of the character I usually play. That is the character I played, though. This is Ugo Doris here.
No, I mean, like, with your makeup and all, you know, you played most times queen character and all, which you look pretty on. But I'm like, camera is not doing justice to your beautiful self. So I think you look very pretty in person.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. So, how has it been for you in the Nollywood industry? Can you share us your journey, how you started, your first audition and all?
Yeah. You know, every journey begins with a step. So when I started, it was just like a joke. I was just in my house then. A lady called me. She came to my house. And she was like, Doris, why don't you come and join us? This is Nollywood, oh, and people like you do scale through in this business. I was like, no, my husband will not let me. Oh. She now said, don't worry, I will help you talk to your husband. At least whenever there is audition or anything, he will allow you to come out. I said, okay. We went together, you know, to go and tell my husband. He said, if we should go. We left. You know, I first of all joined Ebonyi State drama show.
Okay.
So I think I did like 3 episodes with them before I finally joined Nollywood. That was around 2003. Yeah. So I went and registered. From that moment, I was given a role. Audition, any audition that I would, you know, attend, I will be sure to have a role. They will definitely give me a role. Sometimes we'll be at audition ground. The director will call me out. Look at this woman. She has a camera face. She does. Her color is okay. Camera will always capture her wherever she is. I'll be blushing. People will be like, hey, camera face, you know, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So after that, any movie that comes to Ebonyi, I would do. Anyone. Then my husband wouldn't let me come outside Ebonyi to go and, you know, act a movie. It was usually the one that comes to Ebonyi State. So I did it and did it. You know, a married woman, I doesn't have a say on my own. I cannot let myself go. I'm under somebody. So we're doing it till 2012. When I said, no, let me showcase my talents now. That was when I now came out, was shooting back to back. In fact, I did a movie with Sam Loco. He played my husband then, you know, Mr. Ibu, that time before I now came out and started playing with them again. So it has not been easy. It has not been easy. You know, it takes patience, perseverance, and then if you don't have patience, you won't be able to do it. You'll be like, is this what I will be doing? How will I continue waiting till I'll be able to start making money? No, I need to go. You just have to calm down. If you really know why you are there, you will calm down. Give your time. Give everything, because this job is jealous. You cannot combine it with any other thing.
Really?
Yeah. Like, as you work here, you cannot do a movie. Because there will be a time they will need you. And they will need you here also. You can't divide yourself into 2. You just have to go with one. So it's not easy.
I agree with you. Oh my God, you've just broken my heart. I wanted to go into movies, so now I can't.
Please, be where you are.
Alright, so I don't know, was there ever a point whereby they tend to give you just one particular role to keep playing and all? I will speak for myself that I tend to most times see you play a role of a queen, which you do very great on. I don't know if maybe it's because of your physique and maybe the aura and all. So was there ever a time you feel like, no, I'm not doing this anymore, I need to try other role?
Exactly.
Okay.
There was a time I said, no, I can't play a queen role again. I beg you, should let me be. Be giving me village woman. Somebody was like, do you look like a village woman? Is it the one who will give you and start, you know, bringing down your color and all that?
Yeah.
You know, it's not easy. They will always, we are doing, Mama, I have a radio movie to do. I would want you to be there. Which role am I? The queen now. I would say, why queen? Why the queen? Give me another one.
You want to play the maid?
No, at least another woman in the village. Another woman in the village. At a time, you know, I always cry in my movie sometimes. As in, every little thing, I will start crying. They will be making me cry, making me run for my children, fight for my children, my husband, or any other thing. At a time, I was like, please, you people should give me the one I will make somebody to cry. I am tired of crying. Can't you people pity me? Sometimes I will fight. There was this movie I did with one woman. They said the woman would beat me or that she would push me to the ground. I was like, my children will laugh at me. My children will say, Mommy, how can you allow your fellow woman to push you? I will not fall like that, D. Please, just allow me to fall my own way. Director now said, okay, because if this woman should push me down, my children will not, my children will not allow me to talk. Yes. If I do anything, they say, Mommy, your fellow woman beat you the other day in a movie. You couldn't even fight back. They wouldn't understand that that was how the script said it should be. Yeah. They would think it's your thing. No, you just have to follow the script. So that's it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So do you feel more in control of your career choices today than before? I know someone made you to go into Nollywood. So do you feel like, okay, I made the right choice? No, I would have done this.
I made the right choice.
Okay.
I like where I am today. In fact, I love this job. Yes.
But you said it's very, jealous and all.
Yes, like I'm a civil servant. I'm sorry to say this. I don't know who's listening.
No, it's okay.
I am a civil servant.
Yeah.
I'm working on that. I'm working with the Ebonyi State Culture and Tourism.
Okay.
Before I was in finance, I was having too many queries, too many suspensions.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't coming to work.
Yeah.
At a time, they said they gave me suspension, indefinite suspension. I cried. When they called me to come and face disciplinary action, I came late though because I was going from ENUGU. The headman was like, do you know you're stupid? Yes, sir. Do you know you're mad? I know, sir. If you do now, sorry, sir. I started crying. They were like, she has started acting. Look at that, she's acting now. But truly, I was crying from my heart. Not because I was acting, not because I wasn't doing it for them to pity me. The thing really touched me because everyday trouble. So what am I saying? This job, you can't do it together. Like now, everybody in my office knows that I'm into movies. I no longer hide it. So anytime they see me, it's okay better,
Yeah.
Anytime. Now they don't even care. So I have faced this squarely, and then had it been I faced the other one, I will get to where I am today. I think I'm enjoying it more here than the other side.
We're super proud of you, honestly. We
Thank
are
you.
super proud of you. You play your role so effortless, and I think that's because of the love you have for the job.
Exactly.
Now let's talk about women in the Nollywood, right? We tend to see a whole lot of things happening. I mean, late last year, it was up on social media of a young lady that was embarrassed, heartbroken, that she was supposed to play the lead actress, but that was taken away from her and given to somebody else, all because of her physique. She didn't have a bigger, I'm sure you heard this. So now we tend to wonder, does it mean that women need to look a particular way to be able to get role? Like you, we know that they always want to call you to be the queen because of your skin color, your body, the way you carry yourself and all. So does it mean that women need to look a certain way before they're given a particular role?
If you're playing a motherly role, you have to look like a mother. You must have the body.
Yeah.
Because they can't bring somebody like you to come and play mother. And they can't bring somebody like you to come and play queen. If they should give you that costume, you will lost in it. I swear, you will lost.
Yeah.
You will get lost into the costume. So what I would take it that my body matters a whole lot. Because I have given birth to people that are far back my elderly brothers, my seniors. I gave birth to them because of my body. So any clothes you give me, my body will swallow. Yes, and I will stand. Immediately I put on my costume, I've entered into the character. So I will start commanding.
So that means your body has to be
it has a whole lot to do.
Okay.
Yes, about my character and the role I play. So it has
So, but
a whole lot.
you know, this thing tends to bring a whole lot of frustration. I felt so bad for her. So because she doesn't have, but you know, the annoying part of the whole story is the fact that they told her that she's going to play the role.
Okay.
And yes, we are shooting today, right? And then she comes and instead of giving her that role which you told her to play, and I'm sure she has practiced and all, maybe even crammed the script and all, then I'm there, you're telling me, no, I have to play the house help.
That was bad.
Okay.
And another thing, it's not good to cram a role.
Okay.
Or your lines. Just read it. Know what it's saying. And as you're reading, read the next person's character too. The person you're playing with. Because you might get on set. The director will switch everything. He will say, no, take this role. Take this role. But initially, you've been reading this role. So on set, he will change it, giving you the other one you don't even know about. So it's always good for you to read your character and another character. Read the whole script so you know the storyline. If you know the storyline, anyone they say you should do, you switch over.
Okay.
It is not easy, but it's as easy as that.
Yeah.
You switch over. For that girl to, you know, if I were to be that girl,
yeah,
I won't feel bad. Because you never can tell if that role the later gave to you will be the one to announce you.
Okay, I think you have a point.
Yes.
Yeah.
What you do is just, God, please, if this is the one they want me to do, please, walk through me. Come and put me through. Make a name for yourself. Through me. You just go there and do it. You never can tell. Maybe you might play that one you feel that will announce you. That one you will sink into the crowd. Nobody will notice you. But that particular one they gave you, if you read it very well and do it as if your life depends there, that one will announce you. Even if you are given a scene in a movie, a scene in a whole movie, don't feel biased. Don't feel bad. Do with that one scene, even if it's not a speaking role.
Yeah.
Even if it's just the one you will say, you will do like this. Do it. Prepare yourself very well so that whenever I come to your face, you will do it with a smile.
Yeah.
You will see one day, one director will say, who is this person? I like the way she waved her hand. That one alone will bring another role for you. But people don't know.
Maybe they are impatient or something.
Maybe because there's no, this time around they don't have enough audition and all that. They now do it, you know, I am. If it were those time that you must go to audition before you be given a role, 6 a.m. you are there. As a mother, I will have to take care of my children, take care of their going to school and everything. I will run out for an audition. If you come, just write your name and stay patiently. When it's time, they'll start calling names. When they call you, come out. Show yourself now. Show what you've got. From there, they will pick you. If you're lucky enough. But this time around, my friend is producing a movie, and I believe I'm going to be in that. If I'm not in that movie, let me see why I won't be in that movie.
Okay.
It has never been done like that.
All right, sorry to cut you, right? Our time is almost up, right? Now, do you think women have to work twice as hard to be taken serious on sets?
You know, young girls and young men, you will count them 1 and 2 before counting we mothers.
Okay.
Because in some movies, they don't have mothers. So any movie they have mothers, they will look for a mother to do it. If you're a mother, if you're called to come and do anything, do it very well. Because you're supporting those two, a boy and a girl, you're there to support them. If you are not there, it won't still be complete. depending on the storyline. That's it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have a lot of questions to ask, but our time is up.
Please ask me. I'm ready for you guys. Ask me.
I'm so sad. We want you to do a little shout out for Signature TV. You know, telling people that, okay, keep watching us. I had a great time doing this with them. So, you know, things like that.
Signature TV. Please, guys, keep watching Signature TV. You won't regret it. That's where you'll be seeing most of our movies, intriguing ones at that. Watch Signature TV. If you go on YouTube, please comment, watch, share, and then subscribe. Signature TV. Ibano.
I really love that. And, you know, you just proved that you're an actress because I just bumped into you and you just did it and you did it great.
Thank you.
High five.
Oh,
I love you so much.
I love you more.
Thank you so much, Doris, for
welcome.
this conversation. Maybe we'll do this part 2.
Okay.
Because it looks like you had a whole lot to talk about.
Say, yeah.
So we had a great time doing this with you. I'm sure you did too.
Yeah, of course. Don't hesitate to be here again.
Okay.
Once you give me a call.
You will show up?
Of course, I will show face.
Okay, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for interesting stories, interesting segments and conversations like this. Follow all our social media platforms.
Yeah.
Of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to tune in every single day on SLTV channel 265. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes,
I remain
guys.
your baby girl, Queenette Wakonta.
Love you guys.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Thursday sitting was the closing session for the 4 days public hearing by the investigative panel. The panel focused on the implications of imprisonment with options of fines and failure of convicts to pay such fines, creating congestion in the correctional centers. Correctional Officer L.C. Cyrus told the panel that the Nigerian Correctional Service has no authority to detain anyone without proper legal documentation, particularly in cases involving court-ordered fines.
Where the individual is unable to pay compensation before the end of the jail term, that compensation is converted into a jail term on the warrant. And then where that particular order is not given on the warrant, the officers report this matter before the court that has actually convicted this individual and talk to them on the issue of the compensation. And then it's the judge or the magistrate that will either convert the the compensation to a jail term or order the release of this particular individual.
Cyrus also revealed that an amendment to the 2015 Act is underway. This amendment proposes the creation of a victim compensation trust fund, funded from federal allocations to settle victims' fine payments when they cannot afford them.
So what this means is that if an individual at the end of his jail term who has a compensation to pay is unable to pay, the individual may be asked to go on some service, that will yield proceeds, money or something. But then it does not really matter if the individual is asked to go to farm and then he will be paid and then the proceeds from that farming is paid into the government. What matters is that the compensation to the victim will be paid from this trust fund without having anything to do with the inmate now who is unable to pay.
Deputy Controller General of Corrections Ibrahim Idris disclosed that 28,149 inmates have been released after payment of fines, a move that has reduced congestion in the centers. He said more detailed statistics will be presented later, but stressed the importance of the initiative for decongesting correctional facilities.
The less number of inmates we have under incarceration, the less burden and the less opportunity for us to do proper rehabilitation. Because even before the 2019 Act, the philosophy of Nigerian Correctional Service has always been imprisonment as a punishment and not for punishment. Once it is pronounced, it is already punishment. Whether the person comes to the correctional center or not, it's already taken care of.
Idris praised the collaboration of stakeholders in facilitating the payment of fines and compensation of inmates who work in correctional service firms and workshops while awaiting the payment of their fines, noting that some inmates were even provided repatriation money upon release. He urged the public to continue supporting the service in its rehabilitation mission.
That payment of fines and the compensation is a very charitable thing to do. It helps the federal government a lot. But when an individual wants to do it, he should follow the example of the Honorable Minister. Whereas inmates were choosing, and the compensation, the fine were paid, and the inmates were even given repatriation money.
As the panel continued its hearing, proposed reforms, particularly the Victim Compensation Trust Fund, signal a shift toward balancing justice for victims with the rehabilitation of offenders. For the correctional service, the challenge remains how to manage overcrowding while ensuring that punishment, fines and compensation serve their intended purpose without leaving inmates or victims stranded in the process. In Abuja, Anyam Chimisi Zedima for Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Tinubu says democracy will survive, seeks stronger nation. NCDC urges calm over new COVID-19 case in Cross River. U.S. halts shipment of Iraq's oil dollars in bid to curb Iran-linked groups. And Peru's election chief steps down amid frustration over long vote count. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has expressed confidence that democracy in Nigeria will endure despite challenges and criticism. The president made the remarks while receiving a delegation from ENUGU State, led by Governor Peter Mba at the State House. Tinubu assured that his administration remains committed to building a stronger and more prosperous nation, urging leaders to stay focused despite opposition. He commended Governor Mba for efforts in improving security, healthcare, education, and infrastructure in Enugu State, noting that such progress reflects the impact of ongoing economic reforms. The president also highlighted the importance of collaboration between federal and state governments, stating that development requires collective effort across all levels. He reaffirmed plans to strengthen key sectors, including power and rail infrastructure, describing them as critical to economic growth. In his remarks, Governor Mba pledged continued support for the president, expressing confidence in his leadership and reform agenda ahead of 2027 general elections. Former Senate President Ken Nnamani also commended the president's support for the Southeast, affirming the region's backing for his administration. President Bola Tinubu has approved a minor cabinet reshuffle, directing the ministers of finance and housing to step down and hand over to newly appointed successors. According to a memo signed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, Wale Edu has been asked to hand over as Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. He is to be replaced by Taiwo Oyedele, who previously served as Minister of State for Finance. Similarly, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, has been directed to hand over to Mutaka Rabi Dharma. The directive requires all handover processes to be completed by April 23, 2026. The presidency says the changes are aimed at strengthening coordination in governance and improving economic delivery under the Renewed Hope agenda. President Tinubu thanked the outgoing ministers for their service and assured that efforts to reposition the cabinet for greater efficiency would continue. Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma has described the outcome of the 2023 general elections in the Southeast as a political miscalculation, expressing confidence that it would not be repeated in 2027. Governor Uzodinma made the remarks while hosting leaders of the All Progressives Congress from Abia State at the Government House in Owerri. The delegation was led by the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, as part of efforts to strengthen party unity ahead of upcoming primaries and the 2027 general elections. Uzodinma said the voting pattern in the Southeast during the 2023 elections was a political accident, urging party members to unite and work towards delivering the region for President Bola Tinubu in 2027. He emphasized that aligning with the ruling party at the center would enhance the region's relevance and access to national benefits. The governor also called on party stakeholders to set aside differences and avoid divisions during the primary elections. In his remarks, Benjamin Kalu stressed the need for political change in Abia State, expressing confidence that the APC could secure victory in future elections. Other party leaders at the meeting also underscored the importance of cohesion, discipline, and strategic mobilization as preparations intensify for the next electoral cycle. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention has urged calm following the confirmation of a fresh COVID-19 case in Cross River State. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention says there is no evidence of widespread transmission, assuring that all identified contacts are being properly monitored. Director General Jide Idris stated that the patient has been isolated and is currently in stable condition, responding to treatment. The case was earlier confirmed by the Cross River State government, involving a foreign national who developed symptoms after arriving in Nigeria. Health authorities say response measures have been activated, including contact tracing, surveillance, and infection prevention protocols, in collaboration with the State Ministry of Health. The NCDC added that routine monitoring for COVID-19 and other respiratory infections remains in place nationwide. Citizens have been advised to maintain basic hygiene practices such as regular hand washing and to seek medical attention if symptoms develop. The agency emphasized that while vigilance is necessary, there is no cause for panic at this time. Artificial intelligence continues to reshape the workspace across the world, and concerns are growing over its impact on jobs and human rights. In response, the National Human Rights Commission has begun training its staff to understand the risks and opportunities of AI in the workspace. Correspondent Chimezie Nzedimma reports.
The National Human Rights Commission says it is positioning itself to respond to emerging human rights concerns driven by artificial intelligence. In a 2-day capacity building training in Abuja, the Commission said AI was already influencing how institutions operate, make decisions and deliver services. The Executive Secretary, Tony Ojukwu, advised that while artificial intelligence is transforming the world of work, it must be approached with responsibility and ethical caution.
As a commission with a critical mandate to promote and protect human rights, we must not be left behind. Rather, we must position ourselves to harness these emerging technologies. And we must do that responsibly and effectively to strengthen our work, improve our efficiency, and enhance service delivery to the Nigerian people. AI offers us the tools that can significantly enhance productivity and effectiveness. As we embrace these technologies, we must also remain guided by ethical considerations, particularly in relation to human rights, data protection, and accountability.
Ojukwu dismissed fears that artificial intelligence will replace humans in the workplace, insisting that technology is designed to enhance productivity rather than eliminate jobs.
AI is not going to take people's job. Rather, what is required is that people should retrain. You know, for instance, if you are a graduate, you can read biology and you are doing banking. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you are a graphic artist, now now there's AI, right? So you just retrain yourself to see how you can also reposition yourself in the light of the new technology. So eventually, what it's doing is not really taking away people's job, but it's retooling them, reskilling them, so that they have different capacities on how to do the same job in different ways, in better ways, in easier ways, and also empowering more people to be able to do what maybe a small group of people knew how to do it before, but now a large number of people are able to access and venture into such areas.
The Director of Human Rights Institute, Dorothy Ama, says the training is part of a broader effort to equip staff across all departments with the knowledge to understand and regulate AI usage. She noted that AI cannot be avoided, stressing that the real challenge is assuring it is used ethically and responsibly.
There's no escaping digital technology, whether we like it or not. And I think it is better we all build our capacity to use it and use it ethically. Because when you don't engage and build your capacity, you are at a disadvantage. And where artificial intelligence is wrongly used, it is someone who does not have the capacity and does not understand it that usually falls victim. Because most people who understand artificial intelligence, when you see a video, they are able to point out the key things to show you that this is artificial intelligence is not real. But when you don't know, if you don't have that knowledge and that information, then you are the one who is at a disadvantage.
Participants are expected to gain practical knowledge on how AI affects areas such as recruitment, staff monitoring, and service delivery, where human rights concerns are increasingly being raised.
AI, to be used ethically, should have the intervention of the human person, which means that if you apply AI to any task, you shouldn't leave that task without the human supervision. You should, first of all, determine what the end goal is, and also look at what are the aspects that could be violating other human rights, so to speak. It means that you need to be conscious of what human task or what human agency is needed to support the work you're doing.
The training continues until Wednesday, as the Commission says it is working to ensure that technological advancement does not come at the expense of fundamental human rights. In Abuja, Chimizi Zadima, reporting for Signature Television.
Crude oil supply from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has surged, with over 1 million metric tons delivered to the Dangote refinery in April. Data from tanker movements show that NNPC Limited, through its trading arm, supplied about 1.03 million metric tons of crude oil to Dangote Oil and Gas Company Limited within the month. The deliveries, equivalent to roughly 6.8 million barrels, were executed through 8 cargo shipments sourced from major Nigerian crude streams, including Bonga, Focados, and Kwaibo. 5 of the cargoes have already been discharged, while 3 are still in progress, indicating a steady flow of crude into the refinery's offshore terminals. The development reinforces NNPC's role as a key supplier to the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery, located in Lagos, which is expected to significantly reduce Nigeria's reliance on imported petroleum products. Despite the increase, the refinery still faces supply challenges, requiring about 19 cargoes monthly to operate at full capacity. In addition to crude, the facility also received shipments of refined products and blending components from international markets, including petrol and naphtha, to support operations. Industry analysts say the sustained supply reflects the improving collaboration between NNPC and the refinery, even as Nigeria continues reforms in its downstream oil sector. Nigeria's oil and gas industry may be facing looming skills shortage that could threaten its future growth and global competitiveness. The chief executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Orisemewa Eyeson, raised the concern during a meeting with the Independent Petroleum Producers Group in Abuja. She warned that the increasing dominance of indigenous operators following the exit of international oil companies has placed greater responsibility on local firms to maintain industry standards. According to her, failure to invest in human capital development could create a major gap in technical expertise, affecting not only company performance but Nigeria's overall rating in the global energy market. Eyeson stressed that global investors assess Nigeria as a whole, noting that weak capacity across the sector could undermine investor confidence. She urged operators to strengthen corporate governance and comply strictly with the provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 to sustain growth and attract investment. The NUPRC boss also revealed that the Commission has transitioned to a paperless system as part of reforms aimed at improving efficiency and transparency. Responding, IPPG Chairman Adegbite Falade commended the Commission's leadership and pledged continued collaboration with regulators to drive national development. U.S. halts shipments of Iraq's oil dollars in bid to curb Iran-linked groups. And Peru's election chief steps down amid frustration over long vote count. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news.
The United States has halted shipments of US dollars to Iraq and suspended parts of its security cooperation, in a move seen as increasing pressure on Baghdad over Iran-linked groups. According to reports, Washington blocked a shipment of about $500 million in cash destined for Iraq's central bank, with the funds originating from oil revenues held at the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. The move marks the second time such a transfer has been delayed, amid rising tensions linked to the ongoing regional conflict involving Iran. U.S. officials say the decision is part of broader efforts to push Iraq to curb the influence of Iran-allied armed groups, including factions associated with the Popular Mobilization Forces. The suspension also follows attacks by these groups on U.S. military facilities in Iraq and neighboring countries. Despite the development, Iran's central bank says it has sufficient dollar reserves to meet current needs. The head of Peru's election authority has resigned, following widespread criticism over the conduct of the country's recent general elections. Piero Corvetto stepped down as head of the National Office of Electoral Processes, citing the need to restore public confidence ahead of the presidential runoff. In his resignation letter to the National Board of Justice, he denied allegations of irregularities, but said his decision was aimed at strengthening trust in the electoral process. The first round of voting, held on April 12th, was marred by logistical challenges, including delays that forced an extension of voting hours in the capital, Lima, and other areas. While election observers acknowledged operational shortcomings, they maintained that there is no
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
Nigeria's senior women's national team, the Super Falcons, have moved up one place to 36th in the latest FIFA Women's World Rankings released on Tuesday. The slight rise comes despite the team's limited activity during the ranking period, having missed one of the international windows under review. In the previous rankings published in December 2025, Nigeria occupied the 37th position globally. Nigeria continues to maintain its status as Africa's top-ranked team, sitting more than 20 places ahead of South Africa women's national football team, who are ranked 58th in the world. Ghana women's national football team, Morocco women's national football team, and Zambia women's national football team complete the top 5 teams on the continent. Chelsea failed to score in a 5th straight league defeat for the first time since 1912 as Brighton win 3-0. Brighton and Hove Albion moved into 6th place in the Premier League with an emphatic 3-0 victory over Chelsea, piling more pressure on the visitors after another poor outing. The defeat leaves Chelsea 7 points behind 5th placed Liverpool in the race for European qualification, while Brighton strengthened their own hopes of securing a continental place next season. The Norwegian Swimming Federation (NSF) has joined Poland in saying it will not host international championships as long as athletes from Russia and Belarus are allowed to compete. World Aquatics lifted neutrality restrictions external last week to allow swimmers from the two nations to compete under their flags. Competitors from the two countries had only been able to compete as neutrals since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2022, with Belarus a close ally of Russia. The Polish Swimming Association announced on Friday external that at next year's European Diving Championships, if the war in Ukraine is still ongoing. In tennis, former world number 1 Venus Williams lost her 10th singles match in a row as she was beaten 6-2, 6-4 by Kathleen Quevedo at the Madrid Open. Williams, 45, is the first former number 1 to lose 10 matches in a row since the rankings were first published in 1975. The veteran last won a match last July when beating fellow American Peyton Streams at the Washington Open. Williams won Wimbledon 5 times between 2000 and 2008 and also won the US Open twice. She holds the record for most appearances at a Grand Slam, with this year's Australian Open her 95th tournament. In basketball, San Antonio Spurs center Victor Wembanyama has been named the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year. The 7'4" France international is the first unanimous winner in the award's 43-year history, having secured all 100 of the first-place votes. At 22, he is the youngest player to win the award and the second to win it within their first 3 seasons, after Spurs legend David Robinson in 1991 to 1992. Was the first overall draft pick in 2023 and has led the league in blocks 3.1 per game for the 3rd straight season. The two-time All-Star also averaged career highs in points 25.0 and rebounds 11.5 and claimed a steal per game. That's Sports News in Signature TV. I am Christopher Lilly.
Up next is entertainment news.
Veteran producer and singer Jay Martins has urged the defunct P-Square duo, Peter Okoye and Paul Okoye, to resolve their issues privately rather than airing them on social media. The cold-tempered crooner was reacting to Peter Okoye's recent announcement that he intends to change his birthday to a different date from that of his twin brother, citing alleged betrayal involving Paul and their elder brother, Jude Okoye. Jay Martins, who worked closely with the group as a producer for decades, said the decision to alter a birth date over disagreement does not make sense. He emphasized that both brothers should settle their differences amicably and handle their disputes internally to avoid bringing embarrassment to the Igbo community. He also reiterated that given their long-standing relationship, he finds the situation difficult to understand and believes it should be resolved within the family rather than in public. Afrobeat singer Ruga has opened up about missing what he described as one of the biggest opportunities of his career, a potential role in a blockbuster film by Nollywood actress and producer Funke Akindele. Speaking during an interview with VJ Adams, Ruga explained that he had long noticed Akindele's support for his music and intended to reach out to appreciate her. However, he later discovered that she had already contacted him via social media with an offer to feature in one of her films, a message he did not see until it was too late. The singer expressed regret over the missed opportunity, noting that it remains painful for him. He also stated that he has an interest in acting and would consider venturing into the film industry, although he acknowledged that the demands of movie production, particularly shooting scenes, might be challenging for him. Despite this, he maintained that he would still be willing to take on a role if the character is compelling enough. Nigerian singer King Madi has accused her former record label, J-Ton Music, of attempting to sabotage her career. The 19-year-old made the allegation on Tuesday after her new collaboration with Zinulesky titled Pepe Me was reportedly removed from the streaming platform Spotify. King Madi claimed that the label, which she recently parted ways with following a dispute, resorted to undermining her career after losing a $1 million lawsuit it had filed against her. She further alleged that the same individuals previously involved in issues surrounding Cynthia Morgan are now targeting her. In a post shared on her Instagram page, she stated that her former label is attempting to hinder her progress despite failing in its legal action against her, adding that she remains determined and unwilling to give up. The singer also affirmed her commitment to doing everything within her power to ensure that the song is restored on Spotify. As of the time of reporting, J-Tone Music has not responded to the allegations. Controversial self-acclaimed relationship expert Blessing CEO has deleted all cancer-related posts from her Instagram page. The move comes about 2 weeks after she deactivated her account amid the controversy surrounding her claim of having stage 4 cancer. Blessing CEO and her partner IVD had both stepped away from social media during the period. Reports indicate that she quietly returned to Instagram on Tuesday and removed all posts related to the illness. Prior to this, she had appealed to the public for financial assistance to support her alleged treatment. Following the circulation of her supposed medical reports, the Nigerian Medical Association called for her arrest, accusing her of falsifying a cancer patient's reports to support her claims. That's the entertainment news. Queen Ethwokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Right Reverend Ebon, who is holding his second synod since he assumed office as Bishop of Oji River, anchored his sermon on the theme of the synod, which is Occupy Till I Come. He stressed the need for integrity, wisdom, and spiritual guardians in leadership.
We came to have synod here in the spiritual way that we programmed the synod to come here today. If not, it will not come.
From St. John's Abada Alachi, the event shifted to St. Paul's Cathedral, Oji River, where the bishop performed the investiture of 4 outstanding personalities, including Dr. Kingsley Eze, Rear Admiral Kennedy Ezete, Ifeoma Igboonu, and Eunice Uzoigwe into the Order of the Knight of St. Paul. The bishop administered the oath on the new knights, highlighting the spiritual importance of their calling.
Dr. Nelson. I admit him as member and never had the university into the corner of the line of support. To another edition of Muse on Signature Television. I am your muser. Like I always ask, and giving that title to myself, I hope I am allowed to do so. But on Muse, we think and talk. And I've come again to think and talk in my small way. I hope you just think and talk in your own way. Because we want people to think and talk instead of talking and thinking. And but that's what happens most of the times, and we don't even have a universal way people should think and talk or talk and think. But we felt that if we think before we talk, we can come up with more useful results. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. I am here again to muse with you. Thanks for allowing me into your sitting room, into your privacy. Let's think and talk over small things that happen in my environment. And you can send us information about what happens in your environment so that we can also think and talk about it. Go to our social media handles. You can see as many as possible: Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube. There are many and all that. But if you want to watch us direct to home, you go to SLTV channel 265. So welcome to today's edition of News. First on the list of things we have to think and talk about today is the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act Amendment Bill that has been passed into law by the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. A lot of people saluted the rapidity, the quick action that the President gave to, the attention he gave to signing that bill into law. It's brought a lot of things to quietness, solve some certain problems. But why are we bringing it up if all the problems have been solved? It's just that it seems that the president solved one problem and created so many. Why is the president will quickly sign the act into law when a lot of people at the Federal House of Assembly took a different stand and they were coerced into supporting the Senate on that act? And why is it that every issue that has happened in Nigeria has not been given this kind of attention and rapidity? And that's what raised, and people will start asking, is this Nigeria? How come that the president, within minutes, seconds of hearing that, okay, those who say aye, who say no, because have it, and then the president quickly, because we know we have so many acts that have been going through the National Assembly, passing through first reading, second reading, 5th reading, 6th reading, and they will call and have an addendum, you go back, they drop it on the committee level to go and they re-emphasize, they take it to public hearing and they do, and it comes back, and it has not been solved. Why is it that the Electoral Act becomes so important in Nigeria, even at the point it was signed? It was still not perfect. People will say no perfect law, But when you see book traps, like some people say, that has been laid in that Electoral Act and the president will quickly sign it into law, it calls for certain, it brings some sour taste in our mouth and then. But whether you like it or not, the president at the height he stays, the view is very clear to him. He's seen even what you think before you think about it. He said, that's why everybody wants to be a president, because once you get to the position of being a president of a nation like Nigeria, you can see even what people think. You can even tell them, don't worry. At the point I am seeing this, what you are worried about doesn't matter. I'm taking you to a land of promise, of renewed hope, and all. where you grab it, run with it, where you ewa and agbado will be so surplus to our youth that they will not agitate again. And that's what we have done. And the first term of that abundantness of ewa and agbado is unfolding and rolling through. Whether agbado and ewa and all the things that go with it and the condiments are available for Nigerians is left for Nigerians to talk. Who am I to speak on behalf of Nigerians? You know, that's how I'm just musing, thinking and talking about it. But I'll just let's say kudos to the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. You gave that amended act. You gave it a rapid attention and signed it into law. Good luck. We only call that you give such rapid attention to some other things that require not just attention, they require emergency. You know, and I know that security is an emergency in Nigeria. Corruption in the high places is emergency in Nigeria. Impunity, people in office is emergency in Nigeria. We should give rapid attention to all comprehensively instead of doing selective discharge of attention. But you know, my father said you cannot tell somebody, look at how your mouth looks while you are eating your own thing. What we have noticed about Nigerian politics is a winner takes it all. The winner, once the winner steps in there, he begins to dispose things. It reminds me of one, you know, that Scarface, Tony Montana, you know, in the face, Tony Montana, there's that film. He said, when we have our money, we have our own F. You know, it's not broadcasted here. So when Nigerian politicians can kill, do everything and get to a position of authority, they can now begin to dispose things. And it's like, go to court if you can. Recently, in that newspaper today, people were agitating over the timetable for election that has been changed by INEC. By the way, INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, and the presidency or the spokesperson of the president, and because the president has not come out and said, I didn't say, ask the people, the APC, the Central Ruling Party, ask people, the opposition that are kicking against the timetable said, abandon the polls, don't come at all if you think you are offended, or go to court. Why are we building democracy that is depend on courts for us to? When the court becomes these electorates and the electorates are relegated to the background, we keep going to court. I was discussing with a friend, he was saying the timetable. He just discussed off the screen and said, oh, by this time in 2027, elections in Nigeria will have been forgone. He said, no, they will still be in court. So we all plan to go to election west, large sum of money that will bring us development, and then get ready to go to court. Now, let's wonder, most of the courts, the lawyers who handle election petitions have become billionaires over time. You know, after Nigeria, we spent, in 2023, we spent 309 billion to conduct the elections. And then after that, we spend something close to that to go to court. Who did this to Nigeria? I keep asking. But on second thought, I said, Nigeria did this to themselves. Our politicians clearly planned how this thing would go for selfish reasons, to favor them as party, to favor them as politicians, to favor them in their cliques and groups. The whole thing that is the bigger picture of 240 million Nigerians comes secondary. And that's where we got it wrong. No wonder we have a lot of insecurity issues in Nigeria, and we are asking, how can somebody knock on the door and turn around and ask who is knocking? Nigeria set the foundation for us to have very tense polity. Economy that doesn't work. They were under Agbado, and all the hopes were promised and neither renewed or enhanced. They're actually getting worse. The telecom price tariff is high. the petroleum product that God has given us in abundance under the soil of Nigeria, and we have made the 6th highest producer of crude oil in Nigeria. Nigerians can't even afford refined petroleum products because they're still high. It's not housing that we have. The landlords have taken over the lives of people. A lot of people can't go back to the villages. There's no life in the villages because their life is not guaranteed because of the terror, bandits and terrorist activities, unknown and known government, and all things that happen in our remote villages. So everybody is running to the center of the cities, or even there's no guarantee. But then you can't pay for landlord rent, you can't handle it because of the nature of Nigeria. So where are we going? Where is Nigeria going? That's the question. Don't mind me, I am thinking and talking. A lot of people know where they are going because they can guarantee their next meal. For me, I am not sure. I know even where my next meal will come from. So when I ask, somebody will say, why are you bringing it up here as a public thinking and talk? No, if I'm thinking and talking, you can think and talk what concerns you. I know I'm going through hardship, hunger, and I can't stop talking about it. Until the day is done, of course, nobody is coming to my attention. You think and talk on your own if you have hunger and hardship bothering you. The politicians are thinking about 2027 and doing horse trading, defection and all. We come back to that. But that's it. Let me not just think too much and talk too much about this particular issue. And this is a little has scratched the surface because it can take us the whole year to think and talk. The new electoral act has been amended and signed into law. Congratulations to Nigeria. Remember, any goat that's lying on the ground is lying on his skin. No matter how you make your mat, you lie on it. So Nigeria is making the mat. They can't look for to America to come and amend our electoral act and say we will have an election that is going to be free and fair when we have consciously laid book traps because we are waiting for who will talk and we are waiting for INEC to deliver. A wrong foundation cannot carry the house. They will all collapse. That's, whether you agree with me or not, there's a little I can say, about Nigeria. Nigeria, we healthy, we move forward. Forward ever, backward never. The next item on my agenda, that sounds familiar if you have attended the Kindred meeting. The secretary will tell the people speaking English in Igbo. The next agenda we have on the table is state police. Everybody has talked about state police. There's been a long cry that Nigeria should establish state police. Because we are calling for state police, some agree, some disagree. Yeah, that is very common in democracy. But we only disagree and agree on such issues that's only when we remember we are running democracy. There are certain things we agree and disagree. The government will still go ahead, even when the people who disagree are more in number. They will still go ahead to take a decision. But the state police has now become about one of that thing. The federal government of Nigeria, led by the president himself, Mohammed Ahmed Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has said, I am going to support the establishment and I'm working on it. He has urged the Senate. He says, Senate, hasten up the amendment of the Constitution so that you accommodate the state police. Federal House of Reps, make up your, submit your own idea. Let's work on it and do quick amendment of the Constitution and have state police. Why is state police not getting the rapidity of attention that the Electoral Amendment Act bill received? But we know that state police, from all indication, people have called for it. The researches that we are saying we need the state police in Nigeria. Because whatever we think are our fears of not having state police is now minor to what is the advantage of having. Bandits and terror have taken over. But the states in most part of Nigeria has formed neighborhood watch, vigilante groups. Some had gone boldly to come out with almost what is state police, hiding under vigilante service. Their outfit, their presentation, the act that established them, the equipment, and the way they perform their business is perfected the state police image. So what are we still waiting for? Whenever I say this, I mention Amoteku in southwest Nigeria. The Amoteku in southwest Nigeria has as this commander-in-chief as the state governors, and you need to see them in their kits when they kit to expect the guard of honor. So what are we waiting for? Why is it that we see things that will benefit this country and we keep delaying on it? I am sure if you do a survey now, the people who will vote for state police will be more than people who do not want state police. Probably the politicians are afraid of state police. They know why. Because they say the man who normally use machete to cut people's head, we hardly allow anybody with machete to pass at the back. So the politicians, your fear can remain because you still remain minor. But incidentally, why it's painful is these politicians in position of authority that the people who are taking decision of whether state police will come. The sooner you allow state police to come over, because the people that will vote you seem as if voting you guys into power are all dying away. They're dying. In Kwara, in Plateau, in Benue State, in Anambra, in Imo, people are dying. In Ondo, quite recently, they even went and killed the traditional ruler of a community in his own palace. What are we waiting for state police? Until all the villages are finished, the population of our remote villages and even the peri-urban towns are finished? Is that when we... Let me say, what happens in peri-urban and semi-urban and whatever urban and rural communities is fast moving into the cities. So much so that even the federal capital territory of Abuja, health workers have received threats and they've abandoned duty posts. So what else? If bandits and terrorists can attack in federal capital territory with double power of the federal government of Nigeria, having its Asorok, the headquarters with all the army barracks surrounding. And then we have the federal capital territory on its own ministerial appointment with all the structure. Still, terror and bandits attack there. So imagine, if Funefune is like this, how will Funefune be? Imagine what is happening in our remote communities. Are we so insensitive to the lives of our people in our communities? I know there are little things being done, but we are saying it's not enough. Let's add state police to it. Let's see whether, start state police, perfect the ones who have built a good foundation to start this police. Let the Amotekus in southwest Nigeria, let the ESN or whatever the Bubagu in southeast be perfected as state police with oversight function of the federal police. Let's see how it works. Otherwise, what happened in recent past, continue in recent future. The population of Nigeria, like I keep saying, is no more 240 million. We are maybe less than 190 now, because over 50 million people have died. Banditry and terror. You say this is highfalutin. Where did I get my figure? I sit down in a platform where I review newspaper headlines every day, and the number of figures I have seen of Nigeria who died of bandits and terror in the last 2 years, it surpassed even this figure. So why should we be living in borrowed, confidence, thinking we're a nation? Some parts of this country are governed by terrorists, and we still claim territorial integrity. When we say some people are coming to help us, you say, are they coming to do what? We have sovereignty as a Nigerian. Remember that whoever marries my mother automatically becomes my papa. What we are looking for at the bottom of any plate of soup, is either fish or meat. We are looking for what will make us to survive. And that's what we are looking for. Please, and please, my dear people, for how long can we continue in sin and grace will abound? Sounds biblical. How long are we going to continue debating about whether state police will be adopted or implemented and our Nigerian people will finish dying? Well, that's about it. Okay, so we have spoken about state police. I mean, a lot of people have called for it. It's timely now. It's key now. It's more than we needed it like 2 years ago, but people are calling for it again now. So when 90 million flies are eating whatever they eat, you can see there's something they see in that you can't stop them from. So if most Nigerians are calling for state police, why not give us state police? I remember one woman near my place when we were talking about the headquarters, that means local government. They were talking about creating new local government. And they explained, the old woman said, if people are talking about Kwarekwata, they said, Mama, not be Kwarekwata, na headquarter. Okay, I'll say, whether it's Kwarekwata or headquarter, give us Kwarekwata, we need it. So whether it's state police or state vigilante, whatever, establish it, give it teeth to bite. Let's have it and because what we did not even test, we can't describe. Let's start maybe with certain states and see the experimental level and see how far we can run with it. That's about it. The next item on our agenda of news is about defections. Defections is the movement of politicians from one political party into another. Defections are willful move of politicians and their group from one party to another. Quite recently, Fintri, the governor of Bauchi, and all his people, is it Bauchi or Zamfara, or wherever he is, has moved with all the structures of his government. Fintri has moved again, just like the governor of Delta State who started the mass movement of defection. Delta State has gone down in the history of Nigeria, started the history of when a governor moves, all the state government, all the PA, all the state structure will move with him to enter a new party. So Delta started it at the beginning of last year. And all the state governors who have defected followed suit. The recently is Fintri and his state structure has moved to APC. And the APC is come, all you that are heavy laden, I will give you rest, come. Talk about it. If Fintri has left PDP, you now ask, one down, how many to go? And then we come back to say, where are the oppositions? It sounded like a music of that guy from Cross River State that time. I've forgotten his name, but I remember the music. He said, where are the prophets? Where are the prophets? Eyo, eyo. It's in Nigeria is going now, we're asking. As Nigeria is going now, we're asking, where are the opposition? Where are the opposition? Who is going to stand against APC and their train of mass destruction of oppositions? Do I say no? They are allowing the oppositions to come in. So it's willingness. But I said, if you describe APC, their structure is as they move, everywhere they enter. It's either you go to Asorok for a visit, when you come back, you start speaking from different, or you stay, Asorok visit you, and the same, whichever way, either you go to Asorok come to you, your life will never be the same. You must go to join APC. But now I say, what are you asking? Are the oppositions muffled in Nigeria? That's a part of things we have decided to discuss today. But let's discuss all of them into defections. Defecting. We have shouted about defection. Nobody, APC kept quiet. If you come and go to campaign with PDP, And PDP, you promised people everything under PDP. They voted for you and voted for your structure. You created structure of PDP, became the leader of PDP in your state. Suddenly you, without resigning, you carried the whole mandate given to you by PDP and all into APC, and we clap for you. This is the leg Namago take Rich Umaya. This is how we build the democratic structure in Nigeria that will stand test of time. Evidently, Nigeria is moving towards one-party system. From what I see, you can see different things. I am musing. Please take it easy with me. This way, my little brain. Nigeria is moving into a one-party structure, and that is wonderful. There's nothing left for the opposition to work with. Everything seems to be against the opposition. Some opposition are still in court. The court is still to decide whether they will be deregistered or whether they will be allowed to operate as political party. You count them as opposition. The same court in Nigeria will decide. If they look at you and their face is like, hey, this party, okay, no, you will not continue. You haven't been registered. If they did not deregister you, if the timetable by INEC that you'll be struggling to do your primaries, INEC has come with a structure that demands that all the opposition will do their primary election before May. And some of the oppositions are in court. And some of those people suspected that the stooges planted by the opposition party has made those parties not to rest. No center cannot hold in the opposition party, or what seemingly be in the opposition. Because if you ask me, Nigerian politicians are working for one Alhaji. It's one Alhaji that have the kettle that we're all heading in Nigerian politics. Why are we deceiving ourselves? Some of the big-time politicians are planted in opposition party to serve and make sure that nothing works. And that's what has happened. So where are the opposition? Now, before I go, what I recommend is let us all defect into whatever party we choose as a country. When we go there, we fight it out. It's better we fight under one party than to think we are opposition that haven't no teeth to bite, no leg to stand, no seat to sit. Even before you say you're opposition, you face one trouble or another. And we say this is a democratic society we want to build for this country and the future of our children. Me, I smell wayo. But if you don't smell wayo, take it, give it to me. That is only me that smell wayo. Even my nose could soon become wayo smeller. Well, thank you for having been with us for this session of news. You know, it's always fun when you are thinking and talking. You know, you're thinking and talking. It makes for fun because it's like brainstorming. As one thing, we live in your brain. Another one is, and I'm using this thinking and talking not to get too old because, you know, when you get too old, you become a Christian father. If you enter in the neighborhood, everybody is saying, uncle, that's why you know you are old. Anyway, my name remains Christian Chibuzo Maruka, your muser, and it's been my pleasure to have been with you today again. Thank you for having been with us. Go to our social media handles, comment, and share. Or if you had watched us from direct to home, if there's anything you want us to go, those emails are there, their handles are there where you can comment, and we'll even improve on what we do. Until we come your way again, stay with the rest of the program on Signature Television. May God bless you.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, and thanks for staying with us on Africa Independent Television, AIT. This is the Signature Show, and I'm Mabuz Njoku. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this week's edition of the program. Now, in the past 7 days since we had our last conversation, many issues have developed. First, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the 2019 appropriation bill into law, and he rated the leadership of the 8th National Assembly rather low. He then expressed hope that the leadership of the incoming 9th National Assembly will be more cooperative with the executive to deliver on the president's campaign promises. President Buhari also took a swipe at the 8th National Assembly for adjusting his 2019 budget. Now, he fears that he may not deliver on critical projects if he goes ahead with the adjusted budget and allocations that were spread somehow. But Yakubu Dogara, outgoing Speaker of the House of Representatives, displayed great statesmanship in his response to the president's fears. Dogara said, budgets and projects contained therein are simple framework for allocating what, to where, and when. He reminded the president that as representatives of the people, the legislature, which is closer to those in need of the projects being put forward by the executive, are in a stronger position to appreciate national priorities, reminding the nation that issues will always arise in this project allocation, which should not define the legislature, but instead the legislature and the nation should define those issues towards a national consensus for national development. Also, in the course of the last 7 days, the 8th National Assembly wound down, and the battle for who leads the 9th National Assembly is raging. Now, that brings us to the third major development in the course of the last 7 days. Now, 2 courts of concurrent jurisdiction, an Imo State High Court in Owerri and a Federal High Court in Abuja, have given conflicting rulings in the case of Rochas Okorocha, former Imo State Governor, and his quest to take up a seat at the Senate. Now, whereas the Imo State High Court ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, not to issue any of the contestants for the Imo West senatorial seat a certificate of return, the Abuja High Court ordered INEC to issue Rochas Okorocha a certificate of return. Now, since both courts are of equal status, INEC now seems to be between the granite hard floor and the hard place. Well, that is our little review of some of the issues that happened, made headlines in the past 7 days. Now we take a break, and when we return, it will be time for our conversation. And this Sunday, we have an Iroko in the studio. You won't want to miss that conversation. Stay with us. We'll be back. Well, thanks a lot for joining us this Sunday. This is the conversation segment of the Signature Show. And you know, Igbos have a saying that when you climb an iroko tree, please fetch as much firewood as you can, because it is not every day that you have the opportunity or even the energy to climb an iroko tree. Why am I saying so? Today's conversation will be extended because I have in the studio, first, the president, national chairman of the Green Party of Nigeria in the last presidential election. He is the Director General of the Inter-Party Advisory Council. You should know why. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, a fellow of Certified Public Accountants of Nigeria. He is a member, Chartered Institute of Forensic Investigative Professionals of Nigeria, and he is an associate of the Nigeria Institute of Management. Now you can see why I told you I'm about to climb an iroko tree. I have in the studio Dr. Sam Eke. Dr. Sam Eke, welcome to the Signature Show.
Thank you very much.
When you get an iroko tree, you also offer a very big sacrifice. What sacrifice do I offer you this afternoon?
There is no sacrifice because my life is full of service to the nation. And when you called me, I see it as part of that service, giving separate service to the nation, and I'll continue to give it.
Now, Dr. K, in that service, we have a number of challenges we want to converse over.
Yeah.
We began it last Sunday when we raised the issue of building national consensus for national development.
Exactly.
And we raised the issue of the promises made by the president, that in his second term, he'd want to make the judiciary more effective. He would want to make the police more functional, to deliver on the provisions of the Constitution. Can we help the president?
First and foremost, for you to help somebody, the person must be willing to accept your help. I don't think that Mr. President has demonstrated that spirit to accept the help of fellow Nigerians. Because if he has accepted it, the way and manner that he has been going about the issue of governance should have been better done than what we are receiving. And also, I am very doubtful because as a politician, I know very well it is easier for you to even get better performances in the first tenure of an elected officer than in the second tenure when the person is not coming back to you to canvass for votes. So having said that, I will not also dismiss the fact that once he is willing, that we shouldn't offer a helping hand, because there is no other country we have except this country, Nigeria. And with the every spirit of patriotism, I think I will also encourage every other Nigerian that is qualified and willing, ready, that they should be prepared to give that help once Mr. President calls for it. And also I have this advice for him. He should be able to listen more. We need a president that is passionate in his approach. We need a president that will hear the cry of the common man on the street. We need a president that is a statesman, not just a defender of maybe one section of the country or one tribe of the country. We need a president that can go freely to Abia State and say, I want to pass the night in Abia State without any hiccup. We need a president that we know that one life that is lost is worth more than any investment you can think about, because no human being can give life. So we need a president that we see to it that the security and welfare of this country is paramount, and that is the main essence of leadership, to providing an atmosphere where commerce, people can move freely. So having said that, I think he has gotten elected, despite the fact that he's being contested in the courts of law. We leave that for the tribunal to decide, but for now, he's the president of the federal
In the
Republic.
course of this, your submission, you mentioned matter of security.
Yeah.
which I think is very important to every Nigerian.
Yes.
Let me quote from a statement accredited to the outgone governor of Borno State, Shetima. He said, or he was said, well, alleged to have said, since I was not there, that northern governors regretted the steps they took against Jonathan. And he cited 2 instances. He said, with the advent of Boko Haram and the move by the Jonathan administration to procure arms from US, that they northern governors met in US and persuaded Jonathan, Barack Obama, not to sell arms to Nigeria.
Yeah.
And when Jonathan made an effort to use private arms merchant to buy from South Africa, it was they who also moved to South Africa to frustrate that move, labeling that move as laundering of funds from Nigeria, which caused quite some headache here in this country. Politicizing security. Should we not now collectively help the president? He's not everywhere. Today, the issue of kidnappers is rampaging in most parts of northern Nigeria. Herdsmen's challenge has even gotten to Bayelsa State. What do we do to help the president tackle that challenge of security instead of making it political?
Well, number one thing, I think I really see a situation whereby we have to be honest with ourselves. We are not yet honest because once you are trying to solve a problem and you don't tell yourself the gospel truth, there's no way you can solve that problem. And I want to believe that the major problem of henchmen can be solved only when Mr. President can realize that that is not a national business, that it is a personal business. And therefore, if other people who have been running their personal businesses provide their capital, provide their land, their entrepreneur, and other things for them to be in business, the enhancement or the cattle rearers should be able to stand up and face their business squarely. And we are living in a society that is dynamic. Dynamic in the sense is that you cannot be living in the past and you expect to get the result of the present. Cattle rearing is no longer
an itinerant business.
No, it is no longer moving from one place to the other. We need to move away from this archaic business to a civilized business, whereby we will understand that ranches are provided by those who own cattle. And if I come to buy your cattle, please transfer the cost to me. It is not a government business. By the time we face ourselves with this reality, we will now start looking at the issues with realistically. And also, I didn't want to say that when you look at the military, either the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, those are the places you can get national unity. But if we start looking at it now, that national unity is driven away, that means there is a very big problem for us to contend. So we need to checkmate that seriously.
Development you have also mentioned. I also want to make reference to the statement the president made while he signed the 2019 appropriation into an act. He blamed the leadership of the National Assembly for the bad performance of the previous budgets and said that the National Assembly had tampered with the 2019 budget and it could make that difficult for him to deliver on the provisions of the budget. But outgone Speaker of the House of Representatives, Yakubu Dogara, in a very, let me not be descriptive, in his own response, said that question of national budget must be contentious to the extent that It is a means or framework for allocating what, to who, and when. And people have interests that their business should be harmonizing those contentions to build a national consensus. Does the president, from your feeling, does the president understand, does he feel with Dogara that the budget is not an executive document, but a national document over which a consensus for national development can be created and not reason to squabble?
You see, when it comes to national budget, budget generally, I just want to believe that we have not been able to get it right in this country. Number one is that the National Assembly is not a rubber stamp of the executive. If you want them to return the budget the way you brought it to them, why sending it to them in the first place? And I also want to make it clear that the National Assembly, at any point in time, they are the most representative of the people. And they are closer to the people to that extent that they will be able to aggregate the feelings, the needs of the people, and be able to balance it here and there. If the president is complaining that they have tampered with the budget, can any one of them in the executive come out to tell us the performance level of 2000 budgets? Let us even have it from them that those items on their own that were inputted into the budget, that those ones they have delivered on them. Looking at it, they have not delivered on them. We have a very big question. I'm even blaming the National Assembly that they are not doing much as far as the budget is concerned. I want to see a situation whereby the National Assembly will come out and tell Nigerians that this particular road from this point A to B was in previous budget and money was allocated for it. And those money never came back to the coffers of the national purse. And this time around, they are representing the same road or the same project. Because when you talk about we are having budget running into trillions, go to Ghana, go to smaller countries, they are having budget that is operational. You do not see somebody making budget that or providing in a budget that is going to purchase this cup this year. In 2020, you see the same cup in the same budget. In 2021, you see the same cup. We are just repeating the same items. I want the National Assembly to even do more on the budget. And I want also the executive to make sure that the budget gets to the National Assembly on time so that they will start working on it. You don't just bring the budget last minute and you will not want a thorough job to be done. They are part and parcel of the governance of this country. And it is within their constitutional right to also look at the budget critically. Look at places where the right thing has not been done. After all, those places they are asking for things to be provided. Nigerians are living there, not foreigners.
Now, let me still dwell on the statement by Dogara. He said that these contentious issues in allocating what, to who, and when will remain contentious, but it is the responsibility of government and national legislature to keep balancing and creating what he called a national consensus for development. Do you think really that our National Assembly can help this country create a national consensus?
Yes, they should, because they have the mandate of the people to do that. All they need to do at this point in time, they are there, is to stay away from their party and now see themselves as those who are serving the whole country. And also, I will also want the executive to stay away, to keep an arm's length away from the National Assembly. Let them be able to choose their own leaders on their own. Let them be able to have their independence. Once any executive bill gets to them, all you need to do as the executive arm is to lobby. Lobby is not an illegal word in legislative business. They should be able to approach them and convince them why this bill has to go through the National Assembly, the House of Reps, the Senate. You don't just throw it that way to them and you believe that they will just swallow a hook, line, and sinker. It doesn't work that way. I want to see a situation where we have people in the National Assembly that are so efficient in their job. We have professionals, because when you get to the Senate of America, you see people that have spent about 20, 30 years. These are institutions. I do not believe in a situation whereby you finish as a governor, you are running to National Assembly. To go and do what? You have done a governor for 8 years. For goodness sake, you can go back to private life. Because National Assembly business is a serious business that is mainly not holistically, but mainly for intellectualism. It is not where you go to sleep away.
Let me raise a question I raised with one of your colleagues in the last edition of this program.
Yeah.
I did not know why I'm so interested in it.
Yeah.
All the statistics, all the negative statistics on Nigeria development seem to be domiciled in northern Nigeria. High population, high illiteracy, now high insecurity, low level of health service. These are indices drawing Nigeria back. Apart from mere indices, there are conditions in which human beings, Nigerians, are living. Is it possible, really, for our National Assembly to build a consensus on saying, look, we need to address, pardon me, the backwardness of northern Nigeria? Because it is a kind of enlightened self-interest. Is it possible?
To that extent, I want to believe that even the present government, there is an establishment of the Northeast
Development Commission is an incidental development because of what had just happened. What is happening?
To be frank with you, two things I must hold responsible for this backwardness. One is the political leadership in the North. The leaders have not been fair to the common people on the street. And I hold every one of them accountable, whether in power or out of power. Secondly is this. Let me quote my academic brother during our higher institution days. He said, he called me because his name is Chris Eke, while I'm Sam Eke, we are so close. He said, Sam, when a man who can barely feed himself marries, and in the process of his marriage, he gives birth to 8 children, he has already institutionalized poverty. We also have to educate our brothers and sisters all over the country. There is nowhere it is written that you must have 20 children, 15, 30 children. No. Because there is a limit to which the government can help, going by the type of leadership we have in this country. So number one is the leadership. Number two, the individual themselves. If you look at an average Igbo man is the richest, averagely speaking, because they are Republican in nature. If you are my elder brother, you can't give me instructions. I will tell you, you are not feeding me. Before you know it, I am out. I want to be on my own, learn trade, do one thing, and when I get married,
be a man of my own.
The size of the family, it matters a lot. When the size of the family is too much, it will become a very impossible, close to impossible task, if not impossible, for you to manage it. Because assuming, going by the way things are very high these days, even in your position, you have 7 children. You want to study, every one of them want to go to university. So where will you get the money to pay? And these days, people are looking the ways of private universities. When the public ones are not functioning, and where they are functioning, they're always on strike. Strike is part of the academic exercise. So looking at it from that perspective, the leaders must do the needful. I do not believe in a situation whereby I will encourage my own people once it is Salah period or one evening, everybody will gather in my house and no. They really have to be empowered. And when they are empowered, they really need to be encouraged, to be tutored, to be enlightened, to reduce the size of their family so that they can manage it.
Let me just digress a little bit. I'll still come back to this consensus building. Do you think that the governance structure, the traditional governance structure in the North, can be used to tackle this problem?
No, it cannot. It cannot. It cannot, because what I see is a situation whereby people are kept away from knowing the truth, and once it is election time, they can be maneuvered. And I am very happy that the Northern youth are now awakening to the fact that they have to take their own destiny into their hand. I can see a lot of vibrant youth from the North doing very well. And I want to tell you, if given the same orientation, the same platform, I see a lot of the Northern youth very, very brilliant, and they are so good in whatever profession they have chosen to follow.
Now, back to this consensus building, Doc. I'm trying to tread carefully.
Please go ahead.
Because each time it is raised, it is misinterpreted as a call for dividing the country. It is not, in my opinion. The current political structure in Nigeria is...
But mind you, I am not among those who say the unity of this country is not negotiable.
Let us progress first.
Okay.
Because when we talk about building consensus, one of the contentious issues in Nigeria today is the political structure we're operating. Okay. Is it appropriate? Does it enhance not just national development, human development? Does it enhance justice, equity, fairness, which are the things guaranteed by the Constitution? Do you think there's a need for us to look at the structure again?
The major thing is that, you see, I like making references with my experience. One of our lecturers will say, when you are writing either a project and you quote an author, please give credence to that author. And a situation whereby you copied your model from America, you copied it halfway. It doesn't help issue. We are not running a federal system of government. Looking at it, one of the key things I must demand from this 9th National Assembly is devolution of power. I cannot be convinced where a section of the country will be feeding the whole country. I want a situation where these whole natural resources we have in other states of the Federation will be brought to the national table for sharing, the way the oil has been shared for so many years without even proper care taken into the environment
of the community where this oil
is coming from. So I want a situation whereby if we are practicing and we want to continue with federal system of government, nothing is wrong with it. But let us practice it wholeheartedly. Let us copy it from beginning to the end and practice it the way it should be practiced and the way it is practiced in America. Otherwise, let us sit down, fashion out our
own indigenous structure and operate it.
That is it.
But Dr. K, two respectable institutions have made reference to restructuring Nigeria.
Yes.
The All Progressive Congress, APC as a party, promised Nigerians in 2015 that they would go for restructuring. They even set up a committee to determine their own definition of restructuring. I do not know whether I'm not reading well. I have not read quite the outcome of that committee's meeting. The president himself has said that he will key into the policies of his party. A clear indication that is an agreement that restructuring is necessary. But there doesn't seem to be any talk about that restructuring as a major issue in the national conversation.
Now, let me tell you, people are afraid of restructuring, believing that maybe at the end of the day they are going to lose out. No. If they really understand what restructuring means in the actual sense of it, it will promote healthy development and even development throughout the state of the Federation. I am a champion of restructuring. I don't want to be calling party names because apart from being a national chairman of a party, I'm a regulator in the aspect of being a steward of the Interparty Advisory Council, currently the DG of IPAC. I want to look at it this way, that the civil society, the area, I have posed this challenge to them before. The area I want them to really come in is when these candidates emerge. Please, forget about the manifesto and every other thing. Get us a cardinal program. We all know the problem of this country, power, this, that. Outline it. Let it be. We know. Yes. We can see a manifesto. Very beautiful. All manifestos are beautiful. Do you understand me? But this cardinal program.
These are national priorities.
Can you sign an undertaking before you get into office, before even the election? All the whole candidates, both for governor, for this, minimum, irreducible minimum requirement that I'm going to do A, B, C, D. If I don't, I am signing an oath before a federal high court to resign. No, none of them have been able to do it. And also you, those of you from the press, should key into this type of thing. Hold our leaders accountable before they get to the office. Because when they get to the office, you can't even see the governors now. You can't even see a local government chairman. And that is the problem. But where these documents have been signed, sealed,
and it's available to the public, at least to the media.
Published before even time. Every time we brandish it before you say, this is what you signed. Because, I'm sorry to say it, many politicians will come and tell you they will do ABCD, and when they get into the office,
never intend really to do that.
It is very, very bad.
Yeah, but in the course of raising this national consensus question, I've raised the question of the political parties. They are supposed to be groups, institutions, aggregating national interest, who they sell to the public. And don't they have a role to play in also aggregating irreducible minimum national consensus prioritization of issues that becomes subject of debate if any government is deviating? Are the parties doing so?
You see, the level of hunger in this country is a very big issue. Because even if the parties come around to do it, number one is that every government at the federal level, at the state level, like I said earlier, they see other political parties as enemies, not until they will begin to see them as partners in progress. And there has to be a rapport. This is a government that have lasted for how many years without special advisor or political advisor? Do you have anyone?
Not that I know.
So who will interface between
government and the political parties?
They don't need you. They will tell you, and that is where we get it wrong. Even if you feel that that party has not produced a council, they should have no less than 3 or 4 members they will speak to. We want unity for this country. We want a situation whereby the security will be guaranteed. We want a situation whereby the atmosphere will be right enough for business to operate. We want a situation whereby those who are corrupt should be held responsible for them to justify the burden to justifying their means of unusual enrichment, not pushing it to the agencies. For example, the bill on Satisfied Institute of Forensic Investigative Professionals of Nigeria. The bill has been passed in the House of Rep and the Senate. We have been calling on Mr. President. You are fighting against corruption. These people are partners in progress. Do not believe what any other professional body that does not even cover this aspect, this area of professionalism will be telling you. Sign this bill so that we will know that your fight against corruption, you mean it from beginning to the end. Having said that, I know very well that if the opportunity, the avenue is given to the political parties, that recognition for them to interface with the government in power, either at the state, at the local level, at the federal level, we have brilliant chaps that can contribute to the development of this country.
And that brings me to a statement credited to one of my colleagues on the government side, who said that the president refused to assent to a number of stupid bills. I do not know whether the bills are stupid or not, but my interest is this. When the president refuses to assent to bills for whatever excuses, does it not reflect the lack of relationship, the lack of interface between the executive and the legislature in the course of bringing out these bills that are of national interest?
It doesn't only reflect that, it also shows you that the executive arm are not working in the interest of all Nigerians. Because a constitution, if a constitution is produced, it is a document that will serve every other person. It will not be different standard for different people. So by the time you sign it, it is binding on every other person. Then you are already seeing it. Instead of running foul, you stay away from it. Even our electoral laws, we are where we are today because he refused to assent to the amendment. Otherwise, most of the problems we had wouldn't have arisen in the first place. So don't reduce it to a face-off between the legislature and the... No. I want to see a leadership that is so patriotic, that has the spirit of statesmanship more than being a politician. That we work in the interest of every Nigerian, irrespective of where you come from or your religion.
I'm a little worried about this line of thought because let me put it against the statement credited to officials around the president. Yes. And they say, look, nothing bothers this president as much as the wealth of Nigerians. Nothing bothers this president as much as the unity of this country. Nothing bothers this president as much as the development of this country. This president is consumed by a high level of patriotism. They don't seem to align with your profiling of the situation.
One thing you must not take away from it is this. By the time you are the president or you are the leader, if you do not, like most times, you say, okay, I've heard you. Allow me some space. Let me be able to see beyond what you are telling me. The sacrifice will just be pushing you around. How can you justify a situation whereby somebody will come and tell you that about 200 and plus billion was spent on school feeding? Meanwhile, in the budget proper, education is not getting up to 120 billion. How can you justify that? So where is the welfare? How can you justify a situation whereby the banks, there is no bank in this country where you can identify that you are interested in farming? It is Union Bank you will go to, either for cocoa farming or for... No bank in this country that we identify with your project and that project become a turnkey project. That is where we're having problem. I want to see a legislative assembly, the National Assembly, that we come up with bills that we peg the lending rate of bank at 1 digit, one singular digit, whereby we will also have a national credit that will be guaranteed by the government, either the state or the federal, to give to entrepreneurs because they need this capital to work. Because our manufacturing sector that is down must be revitalized. Apart from that, you really have to also look at the issue of our mining sector. You cannot be living by the river bank and you are using saliva to wash your hand.
Dr. K, there's a question that's burning my mind. Yeah. Something is wrong with this country. What is it?
Poor leadership. That is the summary of the whole thing. We do not have leaders yet. We do not have leaders that want to die for the welfare of the people. We have leaders that are contented about themselves and their immediate family.
How do we make such a leader as you envision to emerge?
First and foremost, I think the reward for public office is too attractive, too much. A lot of people,
jet sums and float sums.
Everybody just feel that for you to become rich, you need to go into politics. Like those of us who have been into politics, most of my classmates from secondary school, from higher institutions, they won't be surprised seeing me as contesting for one position or the other. They say, is it not okay? We know him, that he has always been doing that. But every other person just wake up. You can imagine a man that had been in a particular vocation training for 30 years, 35 years, and he retired. You cannot teach.
And he didn't say so. Dr. K, thank you very much for coming to our program.
Thank you, dear.
Great. So, don't you go away. We're bringing you corruption story next. But again, let's meet same time on Sunday. My name never changes. I remain Mwabos Njoko. Good afternoon.
Now another Tori time for the program Corruption Tori today. Tori where we go chook I put for today, day very hot. My name na Ufuma Eguriase, and I want to welcome you come the program. Well, we people where they manage this economy don't yarn say, they do well reach to make all of these country people happy. Many families no get money to hold body, even get reach half of the money where they go fit use take buy the things where them need, they no get. And companies them just they close everywhere. Business no they move generally. Now experts on top this economy matter don't talk say two sectors now him hold the key to help this we economy for this country. These sectors na stock exchange for where investors fit to carry money enter put for we economy make it a better more. And bank where they hold and they manage the money for this economy. But my people, when the economy wey no kuku well before, come get mago fraud and thief inside the stock exchange and banking sector nko, wetin go happen? Just follow this story for today and you go sabi how double wahala fit follow dead body. Inside 4 days of this month, now two dangerous cases now him enter two different courts, one for Lagos, one for Abuja. For the first case, the managing director of Brentwood Limited, Samuel Adebanjo, and him company, now they drag go meet Honorable Justice M.S. Hassan of Federal High Court for Ikoyi, Lagos, say he do illegal sale of shares of him clients. Make I explain wetin shares be for you first. You know say companies they go the Nigerian Stock Exchange, make them fit raise money to expand or better their operation. Then go come dey profitable for anybody wey want invest money put when them come stock exchange. Anybody go fit to bring him money, give them as investment. The company go come give the person certificate with how much he invest, and the person go join for the owners of the company. Anytime where he want his money back, he go just jejely put his shares up, say he won't sell am. Now these shares now them say Brentwood Limited people them with the managing directors come sell, pocket the money. According by the charges, them say for between 2004 and 2014, Samuel Adebanjo and Brentwood Limited sell 507,872 units of Nigerian Breweries PLC shares and 21,260 units of Guinness Nigeria PLC when the family of Akin Olugbade get am come pocket the money.
It is a criminal offense. EFCC must have to be immediately involved in this, and the person and the people involved must be arrested because it's a serious criminal offense. The regulator also has to delist the organization and also actually find a way to get the money back to the owners, because that is one of the functions of the regulators.
Stock exchange is a very sensitive sector of the economy. It's very sensitive market in the economy. It's a non-financial institution, and this is a market whereby a lot of funds, a lot of capitals are being raised for business ranging from small and medium scale enterprises. You know, when a business is actually starting, the capital funding is always very, very challenging. So as business grows up, they tend to have this opportunity. They are being leased in the stock exchange, and they can actually get their capital to function very well. Now, when the stock exchange in an economy or in a country is not functioning, is not performing very well, there are a lot of hiccups that can actually give to the economy. We are talking about unemployment. We are talking about currency depreciation. We are talking about reduction in the economic activities.
First and foremost, you know, investors invest in the stock, and those who need the money take the money. So if you don't have investors to invest in the stock, in the meantime, people will exit the stock market. And if people exit the stock market, there's no money to borrow, because those who borrow from the stock market borrow in order to invest. And those who put their money in the stock market do so in order to have a return on their stock, on the investment.
Meanwhile, the Acting Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC for short, Mary Udwak, they tell investors, say make them they call for the full weight of law put on top anybody where they operate for the capital market come chook hand inside fraud. I beg no day inside.
The cost of bringing these funds, the opportunity cost of bringing this cost into the stock exchange market is other things that they could have done with it, other businesses that they could have done with it as well, that will have earned them returns. But now they are bringing it to a place that is not safe, a place that the rules are not being followed. So they are disappointed and their confidence is not there anymore.
Those who are managing Nigerian Stock Exchange have proven themselves to be people of integrity. We have had very little cases of fraud. There is this check and balances that is going on among regulated and the regulated from time to time. There are different layers of checks and balances, which is good. And I think Nigerian Stock Exchange have really performed when it comes to transparency and having men of integrity. Yes, we have more people that could join, because from time to time the system takes out those who are embarked majorly on insider trading, which makes the stock value we are getting might not be very true, and that was many years ago. As we speak today, you see the true figure of most of the stock, most of the stock value or unit of commodity you see on stock exchange, which I think is nice.
The problem with Nigeria's financial system is that it needs a lot of reform. It is not transparent. The legal system is very weak. If you want to go to court, it will take a long period of time to go to court. So sometimes people negotiate themselves out. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that we need to have a special court. Financial Services and Corporation Court. That court will be like a tribunal that works within a specific time, which means if this is our problem takes place within a month, the legal framework will be involved, and those involved will be brought to bear. But when you have to go through a normal court process, first and foremost, the normal court process does not understand the nitty-gritties of the problem. So it takes a long period of time. So that's why people engage in this type of infractions and get away with it, because they know that it will take a long period of time, and also they can buy their way out of the legal system by either making sure that the law does not take its full weight or it's prolonged.
Now, Like say the case of this Brentwood no use fear shake our body reach. It never passed 4 days after the case start for Ikoyi, Lagos, where them drag the Chiamo and managing director of Before Bank, Sky Bank PLC, Tunde Ayeni and Timothy Oguntayo go High Court for Apo, Federal Capital Territory, with charge say them join body come do breach of trust for inside the matter of 456.6 billion naira where them deposit for their care. These 2 people where them accused so, according by the Economic Financial Crimes Commission, where them carry go court, and the bankers where now for their custody them deposit this money. Now between January 2014 and December 2016, now they therefore commit this offense.
CBN needs to be on top gear. I'm happy they've been doing considerable volume of work to ensure that depositors' funds are saved.
The people where them accused plead say them no they guilty you and them don't grant them bail. But the cases them where them kukuma still they drag for court don't raise correct red flag for Nigerian financial and investment sector. Sake of these 2 sectors now them be the backbone of any economy.
A friend of mine told me in the 2005-2006, he had up to 1 billion naira in his bank account. And the MD of a bank used that money to buy Forex, to trade in Forex. And to his greatest shock, it was the staff of the bank that brought to his attention what was happening. And he went to the MD of the bank and said, I want to assess, pretending he didn't know what happened. I said, I want to assess my fund. The MD of the bank said, your fund is not available, but give me a week. He said no. And then the MD of the bank threatened his life. It is when the law takes its full course and becomes supreme and is not selective and is blind that all these type of things will happen. Because if these things are not stopped, there will be no confidence in Nigerian economy. Foreign investors will be afraid. And that's the problem with the Nigerian economy, because as a foreign investor, you invest your money and tomorrow you have a problem. You will ask to go through the court process. And the court process can take 2 to 10 years. But if you have a special tribunal that tries all these things and gives maximum a month, then people found guilty must go to prison. And people see how they go to prison. It can be 20 years because, look, let me tell you, stealing money outside the bank is less criminal than stealing money within the bank and their worker in the bank. So let's make it, if stealing money outside maybe is 10 years, let's make sure that stealing money within the bank by bank officials must be double the number of years. And that the legal process is as quick as possible. I will assure you there will be confidence in our financial sector. If you invest your money, because investment is mostly confidence driven. If you invest your money in a stock that is being managed by someone else, and the person sells the stock and pockets your money, it actually erodes confidence in the stock exchange itself. And of course, most people will try to walk away from the stock market. And as you know, the stock market is any economy that is market driven must be driven by the stock market. If the stock market does no confidence in the stock market, then the economy will have problem, because you have difficulty to raise necessary capital.
So you see that the public or the buyers or the demand side, we have issues trusting, finding it very, very difficult to trust the displayed figure. So what you experience is you see a slump or a fall in such stock exchange, which means the value of the money market in such country will be affected, which will have negative implication on aggregate investments. It is investment that leads to job creation in a country, and that will tell a whole lot very poor outcome in rating, economic rating of a country, which may have implication on employment, reduced value of such currency, of country's currency, and so on and so forth. So it's a very sensitive institution that even insider trading, which may be a form of fraud or outright financial fraud, should not be encouraged in any way, in any form. Finance are needed in the banking sector. Diversion of funds will mean people are no longer safe. So money outside bank, which is component of M1, will be huge. It will cause more inflation, it will reduce the investment, and if there are no savings, it may not lead to investment. If there is no investment, forget about having jobs. So there will be no jobs. You are having inflation on one side, you have unemployment on the other side, you have what we call stagflation, which may lead you into recession. It's a very, very horrible thing to happen to any bank. small bank, big bank.
You see, say this kind of situation fits to shake economy, affect the policy where government they do to attract investors them. Sake of it they give we nation very bad image. My people, nobody they tell even deaf person say kata kata dey for market. Himself go take I see people they run this scatter body, make him enter 440. Take when people we suppose they watch money for us, begin chop and clean mouth. No be waiting them go first blow alarm before we go begin run, begin fix them. As Securities and Exchange Commission don't promise say themselves go tackle any stockbroker we get hand for fraud. They must to do waiting they promise also. Central Bank of Nigeria gas make sure say money wey country people deposit keep for bank no go enter tori of choppings make we come dey hear story. Now here you do us for today tori. I beg make you join us again next week for corruption tori o. Una bye bye.
On October 1, 1960, the Nigeria Independence Act 1960 took effect, making Nigeria a sovereign state. Princess Alexandra of Kent, representing Queen Elizabeth II, formally presented the instruments of independence to Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa at the Lagos
Hello and welcome once again to Gender Perspective. It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. Now on this episode, we'll be discussing shared parenting and custody. Now these are often talked about as legal arrangements, but for many families, they are lived realities that are shaped by gender. For generations, mothers have been seen as the primary caregivers and fathers as the providers, and those expectations still influence who gets custody, who carries the daily care, and who is expected to step up after separation. Now, as more families move towards shared parenting, important questions emerge. Is this system truly equal for men and women? Who benefits and who bears the hidden costs? Well, today we examine shared parenting, exploring power, fairness, and the real-life implications for parents and children. It's about roles, responsibility, and what parenting means in today's society. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and I'll be with you right after this short break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Now, to understand how shared parenting and custody really work in practice, we need to look beyond the opinions and into evidence. So let's look at our background report, which examines how custody laws have evolved, how decisions are made, and how gender continues to shape outcomes, often in ways that aren't immediately visible. It looks at who is more likely to gain shared custody, how caregiving history and economic power matter, and what the impact is on children and parents.
Child custody arrangements have undergone significant transformation over the past several decades, reflecting broader social changes in family structures, gender roles, and understandings of child welfare. Traditionally, custody decisions following separation or divorce favored one parent, most often the mother, based on assumptions about caregiving roles and children's emotional needs. However, the growing recognition of both parents' roles in a child's development has led to the increasing adoption of shared parenting and shared custody models. While these arrangements are often promoted as progressive and gender-neutral, their implementation raises complex legal, social, economic, and psychological implications that merit careful examination. Shared parenting generally refers to an arrangement in which both parents actively participate in raising their child after separation, sharing decision-making authority and caregiving responsibilities. Shared custody may involve equal or near-equal physical custody, or it may refer primarily to joint legal custody while physical residence remains uneven. The rationale behind shared parenting is grounded in the belief that children benefit from maintaining meaningful relationships with both parents. This model also aligns with contemporary ideals of gender equality, challenging the notion that caregiving is inherently maternal and positioning fathers as equally capable caregivers. From a legal perspective, shared parenting has emerged as part of broader family law reforms aimed at prioritizing the best interests of the child. Many jurisdictions have moved toward encouraging or presuming shared custody, particularly where both parents are deemed fit and willing. On paper, these reforms are gender-neutral, emphasizing parental capacity rather than parental sex. However, in practice, custody determinations remain influenced by judicial discretion, cultural norms, and socioeconomic realities. As a result, the promise of equality embedded in shared parenting laws does not always translate into equitable outcomes. One of the most significant implications of shared parenting lies in its relationship to gender roles and expectations. Historically, women have borne the primary responsibility for childcare, often at the expense of career advancement and economic independence. Shared parenting has the potential to redistribute care work more evenly, enabling mothers to pursue employment and personal development while encouraging fathers to engage more fully in day-to-day parenting. In this sense, shared custody can function as a mechanism for advancing gender equality within families. However, critics argue that shared parenting may also place disproportionate burdens on mothers, particularly in contexts where structural inequalities persist. Women, on average, continue to earn less than men and are more likely to adjust their work lives around caregiving responsibilities. In such circumstances, equal custody arrangements may ignore unequal access to resources, flexible employment, and housing stability. Rather than leveling the playing field, shared parenting can sometimes obscure underlying gendered inequalities by assuming both parents are equally positioned to share responsibilities. The implications for fathers are equally complex. Shared parenting has been championed by fathers' rights advocates as a corrective to perceived bias in custody decisions. For many fathers, shared custody provides greater recognition of their parental identity and emotional bonds with their children. It challenges traditional models of masculinity that prioritize breadwinning over caregiving and affirms fathers as nurturing, competent parents. Nonetheless, the success of shared parenting for fathers often depends on their prior involvement in childcare, workplace flexibility, and social support, factors that are unevenly distributed across class and culture. Beyond parental interest, the impact on children remains the central consideration in custody arrangements. Proponents of shared parenting argue that children benefit emotionally, psychologically, and socially from sustained contact with both parents. Research suggests that, in low-conflict situations, shared custody can support children's sense of security and reduce feelings of loss associated with parental separation. Children may also benefit from exposure to diverse parenting styles and more balanced role modeling across genders. At the same time, shared parenting is not universally beneficial. Frequent transitions between households can create instability, particularly for younger children. High levels of parental conflict may expose children to ongoing stress, undermining the potential advantages of shared custody. In such cases, the insistence on equal parenting time may prioritize parental rights over children's emotional well-being. This raises critical questions about whether shared parenting should be encouraged as a default arrangement or assessed strictly on a case-by-case basis. Economic implications further complicate shared custody arrangements. Shared parenting often affects child support obligations, housing needs, and access to public benefits. Parents may need to maintain two adequately equipped households, a requirement that can disadvantage lower-income families. Because economic inequality is itself gendered, with women more likely to experience post-separation financial hardship, shared parenting can unintentionally exacerbate existing disparities. These realities challenge the assumption that shared custody is equally feasible or fair for all families. Particularly contentious are shared parenting arrangements in cases involving domestic violence or high-power imbalances. Critics argue that mandatory or presumed shared custody can place survivors, most often women and children, at risk by forcing continued interaction with abusive partners. In such context, shared parenting may function less as a model of cooperation and more as a tool of control. This has led to calls for stronger safeguards, nuanced risk assessments, and greater judicial sensitivity to gendered patterns of abuse. Overall, shared parenting represents a significant shift in how societies understand family, gender, and child welfare after separation. While it offers the promise of greater gender equality and sustained parental involvement, its implications are neither uniform nor universally positive. The effectiveness of shared custody depends on legal frameworks, social supports, economic conditions, and, crucially, the quality of parental relationships. In conclusion, shared parenting and custody arrangements sit at the intersection of law, gender, and child development. They challenge traditional assumptions about motherhood and fatherhood while exposing persistent inequalities that shape family life. A balanced approach, one that recognizes the value of shared parenting without imposing it rigidly, is essential. Ultimately, the goal of custody law should not be formal equality between parents, but substantive fairness that genuinely serves the best interest of the child.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And now it's time for our discussion segment. In the studio with me is Dr. Nnamaka Ilodigwe. She is the founder and executive director, Women and Child Justice Initiative Nigeria. She's also a lawyer, offering her unique perspective on how shared parenting works in theory, how it plays out in practice, and how gender expectations continue to shape both. We're glad to have you.
Thank you, Signature TV, for having me. It's good to be here once more.
Yes, it's good to be here once again. Yeah. So let's talk about this issue of, custody. In your experience, how do you see traditional roles and ideas about parenting, motherhood, fatherhood? How do you see it play out when it comes to custody outcomes, or who gets to have custody of the children?
Okay, thank you, Yusi. Traditionally, Africa, our culture, they believe that the man is the head of the family. Everything belonging to the decision concerning the child or the children of the home belongs to their father. Most times, the wife or the mother is relegated to the background. In fact, if you can take example from even where a daughter will get married, the woman is not given permission to say anything or to take any decision. So that's in traditionally, the father is in charge of the care of the children. The mother is just, I don't know how to, she's even regarded as part of the property owned by the man. So she has no say, she has no decision to give in terms of parenting.
So what about when it comes to the legal aspect of it?
Okay, legally. Now, legally, we have shared parenting. We have two forms. We could also call it joint parenting. Legally, both parents have the right over the child or the children. We have the legal form where the court says responsibilities belonging to concerning the child or the children is shared between the both parents, both the father and the mother. And then if you go to the Child Rights Act, which we have, that is being implemented here in Enugu State, which is taken from the Convention on the Right of the Child all over. It's a law that protects the right of the child. It gives both parents the right over the child. No parent is subordinated. Both of them have absolute right over the child or the children. So the other one is legal. You could also say physical parenting, shared parenting, where the child is made maybe to live with one parent, and then they share the responsibilities concerning the child. That is also another form. But basically in law, the child or the responsibility concerning the child belongs to both parents. Nobody is relegated to the background in terms of responsibilities concerning the children.
But do you see cases where there are issues of maybe economic imbalance or power play that also affect who gets to, have custody of the children?
Yes, in as much as we say that the responsibility belongs to both parents legally, there are circumstances that the court will consider. And in all issues that is relating to a child, you go to the CRC, as I mentioned before, the CRA, you talk about the best interest of the child. So at this point, when there are issues, or maybe parents are separated or divorced, the court will look at what is the best interest of these children at this point. And some of those best interest decisions could come from, is the mother capable? So it's not an emotional thing. The court does not deal with emotions. Is the mother capable? Does she have questionable character? Or has there been, on the part of the man, are there issues of violence? Okay, has there been allegations or confirmed cases of violence against the children or against the wife? These are some of, and then the court can also look at who will best take care of these children and provide for their welfare. So when it comes to that, the court looks at some of these things to decide whether the parenting goes to the custody now, not the parenting, because both of them have the right to, but now the custody, who now takes the custody of the child? And by this custody, I simply mean that who will the children be living with? Who will now, the fact that the children are living with Miss A or the father does not deny the mother access to the children. She still has, according to the CRC, unlimited access to see her children. And even decision makings that concerns that child, the father must also get her involved in taking decisions. He cannot do it absolutely.
But we see situations where things like this happen, where the mother does not get access to see the child or is not involved in, the decision-making process.
Okay, it happens. Like I said, Africa, if it's where, let me use an example, most of the cases we even had last week, it had most of the cases of children, these issues of custody of children. You see over little issue, over little provocation, the man says, leave my house. And then maybe, or it may not even be the man saying, leave my house. The woman decides, I'm done with this marriage. I cannot go through this domestic violence again. She runs away from the home with the children. Okay, and we call this parental abduction. She takes the children. One of the cases we had, she took the 3 children, ran away when her husband left the home, and then ran to a very remote area. Of course, we sent the police. Thank God for area command here. They have been really very helpful. And then when we wrote them, they sought for the children. And then when they got the children, we brought the kid with the woman and the man to the office, and we told the woman, you have no absolute right to take away your children. This is the trend now. And I also want to use this medium to tell women, I don't know who gives them such advice, that when there are issues concerning them and their husbands, they run away with the children. Some will run as far as Imo State. Some will run as far as Lagos. We have had cases of where we had to use the police to get them back from Lagos or even from Abuja. So one of them threatened to go to, what is this television that is trending, to go and report her husband, that the man is molesting her and abusing her. But she had run away from the children, with the children. And we told her, the contention here is no longer you and your husband. The contention is the children. And ENUGU State has also passed the law. And most times when they take the children away, they deny them education. They keep them off from going to school because they don't want their father to see them. Some of them will even use it as a threat to tell their father, you will never see your children again. You know, so some of these things it's not proper. Once there are issues between, marriage is not by force. I always say that. Sometimes some of my colleagues will tell me, don't say that you're a Christian. I'll tell them, I still maintain that marriage is not by force. Where a man batters a woman, beats her under the slightest provocation, he beats her up, he does not feed her. The woman that comes, I told the woman, you had a case. Because if your husband is not feeding you, the children are 5 years, 3 years, and 1 year. Okay, he's not feeding you people. He has another woman somewhere where he spends most of his time. Why do you have to run away? There are NGOs that you can go to, and this matter will be even resolved in your favor. But most times, they don't want to do that. They run away. And they feel going to a lawyer is so much money. No, there are some NGOs that are free. For example, the one we run is free for women. We do most of the things for them. We advise them. We handle their cases free of charge because we know how women go through. So it's not necessary for you to run away with your children. Report these cases and it will be handled properly. And you know, once a case of abduction comes before the court looks at the woman as irresponsible. Why would you run away with your children, denying your husband access to your children? So the best thing is for you to come up, report this matter, and it will be handled properly.
Now, these women that abduct their children or run away with their children, does the court also look at maybe the possible reasons? Because while we say go to the lawyers or go to an NGO, depending on the degree of possibly violence or whatever it is you could be experiencing, exactly. You know, sometimes like the first action, let me just take this action first while I'm trying to find. So are there also, do you also look at all those other factors that could also lead to that action from the woman?
You know that basically there may be issues between husband and wife. The children must not get in between those matters. The issue concerning children are totally different. If your husband is abusing you, it is a matter of concern for you to report or even file an action against your husband for domestic violence. But when it comes to you bringing in your children into a matter between you and your husband, you are now going overboard. You are going overboard. And you know what? Most women do it. I've been in NGO work for over a decade. So most of them do it to hurt the man. And some of them do it, maybe I want to run away. I don't want my children to stay here. I don't know, you know mothers, how we are, our heart towards our children. I don't know what might happen to my child if I leave. But you are not doing it the right way. Okay? If the man is abusing you, the proper thing is to seek help, report. Don't wait until you are dead. Gone are those days when we say we Africans, we hide. It's a taboo for a woman to report. Even most times when they report some of these cases, you find out their community members, the man will go around and telling them, my wife reported me to a court. She has committed a serious taboo. She's no longer my wife. By the time she comes back, she has to do one ritual or the other for her to prove that she's still my wife. It's not that. We should grow, let me not use the word grow up. We should be more enlightened in terms of this. When a woman is being abused, she has the right to report. Most times, she comes to an NGO because she's seeking confidentiality. She doesn't want it open in her community, what people are doing. Even some pastors' wives. You see a woman being abused to an extent that she wants to commit suicide, and she comes to report, and she tells you, please, my husband is a pastor. I do not want this to come to the public. Do you understand? And so you handle it gently and you discuss it confidentially and you leave it there. And sometimes, some of these men, it becomes a form of ignorance. Even though we say ignorance of the law is not an excuse. But most times it becomes, he believes that his mother or how he grew up, his father was always slapping his mother. Whenever she says anything, she had no say. And then he does it to the wife, not knowing that time has changed. Time has changed. You cannot even believe time has changed. The little children come to the office 10 years, 13 years, report their parents for beating them these days. In the past, how dare you? How dare you? Who gave you that authority to do that? But time has changed. That woman cannot remain in the dark. She cannot remain domestically abused, and you expect her to sit shut up. So sometimes, when they do those things, the court is not an emotion-bound institution. The court looks at the evidence before him, before he can decide, take a decision, or give a verdict. So once you are finding that a man is abusing you, it's between you and the man, do not get the children involved. Seek help.
Now, how does the law, how do the court distinguish between genuine co-parenting? Because like you mentioned earlier, this is Africa. Okay. There's a lot of power play going on, and some of these issues come to the court. So how do you know, how does the court differentiate the genuine, coming to co-parent or coming to actually get custody, as opposed to those who want to use it as a form of, further getting the conflicts, more, I don't know how to explain it, kind of using power. Maybe they come to the court.
They want to show that they are the man. Yes. I will take away the children from you. Well, it's normal. That's why we are human. But the truth still remains, as I said, that the court looks at the evidence before the courts. Does the woman have the capacity to take care of these children? It's not a matter of whether she is, like the video I watched, she was crying and saying she will come back. These are just we've heard that over time. Do you understand? It's painful, it's quite pathetic, but the truth remains that who did you seek help from when this abuse was going on? You sat in your home and then you decided to abduct your children and run away.
Now that you mentioned it, yes, let's take a look at that video. Let's watch the video and then we'll talk about it.
All right.
I didn't know I was going to come on here to tell you guys this, but I want this to be as more as an evidence that I'm going to finally make the hardest decision of my life. I never saw it coming, but at this point I have no option. Since my separation, I've been doing my best for my kids. They go to their dad for visiting, and they school from my place. Well, it's been 2 years now. This man has not. Well, it's been 2 years now. This man has not let me rest. He frustrates my efforts every given time. He comes to my house unannounced. He harasses me everywhere. Like, there's nothing I have not been doing. But I cannot be coming online every day to come and tell you the guys that this is what I'm going through, this is what this man has been doing to me, and all of that. At this point, I'm tired. I'm saying it like I'm tired. And what I'm saying is barely around is his house help and his houseboy that in the house. He just wants to feel that yes, he's the one that is in charge, because he says there are a lot of allegations that are being laid on this complaint, this petition that he bought for me, that a lot of things he said. I would have countered it, which I will in time, in good time. I wish I would do that, but for now, he has been pressuring me about these kids. He has been doing a lot of things emotionally to me because of these kids. So I'm going to now give him custody for now. That doesn't mean I'm not going to come back for my children. It's just that I've had enough. But I'm not going to fight you now because I know when the time is right, I'm going to fight for my children. They're just minors. They're just 4 and 3 years. Yes, you want to take my kids to go and live with an house help, your house help, because you feel like since I said no, I rejected your offer for me to come back, you want to frustrate me. I currently live in Asaba, and he has made it clear that I would not be, it will make my life miserable in this Asaba. So I planned on relocating to Lagos. When I took him to welfare, I told him, of course, I know he's going to come out to counter these things I've said, because of course he knows how to lie. So he will fabricate something, a lot of things to counter this. But no problem. Mr. I'm not doing this because I am weak. I'm doing this because I need to live. That is why I'm doing this. Yeah. I'm not backing down. No, I'm not. But I need to go find my life. Yeah, I need to go find my life. Since you say you can take care of them very well, please do. Nothing should happen to my children. Because you and I know you are barely around. Nothing should happen to my children. They should look healthy and strong to pick them for holiday. And when the time is right, I'm going to counter all of these things you said against me. All of these things. I'm going to come back and counter them. All of them. When the time is right. I don't even know what to say at this point, but Nigerians should just bear me witness. I have tried. No mother would want to see her children living with an house help while she's still alive. But at this point, I don't know what else to do. He said he has all the connections, he has the money and everything, and he has been trying to frustrate me. So, this is me saying, Daddy, I love you guys so much. But at this point, I don't know what else to do. He said he has all the connections, he has the money and everything, and he has been trying to frustrate me. So, this is me saying, Daddy, I love you guys so much. But I just have to do this. Mommy's going to come back, okay? So tomorrow I will not say, hey, Mommy left you guys to go and do prostitution, to go and do whatever. I want you guys in my life. I want to take care of you guys as much as I want. But your dad is not letting me.
That video. So first of all, I'd like to know, what do you think about what you just saw right now?
Okay, very pathetic. It's a sad video. Such a young mother, and then I always say that divorce or separation is never good. In Africa, you know, we Africans are particularly, even Igbos, it's never a good one because we tend to see it in a different light. If it were overseas or people who are enlightened, you know, the parties can go their ways, and yet the man can even ask the woman, take care of the children while I make provision for their welfare. Yeah, but sometimes the men use it as an ego, you know, to show the woman, I will deal with you, I can take away those children. Because from the way you are seeing the woman cry, she has emotional bonding with her children. You know, it's really painful. And this man may take the children and will not really take care of them. Because, you know, we women, we can give our lives for our children. So it's very sad, really sad. And I hope that she will not take long to come back. It depends on, I don't know whether she has a source of livelihood, and why she's saying she will go and come back.
You know, that's part of what I also want to discuss with you, because this video is actually, this is a celebrity. Her husband is popularly known, Harry Song, and they've been separated for about 2 years now. Now, initially, she had custody of the children, and now we see that following the petition or whatever it is that Harry Song wrote against her, the custody is being reverted back to him. And she also said some things about him not allowing her to live, coming to her house unannounced. You know, she mentioned a lot of things that have been going on. So I'd like to know, do you see any loopholes in this thing or something? Do you see anything, you know, going wrong?
I was going to say that in terms of him harassing her on daily basis for 3 years, not allowing her, who the hell does he think he is? He doesn't have such rights. If actually it was a court that gave her the right, the custody of these children, I think she should have gone back to the courts. Whatever the man must have brought against her, I don't think, except there are serious allegations in terms of her character, which does not suit the best interest of the children, then that is only when this thing can happen. But harassing her on daily basis is not permissible. It's not acceptable in any form. The man has no such right to harass her. Since the court has given her that custody, he should maintain access, and then the woman maintains custody, and he should leave anything in terms of harassing her in her workplace. Unfortunately, these things happen to people who don't, I don't know, this young girl. We report it to the police. Obviously, maybe he has more money than the young girl. I don't know her, but maybe he has more money. He threatens them, and wherever he goes, he tries to sort it out with money. And some persons, you know, corruption in Nigeria, I say it boldly, because you can't see a case like this, and the court of law, a competent court of law, has given a decision for a woman to have custody over the child, and you are coming harassing her. Who are you? The court should take her up. The force should take her up. Unfortunately, I don't know where they report these cases to, because I know I work with area command there. Such things are not allowed. Once you do that, they pick you up and lock you up. You don't harass anybody. So long as the court has given her that custody, you permit her. You just provide for the children, the welfare of the children. And the court would have given them a way to how he will be providing for this custody. Whether he will be bringing it to the court or however they will be doing it, to avoid all this conflict between them. So I don't think the man is irresponsible to be going back to her, harassing her. What for? The marriage is no longer on. Why are you harassing her? There are 1,001 women out there. If she's not doing the things right, taking care of, that's when you can go back to the court and say she's not doing the things. I found this, I found that. And unfortunately, we didn't see what's on the paper that she's holding. If we had seen what's on the paper, we know, had there been serious allegations or just mere
The details of that paper has not been released to the public yet, so no one actually knows what is inside in the paper written there.
Yeah.
But then we see a lot of people be wondering, why would she be waiting for the future to come back? Just like you said, I mean, if she has been given custody of the children in the first
go back
place,
to the court.
why is she not going there immediately?
If she has been given custody of the children by the court, a competent court of jurisdiction, I don't see her waiting and saying she's coming back for her children. I really don't. Most times, I don't want to say that most men are irresponsible, but I don't really see a man taking care of a 3-year-old child. What will happen to your business? You hire a nanny to know. Of course, we know what most of these nannies do these days. Nobody can take care of a child better than the mother. So I don't understand why the young man is struggling to take a 3-year-old child from the mother. The girl looks healthy. If it's in terms of, and I believe she's a celebrity, she has money. She's not lacking in terms of provision for the children. And I see that she has a bonding, emotional bonding with her children. So why would the court now deny her custody of her children? We need to get into that paper and know what's in the paper.
Right. Now, looking at, I mean, we've spoken about how mothers can take care of their children, but do you also think that there are situations where fathers can do a better job?
Of course. I've had cases like that. I don't want to, because I fight the cause of women, I really don't want to say much, but I advise women sometimes to be cautious of what they do, because these days, most women go overboard, They go overboard. They think that a separation in marriage means finding another love and misbehaving before their children. One of the cases I had last week, a 13-year-old girl was just analyzing how her mother was relating with this horrible man that she took them and ran to. And they see everything. Nothing is hidden. How her mother goes to take her bath with the man in the same bathroom, and this 13, if you see how bold this girl was when she was talking to me, for 1 hour plus I was having a conversation with this young girl, and then what do you expect of that girl when she comes up? Fortunately for us and for my organization, and thank God for the area command again, MMA, and even the area command here, area command MMA were able to withdraw the children from her, but the case is still ongoing, because I want to understand from the mother, why would you take that part? She denied it anyway. But for the young daughter, because I asked them to bring the young daughter I want to interview, they didn't know I was going to interview the young daughter. She came unannounced, and after interviewing the young daughter, it was my head went off. And so when the mother came, I didn't want to really talk much. I told her to go until the husband comes. Both of you will have to sit together, and then we will deal with this. So most times, women, I deal with them. It's over a decade I've been handling issues of women. Women, we need to watch it. We need to watch it. Finding love afresh, as they call it, is not losing your mind and forgetting your responsibilities over your children, because that can take away those children away from you. So I think that men, there are some of them come to the office pretending that they would be able to take care of the children. One pretended and said he would take care of the children. Now because most times when we take the children away from them, from the mother, if the mother is irresponsible, and we hand over to the father, if the father proves to be more responsible than the mother, we will monitor. So we are monitoring the man. We didn't know we are monitoring him, only to find out that he took the children to his second wife. It was in the interview with the wife that we found out that he has a second wife. He didn't mention that to us. So he took those children to the second wife now to care for them. And this man is not always available because of his job. So you can imagine what will be happening to those children with the second wife. So we're still on the case, and God helping us, we will do justice to it.
Of course. Now let's look at the implications. I mean, we've talked about mothers and fathers and children, but what would you say is the general implication of this idea of shared parenting or custody, both for the parents and also for the children?
Emotional. basically the children are, when parents are together living in love, in peace, and things are going on, the children are growing up, the children love to see their parents together. So when these things happen, it gets on the emotions of these children. It affects their growing up. It affects even their education. Some of them go to school and you hear reports. They come back to the office reporting to us that the teacher said she no longer writes in the class. He no longer does this. He no longer does that. She doesn't involve herself with other children anymore. She's only on her own. She has withdrawn. Some of these things. And even it could affect the child. Sometimes if the custody is with the father, there are things that she cannot share with her father. And there are things that most times men don't notice so many things. She may come to school behaving in such a way. It will be the mother that will look at her and say, this thing you are doing today, I don't understand. And one or two things she will spill whatever that it is, and the mother will be able to guide her. Most times men, until it's late. You understand? So it's a lot, both physically, emotionally, psychologically. It affects the children. And then on the parents, like one of the cases we had, the man said his BP has tripled. He's begging his wife to come back, and the wife is saying, I'm not coming back. And then it's just over flimsy, very little issue that could just be handled. He says, I'm not coming back, I'm done with the marriage. And then most times my head will just go off. It will even get to the extent of screaming and asking them, why do you think God instituted? Do you think that marriage is all that rosy? It's not all that rosy. Even me, as a lawyer that you see here, I see my own challenges at home. We all face challenges. These are the stories you tell your children when they are coming up. It's not all that rosy. That's why you're a woman. That's why the Bible is telling us in Proverbs 31 woman, he who has found a wife. Did God ever say he who has found a man? He never said he who has found a man. He said he who has found a wife. That is the responsibility he has given on us as women. He who has found a wife has found a good thing. And because of God, you have to try to remain to be that good thing. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice, really. But when it comes to battery, that's where I say it's a no. But if it's over flimsy arguments, little things that might be settled, I don't think that all this issue of separating children and separating marriages should come up.
Do you see issues where children, maybe older children, have a preference for who they want to stay with as opposed to the other person, even when that parent does not have the capability of handling
Of course, it happens.
So how does that situation become?
It happens, and the law gives that kind of what do I call it? The law gives that as a right. If a child decides, yes, I want to stay with my mother, yes, that's right. The child can take that decision, because at this point, but the law will also look at what is the best interest of this child. At this point, this child is saying, I want to be with my mother. Is it because her mother leaves her to be free to live her life? Is it because her mother, the law will really have to look at it and consider what is best. But normally, the child may be allowed to stay with her, whoever parents decided to stay with.
But sometimes children can be a bit not decisive. So sometimes they might want to move from here
to there.
But the court also give room for such movements from one place to another.
That's what I'm saying, that the court will now consider what is the best interest of this child. But that is the best principle in handling issues that concern children. What is paramount here is the child. By the time the court puts one or two questions across to the child, the court will be able to take a decision whether that child knows actually what he or she is saying, or just saying it. Maybe the mother told her, if you stay with me, I'll be buying ice cream for you every day. And maybe the father is the strict one who wants her to study her books and not go outside the compound and this and that. So the court will take a decision and know whether, but this is permitted if the child wants to stay with any parents.
So finally, what is that one thing that you would say to parents who are currently having custody issues, or issues in their marriage that could lead to custody or shared parenting?
It's really a tough one, and it hurts me Recently, if we have 10 cases or 12 cases in the office, we have like 8 of them women saying, I do not want to marry again. Lawyer, divorce me. And you keep pleading and trying to find out, husbands, why do you beat your wives? That is the worst you can do to a woman. Why do you beat your wife? Because can play an Igbo and I call as husband and wife. We can exchange our decision. And when we're exchanging that, try to understand my side of the story. And let the man also understand. If the heat gets hot, please step out. You mustn't beat. You must not beat your wife. Wife, you must not go to your husband and say, you must beat me today. He's a man. He will show that he is man power. Let us have an understanding. It's too much. Really, it's too much. Every day that I open my office, there's no day you will not see 2-3 cases of women coming to say, I'm tired of my husband. I don't want to marry again. Please, women, I urge us to be patient. For the sake of our children. But husbands, you must not beat your wives. You mustn't. Come and report. The fact that we say that we have offices for women, does not men come to report these days. So we fight for men too. So please come and report what a woman is doing to you. And let me just share, I don't know at the time, we had a case of a husband and a wife. The only issue that they wanted to separate was because the man was using the blue sponge. The woman said she has 3 sponges in, and how do I even say it, in her home. The yellow one, the red one, and the blue one. The yellow one is for washing oil. The blue one is for washing teacups, things that does not have oil, and the red one is for washing plates. And the man, instead of using the yellow one, he uses the red one. And she says when the man goes to the fridge to take whatever soup or whatever, he puts things on the floor and then he will not return it. Like she's tired of the marriage. What kind of marriage? He will not allow me to arrange. And he's using the wrong things and teaching the children the wrong things. In fact, the man didn't even know what was going on. When the woman reported, he came and the man, when we called him, he said, Madam, when am I coming? He came and said, when the woman was talking, he said, my dear, is that what the honey? The man, don't call me honey, I'm not your honey. After a while, we pleaded and both of them reconciled. I told Oga, please start washing with the green sponge. Then I told her, Madam, do you know? Let me use me and myself as an example. My own husband does not even wash. I wash it. So you have a man who even uses the green sponge to wash for you. You are complaining. And that was when we solved the matter. They went home happily. So this thing sometimes is just very small issues. And you know, like I will say as a Christian, the devil is targeting marriages these days. So we must be very careful. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of this program. I really enjoyed and got a lot of insights from you. Thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, we'll go on a break and we'll be back shortly.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
As we've heard, shared parenting and custody are not just about legal arrangements. They reflect deeper questions about responsibility and how we value care. Now, there are no simple answers, but what is clear is that conversations like this matter. Now, when we challenge these assumptions, we listen to experiences and ground our discussions on evidence, we can move closer to outcomes that better serve parents and, most importantly, children. Thank you for joining us for this conversation and for being a part of the program. Remember to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're live on SLTV channel 265. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and see you next week.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
On October 1, 1960, the Nigeria Independence Act 1960 took effect, making Nigeria a sovereign state. Princess Alexandra of Kent, representing Queen Elizabeth II, formally presented the instruments of independence to Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa at the Lagos Racecourse. The Union Jack was lowered and Nigeria's new green-white-green flag was raised, symbolizing the birth of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Gaining full sovereignty from the Great Britain was a paradigm shift in the history of Nigeria. Prime Minister Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa gave the first Independence Day speech after the handover.
The country which I have the honor to represent, the Federation of Nigeria, became independent and assumed the rights and the responsibilities of a sovereign state. Today, Nigeria has been admitted into the United Nations organization, and assume still more responsibilities. On behalf of my countrymen in Nigeria, I thank you all most sincerely for accepting us as a fellow member in this organization. We are properly grateful for this recognition and for the generous and friendly gesture made by so many members who sent very distinguished delegations to join us in celebrating our accession to independence.
Elder statesman and former Commissioner for Education, Ndukaya, narrated that the first 6 years after independence, Nigeria experienced tremendous achievements. This was, however, truncated by the 1966 military coup.
Generally, Nigerians did well. Whether it was under Nnamdi Azikiwe as Governor General, or whether it was under Okpara, Osadebe, Awolowo, Akintola, Ahmadu Bello, as regional premiers, we did well. At the level of the entire country, we established 3 midway tertiary institutions: the Nigerian Colleges of Arts in Enugu, Science in Ibadan, and Technology in Zaria. Many of them have now become full-fledged universities. Come on, man. I think Nigeria did well. They showed expertise. And you can pinpoint this in the first 6 years of our independence. 1966, something happened. They thought that corruption was coming into the system of the way we govern ourselves. And that's what brought about the first coup in January 1966. That's where things started going wrong.
To many Nigerians, October 1st represents much more than just a date.
So it's a time for stock taking, a time for introspection, a time to, as you celebrate, to really do a proper stock taking. Are we where we're supposed to be? What do we need to get there as a people?
We are not where we want to be, honestly. Which should be, I think, so instead of looking at it from success, I think we should be looking at it from a perspective of a wake-up call to reflect on the journey so far and be like, 64 years, what have we achieved?
Independence is supposed to be when a hitherto colonized people became free from the rule of those who colonized them. In the case of Nigeria, from Britain.
The theme for this year's celebration is all hands on deck for a greater nation. Some citizens are of the opinion that the Independence Day celebration is not worth celebrating, citing the worsening economic hardship and insecurity ravaging the country among other factors.
To my own understanding, it's not worth celebrating because Nigeria itself is no longer a country. I don't believe Nigeria is now a country because I used to know that every 1st October, if you go inside the market, the eve of the 1st October, you will see different types of designers, green and white clothes, up top and shirts, maybe gown, white and green, and green and white. But now it's no longer like that.
Poverty everywhere, hunger. So where are we? What are we celebrating? To be honest with you, it is not worthy to be celebrated.
Since I was born till today, every year they keep telling us that things will get better, but things are not getting better. Instead of that, every day things are getting worse. Honestly speaking, there's nothing to celebrate.
Some others, however, have a contrary opinion. To them, the Independence Day celebration is worth celebrating, saying the country is better than many others, especially the war-ravaged countries.
We should celebrate because we have to also be proud of our country, patriotism, and I'm optimist. And I believe Yes, we may have problems, but there is reason to celebrate. The fact, because it could be worse. The fact that we are not at war, the fact that we can look and see also certain developments, they may be scattered and, not at the same level in different places.
Some Nigerians lament that no sector has recorded remarkable progress for decades, blaming it on failures by successive governments.
From 1960, like they told us, Nigeria got the independence. I've not seen tangible something that Nigeria have done for me personally as a citizen, not to talk more of others. The power sector is not functioning. It's not functioning.
It's a failure, to be honest with you, because if you count from restructuring Nigeria, we don't have good road, we don't have a good payment for the workers. They are being owed for some months.
On the contrary, a professor of law and woman activist, Professor Joy Ezelo, believes that the private sector has experienced more achievements since independence.
We've seen development in certain areas. I think private sector are moving faster than even the public sector, because once you open up spaces like the phones, system, communication, internet banking, you see that they are moving and they are competing with the rest of the world.
Some respondents identify corruption as the major challenge affecting development and the economic growth of Nigeria.
The one thing or two things I think Nigeria is facing now is corruption. The country itself is corrupt. In a country where the heads and the government is corrupt, what do you expect of us, the individuals or the citizens of the country?
The challenges we are facing, let them start with our natural resources, oil. They should allow Dangote to work very well. They should work on our refineries.
In the mood of celebration, many have sent their goodwill messages and prayers for Nigeria as she marks 65 years of independence.
So in summary, well, happy Independence Day to Nigeria. We are not where we want to be, but hopefully one day together we'll get there.
I wish Nigeria a credible level of leadership. And that credible level of leadership will come when we are able to determine those who will be leading us.
From a hopeful and promising nation at independence in 1960, Nigeria has passed through political turmoils and economic struggles, including youth unemployment and inflation challenges. As the nation continues to confront these challenges and build on its strengths, the journey of the nation remains a testament, resilience, unity, and the aspiration for a better future, as it remains a leading force in Africa and a respected voice within the community of nations. Christopher Lele, Signature TV.
It's another Sunday afternoon, and this is the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Let me start by joining and lending my voice to the demand by the Nigerian Union of Journalists for the immediate release of Tony Ezimakor, who is the Abuja Bureau Chief of independent newspapers. He has been in the custody of the DSS for a couple of days now. He has not been charged to court. The DSS has not been able to tell the Nigerian Union of Journalists what is the crime of Tony Ezimakor. We need to make progress, not go backwards. I thought that the days of the cat and mouse relationship between the journalists and the security personnel is gone. And for it to start coming now, people are being arrested and they're not told why they've been arrested and they're not charged to court. I think it's a little embarrassing, not just for Nigeria, but also for the government. If this journalist has committed a crime, he should be charged to court or released immediately. Well, today on our show, we are focusing on the
northeastern part of Nigeria, where a region has been devastated by insurgency led by this criminal group that is called Boko Haram. Of course, the recent embarrassment for the nation was the kidnap of the Dapchi girls, while we were still praying and hoping that those remaining in captivity from the Chibok kidnap would be released soon. We are hit by the Dapchi girls kidnap. So today we are focusing on the Northeast and the efforts to get the Northeast out of this big challenge. We have a special guest who is very well placed to talk about it, but we'll be bringing him on after this break while we look at what is trending online.
We can no longer continue to make policy for ourselves, in our country, in our region, in our continent, on the basis of whatever support the Western world or France or the European Union can give us. It will not work. It has not worked, and it will not work. Our responsibility is to charter a path which is about how we can develop our nations ourselves. It is not right for a country like Ghana, 60 years after independence, to still have its health and education budgets being financed on the basis of the generosity and charity of European taxpayers. By now, we should be able to finance our basic needs ourselves. And if we are going to look at the next 60 years as a period of transition, a period whereby we can stand on our own feet, our perspective has not to be what the French taxpayer decides to do with whatever surpluses that they have in France. They're welcome. They're appreciated. Whatever interventions that the French taxpayer through their governments make to us are appreciated. We're not going to lick a gift horse in the mouth. But this continent, and with all that has happened, is still today the repository of at least 30% of the most important minerals of the world. It is a continent of vast, arable, and fertile lands. It has the youngest population of any of the continents in the world. So it has the energy and the dynamism. We have seen it. These young men who are showing so much resilience and ingenuity in crossing the Sahara, finding ways to go across with rickety boats across the Mediterranean to really, those energies, we want to have those energies working inside our countries. And we're going to have those energies working in our countries if we begin to build systems that tell the young people of our country that their hopes, their opportunity are right here with us. Migration and the movement of people is being presented in a manner which suggests that somehow it's a new phenomenon. There's nothing new about it. It's as old as man, the movement of people. And it has always been linked to the same thing. The failure of where you are to provide you with an opportunity, so you move somewhere else. Those of you who are familiar with 19th century European history would know that the biggest wave of immigration in 19th century Europe, the latter part of it, came from Ireland and from Italy. Waves upon waves, generations of Italians and Irish people left their countries to seek the American paradise, largely because Ireland was not working, Italy was not working. Today, you don't hear it. Italian young people are in Italy. Irish young people are in Ireland. We want young Africans to stay in Africa. And how are they? And it means that we have to get away from this mindset of dependence. This mindset about what can France do for us. France will do whatever it needs to do for its own sake. And when those coincide with ours, tant mieux, as the French people say. But our main responsibility as leaders, as citizens, is what we need to do to grow our own countries. What are the institutions that work, that will allow us to have good governance, to have accountable governance, to make sure that the monies that are placed at the disposal of leaders are used for the interests of the state and not for those of the leaders. Our concern should be with what do we need to do in this 21st century to move Africa away from being cap in hand and begging for aid, for charity, for handouts.
You're still watching the Signature Show. And as I said when we started, we are focusing on the Northeast on our program today. Of course, you will remember that the Northeast Development Commission bill was signed into law by President Buhari in October 2017. Since that took place, a lot of Nigerians have been hoping and expecting that by now that commission would have come on stream. Well, it has not, but we hear it will. So we sat down with Senator Alin Dume, one of the sponsors of that bill, and talked about the challenges that we have in the Northeast, suggestions on what can be done, and of course we talked about the recent kidnap of the Dapchi girls.
Well, honestly, when there was this conflicting report, I wish it was not true. The first is that girls were kidnapped. No number was mentioned. The next day, they say all the girls are being recovered. And then there came the sad news from Yobe State. And coincidentally, I'm close to the BBC guys that are involved. BBC broke the news and also aired the news that the girls were recovered. And also, it was, I think, here that the BBC reporter was here in my house when they told him again, no, the report that they dished out that the girls have been recovered is not true. It's very sad. It's very unfortunate. And I think the president did put it right when he said it's a national disaster. I think it's a national disaster. I agree with that too. When we're just hoping that we're getting to the end of this, a new dimension has taken again. The kidnap of the girls in Dapchi, the killing in Iran, and the killing of soldiers in Tambwa View Road. All this happened recently. So I just hope, and we're still hopeful, because there is the determination. The government is doing its best, but it's not enough.
Okay, distinguished Senator, would it be right if anyone says, yes, we thought we were winning the war, but we are not winning the war? And Boko Haram is on the rise again.
No, I don't think that will be the appropriate description. You can't say you have won the war, but it won't be wrong to say we are winning the war. But the war has not come to an end, but it's true. We know what is going on. We are the ones that are wearing the shoes, so we feel where it pitches most. It is true that Boko Haram has been degraded, disseminated, but it has not been eliminated. And therefore, you can't say the war is over. The war will be over when you stay as we used to, and when Borno becomes the home of peace as it used to. As of now, that is not the case. But we can see that the government is concerned. That is our hope. Before, we were hopeless. If we see soldiers, our people run. And if we see Boko Haram, our people run. But this time around, when our people see soldiers, they run to them to report anything. So at least we have made tremendous progress. And you know that there was only one entry road to particularly Borno State. There were so many areas in Yobe that were not accessible, but they are now accessible. So it is in Adamawa, so also in Borno itself. So, and you know, humanitarian activities is going on despite the, you know, black spots and sporadic incidences that we get.
But won't you agree with those that say that in the first place, the military and the government had no business talking about a closure, talking about decimation, talking about elimination of Boko Haram, that singular position that government and the military took, you know, made a lot of people relax and made it possible for Dapchi to happen?
No, I don't think so.
In a guerrilla war, was it right for government to say, "Oh, we're almost done. Oh, we've"?
No, I don't think that is my area of disagreement with the government. The military or the soldiers have no business talking always on the TV, responding to, or you know, running to the TV to talk about what they are not even sure of, like the incidents of Chibok is an embarrassment to the government. I mean, that should not be the case. The army have a job to do. Let them concentrate on their work and not talking to people always, because, you know, it's good to give out information, but, you know, some of the talkings they do is uncalled for. That's my position, honestly. You walk the talk, not talking. If they didn't rush, people, all this accusation and counter-accusation and all that wouldn't have, you know, and that I think is an area where I disagree.
Do you think, I mean, you know, why I'm really, really interested in talking to you about this is that from day one you've been in this. You've represented the people, you've suffered for it, arrested, accused of, you know, abetting and aiding Boko Haram.
No, it's sponsoring.
Oh, well.
You know, they said I was sponsoring Boko Haram, and the government that time were not talking to the sponsor. They were busy taking money and dashing it out to people that time. You know, anyway, we have passed that. I put that behind.
Yeah. So I'm saying, you wear the shoe like you said, and you know where it hurts.
Yeah.
You know. Do you think that we learned, I mean, as we should have learned from Borno, from Chibok, and if we did, do you think this could have happened, that could have happened?
No, it wouldn't have happened. And you see, the unfortunate thing about the whole thing is, you know, besides few individuals in the government, I don't think people even appreciate the magnitude of the humanitarian crisis we are facing in the Northeast, particularly Borno, Yobe, and part of Adamawa. And therefore, because people don't know, they normally take it for granted. That is the truth. And, you know, if you go to Borno and Adamawa and see for yourself the level of destruction that the insurgency have inflicted on the people of Borno and the environment itself, it's so devastating. And you begin to think whether that area will ever be rebuilt again. I give you an example of my local government. Goza local government is populated by 2006 population with over 370,000 people and over 200 villages. But as I'm speaking to you now, we only have people in 4 of the villages. So it means over 100 villages have been totally destroyed and displaced. Now, some of these villages are as old as, you can remember, 100, 200 years. And these people destroyed it within a very short period of time. And I begin to wonder whether it's going to be possible, as you said, for me to witness the rebuilding of those areas. I'm getting to 60. And I don't believe that at the pace we are going, the Northeast, and particularly some of Borno, can be rebuilt, because it is authentically valued that over $9.2 billion destruction have been inflicted in the Northeast. So when you are talking about billions I was laughing. It's trillions. If you convert $9.2 billion into Naira, it gives you 2.74 trillion or thereabout. And when you're talking about a destruction inflicted of 2.7 trillion, and the government is budgeting barely 45 to 50 billion for the Northeast, you know that it would take approximately, then going by that, 50 years before it could be rebuilt. So, but the cheering aspect, a bit of it, is that the world is concerned. That's why in Oslo in February, sometimes last year, Nigeria and other donor countries had a conference there. And within 4 hours, over $140 million was donated. As of today, that I think I've been following it on the financial tracking system that is being provided by the United Nations Office for Humanitarian Assistance, Coordination of Humanitarian Assistance. I think so far now, the international community or donor countries have so far paid in or contributed $742 million. That translates to over 228 or thereabout billion naira. And as I say, that's why I'm crying out that, yes, the government is trying, but it is not doing enough. Because the government is budgeting for the Presidential Committee on the Northeast. The budget for last year was 45 billion. And as far as I know, only 10 billion have been released. So if you compare that to what the international community is doing, that is just barely about 5%. So that's not enough. That's grossly inadequate. If you look at the level of destruction that has been inflicted in the Northeast, and even before then, the natural disadvantage or disaster that we have to contend with, because Borno State or Northeast generally is adjudged by the UNDP, the United Nations Development Program, using what they hold the HDI, the Human Development Indices. Northeast, particularly Borno, Yobe, part of Jigawa, part of Bauchi and Gombe, and Adama are adjudged to be one of the poorest regions on earth in terms of access to education, health facilities, life expectancy, environmental, industrial, and economic growth or advantages. So now we have Boko Haram again, destroying even the little that we have. The government will really have to stand up.
Okay, we'll talk more about reconstruction.
Yeah.
But let's talk more about prevention. Since Dapchi happened, the Senate, the House of Reps, everyone is getting involved, trying to get an idea what actually went wrong. How can we, what mechanisms do you think we should put in place to ensure that, yes, as we are heading towards reconstruction, that we don't go back to the dark days? What I mean is when Boko Haram held sway, destroyed as they wished, took whoever they wanted, and all that. How can we ensure that that does not continue to happen?
Well, I think the government lost it from the last administration when government stopped concentrating on the real reason why there's government in the first place. And what the Constitution says is that the main purpose of government is security and welfare of its citizens. Up to now, Nigeria is not secured. Nigeria cannot be secured with less than 500 or 400,000 policemen. Nigeria cannot be secured with less than 300 police or armed forces. Nigeria cannot be secured with a population of getting to 200 million or whatever, but authentically over 170 million. You have less than 300,000 or barely 300,000 police. You can't secure the country like that. You know, the Dapchi case was as a result. The police, the army are saying that they pulled out and handed over to police. The police are saying no, nobody handed over to us. You know, so there's this bug passing. But the truth of it is that if the country is secured, then this thing will not happen. That is one. And for a country to be secured, you have to get the personnel, and there must be law and order in place. There is no law and order in this country.
But is it not shameful that we're having this argument about, oh, we handed over to police, oh, we're not handed over? Does it mean that in the whole military high command, there's no coordination?
Well, I'm telling you that the major problem is even the high command, or when you're talking high command, you talk of high command if the people are there in the first place. There was nobody there. The police were not there, and the army was not there. And the army is, before they could get there, when the people put on this distress call, it was late. And still the personnel are not there. If not, if they were there, by the time you deploy like 100,000 or 50,000 troops in that area, they will fish out those people. Because you know that these people are not up to maybe at most 2,000. So if we had the personnel, we have the equipment, and they had the training, you deploy, they will get them.
Because our investigations show that they came in trucks, several trucks.
And that's
so
why
we're talking about the Air Force, which was monitoring the entire area. Nobody saw them moving.
Not only
in a
that,
convoy of trucks.
3 days you cannot even scan around, aerial scanning, scan around. You see, I don't want to get into the technicalities, because every time you start this, they will say, oh, look at this politician, he's just sitting down there talking. But all of us cannot be in the armed forces or security forces. If I were in the army, I would have retired by now. And I wouldn't have retired with less than being a general. My colleagues that are retiring or have retired from the forces, retired at the age of, with the rank of general. But if you talk, they say you're a bloody civilian. So we keep quiet. But actually the problem in this country is the personnel are not there in the first place. They are not well equipped. They are not trained. If not, by the time you deploy, in fact, the issue of Boko Haram shouldn't even have come. Because these are people not operating at the real border. Even if they are operating at border, they are operating, we are located within the border of people, countries that are poorer than us. And let me say that the fundamental problem that we have in this country is the breakdown of the rule of law. And then in the security service, the bastardization of the security service, where the number is not there, the training is not there, the morale is even down. They are not paid, they are not well housed, they are not well kitted. So we allow that, and I think unless we do that, well, you will start hearing some people will now say, oh, you are militarizing the community. Not the military, the police. We don't have up to 400,000 police in this country. We don't have up to 300 or 400 army in this country. A country of over. I went to Senegal recently for ECOWAS Parliament. Everywhere you go, you will see a poorly armed, but armed soldier or police or whatever, I don't know whether they are soldier, but standing there, not talking to anybody, but he is there. You could feel it. And when we were in Senegal, I was relaxed. I didn't have fear of anything until I arrived at the airport. This is a poor country, poorer than Nigeria, but it's secured.
Okay, let's go to the presidential initiative and all that.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about corruption. We saw it in the army during Jonathan. So much money was put into place.
So money was shared.
Well, it was shared.
It was not put
and then
right.
ended up in private hands.
Yeah.
Let's go to the presidential initiative. Of course, we had a glaring act of corruption, which we saw with the former SGF. But you find out that besides that SGF issue, there was no further interrogation of the process and of the activities of that committee. To even know, yes, you said money is given to them and not enough, but to even know how they use the little that was given to them.
Because when the issue of Pine was raised in the Senate and investigated and the report was submitted to Mr. President, the President acted by suspending and eventually replacing the SGF and handed over the case to EFCC. And EFCC, I remember, invited the SGF and even detained him. And they have invited so many people. And you know that such investigation, coupled with the fact that EFCC is virtually overwhelmed because there was corruption, there is corruption everywhere. So the case is still with the EFCC. And truly, I don't want to accuse people until they are proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. But I know that the case has not been swept under the carpet. So I don't think that is enough. And let me add here again that if you think that a lot of money is being pumped and nothing is happening, I give you an example. So far, the World Food Program have invested over $37 million in buying food. If you multiply that by 305 at the official exchange rate, 370 is over 100 billion. You understand? I think so. No, 330 times. You know, it's a big money. Oh no, 1 point. I don't know the figure, but it's going. And they just eat up the food. If we are feeding people,
They eat it up.
yes,
The food is provided.
but the food is provided.
And it gets to the IDPs.
It gets to the IDPs.
And okay.
Yeah. So at one time when they said in one camp that for lunch they consume 10 bags or 20 bags of rice every day, I said no, it can't be possible. So I went there myself, and there you have a pot, this big pot. They will just turn 50 kg into it there, and then there are 20 cooking spots like that, and there are 20 queues that people line up. By the time you start serving, before you know, that has finished and there will still people in the queue. So,
And that's just for maybe afternoon
lunch, just in one camp. And there are so many camps scattered over. So feeding people, it's not a joke. And it requires a lot of money. So then I started thinking back. If you go to your village, the village market, you know, is maybe in your place once a week or twice.
Every 4 days.
Every 4 days. And if it is a village of maybe 2,000-3,000 people, you will discover that if you are known to be a producer of, let's say, gari, maybe in that 4 days, on the market day, about 5-6 trucks of gari will leave that village to whether Lagos area or Nisha or so. If you do the calculation, you know that each lorry again carries about 300 bags of gari. So you can imagine that every 4 days. That is what people bring to the market. Not to talk of one they leave so that they eat. Now, if you imagine all those people have been displaced and they go to another town, it will require that number to feed them. So it's not a small thing. And that's why I say, unless you go and see and feel, you will not know the extent or the magnitude of the humanitarian crisis in our area.
Okay, I think you've looked at the future.
Yeah.
And from the one, you are looking at an enduring solution to the Northeast challenge, which you have always said Boko Haram was just an addendum. There was already poverty and all that, lack of infrastructural development and all that. And you initiated with some other people, initiated this idea of a Northeast Development Commission. You actually you brought the bill to the Senate. Let's talk about it. What is, because the dream is still there. It's not been founded. It's not been established, even though the act
have been signed
into law since 2017.
Yeah.
What is the dream? What are you looking at? How do you see it? What do you think it can do? What will be the impact?
Well, let me say that the main objective of having that development commission is to provide an institutional framework that will address specifically the recovery, the reconstruction, building, and resettling the people of Northeast. As it is up to now, starting with the presidential initiative for the Northeast, that is PINE, the Victim Support Fund, then eventually the PCNI, we felt that that is not enough. There is a need to have an established commission charged with the responsibility of doing that. The budget will be provided, or funds will be provided by appropriation, and then the National Assembly will have the oversight on that particular institution. You will have specialists employed into that institution that have the experience, and they will now coordinate the activities, work with the international NGOs or international development partners that are willing to assist. And therefore, with that, you can track, you can know what is going on or the progress made so far. But when you have a small setup or department in the presidency, it's more of an ad hoc thing, and that is what leads to the issues that we have. People, abusing the process or mismanaging the process. So that was my thinking. And we thank God that after my colleagues in the National Assembly and the general public appreciate the humanitarian crisis and the need for an institution that will be specifically charged with responsibility of addressing those issues. And Mr. President, in October last year, signed on to the bill. Now, what we are waiting for and what we are hoping for is the takeoff of it formally. But already, the PCNI is doing part of what the NADC is supposed to be doing, although it lacks the legal backing that we now provided by providing a law that will guide the activities of the Northeast Development Commission. So that's why we are eager that it is better to, put that in place and we'll hit the ground running so that this gap will be filled, and there will be a structure that can be monitored, that can be held responsible and accountable. Right now, we have over 75 NGOs operating in the Northeast and spending a lot of money. This money is money donated by various countries, led, for example, by America. So far, the American government have donated $280 million, followed by UK that donates about $100 million, and Germany, Norway, Switzerland, and all these countries. That is what brought that total of 742. And that is besides, I think there is additional $245 million, which is tagged as unspecified. Those monies that I'm telling you about, $742 million that are so far donated, is specified for nutrition, for stabilization, for food, for, those kinds of logistics and those kind of a thing. But there is no synergy between the operations of the NGOs and the state or the federal government operating there or even the locals. And that is what the NEDC is supposed to, part of the responsibility of NEDC.
We coordinate to bring a synergy in all the efforts.
In all the efforts. That's part of their work. So I think the takeoff should actually be accelerated so that we can have the institution working.
I was going to ask you what's holding it.
Well, I'm not the
bill has been passed.
I'm not the president. The
president.
president is supposed to be the one that will ask that. But I wish you can ask the president for us.
No, but I know that the National Assembly and the executive, you get around, somebody should have said, oh, look, this is holding us, oh, we are having challenges with this. Are you not hearing anything? Is it just, silence?
No, I can't lie to you. I have access to Mr. President if I want. And we talked about it. It's taken his time. I think the process, they have gotten to a stage now. I think they will very soon announce those that will take charge, because the structure, management structure, is also specified in the bill. And so the last time Mr. President asked for the details of the bill, and we provided, because after signing, it will be transmitted to National Assembly. So I am hoping that very soon it will stop. Meanwhile, PCNI is doing its best, but it's not enough, because I'm a member of the PCNI too. So I know what's going on in there, but it's not enough.
What are the challenges that the PCNI has? Resources.
Yes. So far in the 45 billion of last year, only 10 billion is released to them. And as I said, I thought that 10 billion in addressing humanitarian crisis is kind of big money that you can see. But, you see these things from outside, but when you get in, you look at it and say, oh, see, this is not enough. And it's truly, as I said, authentically, it has been ascertained that $9.2 billion destruction have been inflicted.
But what is the role of the state governments? Are they not?
The state is incapacitated. Borno State is a poor state. It's coming from the poor region. The whole budget of Borno State is 150 billion or thereabout. What is 150 billion? You have to pay salaries and other things to do with it. It can't. The state government it doesn't have it. Even salaries, the salaries of civil servants take 60% of that money on monthly basis. The allocation coming to the state government. In fact, it is the World Food Program, NEMA, that is the federal government, that come to the rescue of the Northeast to address this humanitarian crisis, especially in terms of feeding. Otherwise, you would have, God forbid, you would have had people dying of hunger in Borno State. Because people, the farmers that are subsistence farmers in most of the local government, 22 local government, they could not go to farm for now running to 4 years. And even in the areas, the local governments right now that have been recaptured, people cannot go to farm because the Boko Haram are looking around, trying to come in to those cities to even steal or do this hit and run that they are doing, a bomb explosion. And besides, most of the areas are mined, so people cannot go to the farm for 4 years, and they have to eat. So the government cannot do that.
Okay, distinguished Senator, let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue with our conversation.
Are you 18 years and above? Have you registered with the Independent National Electoral Commission, ENUGU? Do you have your permanent voter card, PVC? If your answer is yes, what about your family members, your friends, your colleagues, and your neighbors? Remember, your vote can guarantee a better future for Nigeria and Nigerians. Your vote can make all the difference. Your vote is your power. Don't sit on the fence. Be an active citizen. This is a signature show contribution to better citizen participation in governance.
Okay, the story is so heart-wrenching, I mean, thinking about it, I'm a little confused. So what's the way forward?
The way forward is we should come rescue Borno, or Northeast particularly, recover it, rebuild it, resettle it, reintegrate it. Right now, if you are driving into Borno State or into Northeast, by the time you leave Kano and you get into Northeast, you get into Bauchi because it's neighboring Kano. You see the level of poverty will start to confront you. When you pass Potoskum and you come when you pass Azare and you come into Potoskum, you will see the rate of poverty, insecurity, environmental degradation going up. When you come to Borno into Benishek, from there, there is no road, no power, no security, no nothing, not even livestock. You will see it physically. And if you fly over, because I flew over most during my suspension, I went around the state. There is global helicopter service that is ferrying the UN people and the NGOs in Borno, so I used to go with them. Most of the villages, or let me say, all of the villages, except few, have been completely destroyed. As I said, when I talk like this, people don't even understand. I wish I have the opportunity to show people what is happening. You will cry. Wallahi, you will cry. The level of destruction is beyond human imagination. But thank God, the international community and the United Nations have done their assessment, and they classified the humanitarian crisis in the Northeast as one of the most serious humanitarian crises on earth, competing with that of Syria, Iran, and what was happening, natural disaster in Haiti and all that is just a small thing. The humanitarian crisis in the Northeast is beyond. And let me tell you, if you go to Maiduguri today, you can see poverty, you can see deprivation, you can see fear, you still see insecurity. So it's not the issue that people will be addressing the way we are addressing it now. Even Nigerians are not helping us. The only Nigerians that I know are there out there for our people it's Dangote. In fact, Ndimi is from Borno, so it's just like he's helping himself. The business community is not there. The victims, okay, Danjuma is from there, Far Taraba, and he's in the forefront. The Victim Support Fund is busy rehabilitating, doing everything. They are doing a lot. But other than that, as I said, the Nigerian government, yes, the president is worried and committed about it, but what they are doing is not enough. It's not enough.
We need more.
More.
Okay, distinguished Senator, maybe we should end the program by asking you, have you acclimatized after your suspension? Have you gotten into the Senate? Are you reconciled with your colleagues? Are you working together with them?
I didn't have problem with my colleagues. Let me be very honest with you. It's not like I had problem with them. It's just that I was shocked with the way things have been done, or the way, let me say, the Senate president is running the Senate. Yes, I'm surprised, I'm shocked, I'm disappointed. And I feel betrayed, but I put that behind me because I'm part of the problem of initio, because we resisted and broke the rules. And we felt that we as senators, nobody should come and tell us who's to lead us. That was my disagreement, and my support for Saraki emanated from that, to say that we should have a Senate that belongs to the senators. But now, unfortunately, the Senate belongs to Saraki and Dino, which is very unfortunate. Yeah, which is very unfortunate, which is sad. And coincidentally, when you say Saraki and Dino, it's also sad. S and A, D. But, you know, one good thing about it is time. All these things will soon be over, or virtually it's even over. But the 8th Senate is an institution that we initially were to give Nigerians hope, but the National Assembly has been messed up now. If it's not for you, I really want to put that behind me, because I just decided to sit aside. And let me say, I prefer to be with my conscience than to be with the crowd.
But I mean, the suspension also gave you time to bond and dig more into the problems of your constituency.
Yeah, every disappointment is a blessing. What I did in 8 months, the sympathy I got from people that I did not expect, and my reconnection or my bond with my people increased, and it gave me time to reflect. And in fact, as I said, it gave me time to have a feel of what it means to be outside the National Assembly, because I have been in the National Assembly and in the corridors of power for over 15 years. And that gave me time, that I was forced out, so I stayed out, if they liked to say, maybe standing in the sun for 8 years. So I had a feel of it. And but let me say that I have no problem with my colleagues. I only had problem with Saraki and Dino. And it's not like my colleagues were ambushed into it. When I was suspended, it was not even on the order paper. It was in the mid-sitting that they brought it and amended the order paper. Up to now, you cannot find the report. Up to now, you cannot find any member of the Ethics and Privileges Committee that would tell you that my suspension was discussed at the even committee level. It was not. I can tell you that. And that's why I quietly turned my back. And then when they saw the public reaction, they were asking me to come and apologize, and I was really upset. And anytime, I really don't want to be talking about it, because I feel upset for a human being like Saraki, what he did.
Okay, distinguished Senator, I must thank you for for the opportunity as usual to talk with you.
Are you 18 years and above? Have you registered with the Independent National Electoral Commission (ENUGU)? Do you have your permanent voter card (PVC)? If your answer is yes, what about your family members, your friends, your colleagues, and your neighbors? Remember, your vote can guarantee a better future for Nigeria and Nigerians. Your vote can make all the difference. Your vote is your power. Don't sit on the fence. Be an active citizen. This is a signature show contribution to better citizen participation in governance.
That was Senator Ali Indume talking with me on the situation in the northeastern part of Nigeria. Next is perspectives. We are going to the streets.
Of 46 million naira be swallowed by snake. From where did this snake came in today? And what is 46 million naira doing in Jambo office? 46 million naira is a huge amount of money, but it's not to swallow. And I believe if Nigeria and the security will look up to this, I believe it will help us to cleanse this mess.
Where we think we are fighting corruption, what we are really seeing and hearing is nothing. It's quite bad. It's quite bad. We pray that God will really talk to us as individuals and collectively as Nigerians, because if we say with leadership by example, and that is not seen from amongst us, because if you consider all of these that are happening, you see that our leaders have completely lost their focus.
Can you imagine how human beings are in the land of animal kingdom? We heard that snakes have swallowed money, we heard that monkeys. So that means that this government is the worst corrupted government so far since ever I was born. Because I've never seen the kind of atrocity that have been happening since these 2 years plus of APC. When you will be heard that husband and wife collaborate and say their 2 months baby, you heard a 5 years boy, the father exchange it for a bag of rice for salad, which had never happened before. So I want to say that this government is the worst corrupted. They are just doing eye service, shouting corruption here and there.
Because people do things and they feel that when they come up with these funny stories, nothing will be done about the case, so they can always get away with it. So people come up with all sorts of stories. That's just the bottom line. No, this
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, ADC leadership crisis, Supreme Court reserves judgment. FAO warns Nigeria's food system remains fragile despite strong agricultural potential and output capacity. UK approves lifetime ban on tobacco sales to younger generations. And Iran seizes 2 vessels in Strait of Hormuz after shooting incident. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Supreme Court has reserved judgment for a date it will communicate to the Council an appeal filed by David Mark, the national chairman of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, against the judgment of the Court of Appeal. Correspondent Chimeze Zendema, who was at the court, reports that David Mark approached the Supreme Court to determine if the appeal court or any other court has jurisdiction to entertain matters concerning political party leadership disputes.
We are happy that we came here on a narrow issue, and that issue is on jurisdiction. If a court doesn't have jurisdiction, it doesn't have any business going into any matter. So it is a long-established principle of law here that it's only jurisdiction that can activate the powers of a court to go into any matter. So if you don't determine jurisdiction and you begin to go and look into the matter, you are on a frolic, because at the end of the day, you may have wasted everybody's time. If you don't have jurisdiction, you don't have jurisdiction.
At the beginning of the appeal at the Supreme Court, the plaintiff was David Mark, and the respondents were INEC, Naifiu Balagombe, ADC, Raf Wonsu, and Rauf Arebeshola. On Wednesday, Raf Wonsu and ADC withdrew their briefs, while Rauf Arebeshola and INEC did not file briefs, leaving two litigants, David Mark as plaintiff and Naifu Balagombe as respondent. With the counsel to Naifu Balagombe, Robert Omupero, telling the five-man panel of justices that David Mark's appeal lacked merit and should be dismissed. He declined to speak to reporters after the court session. However, counsel to David Mark, Jubiru Okutepa, told the justices that cases cited by Naifu Balagombe's counsel had no relationship with the issue before the court. At the end of the session, David Mark's counsel at the lower court, Rilwan Opanachi, spoke to reporters.
This matter is a matter the Supreme Court has given judgment over 5 decades. The Supreme Court has been very consistent that when it comes to internal affairs of political party, no court in Nigeria has jurisdiction. So we have prerogative of authority from the Supreme Court that we are leveraging. So it's not a new matter. It's even very unfortunate that we are disturbing the Supreme Court for a matter that is very straightforward. This Supreme Court is very consistent. So by tomorrow, anytime the judgment is coming, you are going to see that the Supreme Court once again demonstrate that it's a very consistent court. My name is.
As the Supreme Court determines when it will deliver its judgment, there are doubts if the case on the same matter pending at the Federal High Court will proceed, since the issue in contention is whether the courts have jurisdiction in matter of political party leadership disputes. In Abuja, Chimeze Zadima reporting for Signature Television.
Senate has directed the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, and other service chiefs to conduct a comprehensive operational and logistical audit following recent attacks on military formations in Borno State. A resolution was reached during plenary on Wednesday after lawmakers expressed concern over repeated attacks on military bases in Beni Sheikh and Monguno by Boko Haram insurgents. The Senate mandated a detailed review of the circumstances surrounding the assault, including an assessment of equipment adequacy, operational readiness, and compliance with rules of engagement. Lawmakers also urged the armed forces to identify and address any gaps discovered during the audit, while also investigating allegations of civilian casualties linked to military operations. The motion was sponsored by Tahi Mongono, who represents Borno North, and he raised concerns over the recent killings of senior and junior military officers, including Brigadier General Oseni Brimo, Colonel Mohammed Isha, Captain A.M. Esmat, Lieutenant Calvin Festus, and 13 other soldiers. They described Mongono and Beni Sheikh as strategic locations that have repeatedly come under insurgent attacks, warning that such incidents appear aimed at weakening military operations and disrupting humanitarian and commercial activities in the region. Senators also noted that a resurgence of violence poses a threat to national security, food systems, and ongoing resettlement efforts for internally displaced persons in Borno State. The Plateau State government has filed charges against 5 suspects arrested by the Department of State Services DSS over the alleged involvement in the Palm Sunday killings in Jos North local government area. The Palm Sunday attack, which occurred in March 2026 at Angwa Rukuba, Jos North local government area, reportedly left several persons dead, prompting security investigations and subsequent arrest by the DSS between April 3 and April 10, 2026. Suspects have been identified as Isa Umar Ibrahim, Awalu Abubakar, also known as Awalu Dogo, Musa Abubakar Ibrahim, also known as Yaruru, Ado Ibrahim, and Adamu Isa Al-Hassan. According to the charges filed by the state government, the first 4 suspects are facing counts bordering on criminal conspiracy to commit terrorism and other related offences. The 5th suspect, Adamu Isa Al-Hassan, is charged with criminal conspiracy, culpable homicide, illegal possession of firearms, and unlawful dealings in arms and ammunition. Authorities say the prosecution is part of ongoing efforts to ensure accountability and justice following the deadly attack that shocked residents of a community. The case is expected to proceed in court as investigations continue into the broader circumstances surrounding the incident. The Ekiti State Police Command has launched a new violence crime response unit to strengthen security and improve response to violent crimes across the state. The Commissioner of Police, Michael Falade, announced the creation of a unit at the command headquarters in Ado-Ekiti, describing it as a rapid response team designed to address rising security challenges. He said the initiative follows a directive from Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, aimed at improving crime prevention and operational effectiveness. According to him, personnel of a violent crime response unit are undergoing intensive tactical and intelligence training ahead of full deployment. Falade warned officers to maintain professionalism, discipline, and respect for human rights, stating that misconduct would not be tolerated. He also called on residents to support the unit with credible intelligence to enhance crime detection and prevention. Stakeholders, including representatives of the Police Community Relations Committee in Ekiti State, pledged cooperation with a new unit to strengthen community policing efforts. The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, has raised concerns over the fragility of Nigeria's food system, warning that conflict, climate shocks, and rising economic pressures are deepening household vulnerability despite the country's vast agricultural potential. Speaking at the 2026 Vanguard Economic Discourse in Lagos, the FAO Country Director, Hussein Gadan, said disruptions in agriculture are already translated into increased poverty, malnutrition risk, and social instability across both rural and urban communities. He explained that although agriculture contributes about 23% to Nigeria's economy, it remains a primary source of livelihood for over 70% of the population. The sector is increasingly under strain. Gadan noted that about 40 million households are engaged in agricultural activities, stressing that the sector remains critical to stabilizing the economy. He however warned that insecurity in farming communities, climate shocks, rising input costs, and global supply chain disruptions are significantly affecting smallholder farmers and food production. FAO official highlighted Nigeria's vast agricultural endowment, including about 92 million hectares of land, with 70 million hectares suitable for agriculture and 36 million hectares arable, but cautioned that rapid population growth is putting additional pressure on food systems. He also pointed to a major trade imbalance, revealing that between 2016 and 2019, Nigeria imported about 3.35 trillion naira worth of agricultural products compared to exports valued at 803 billion naira. Despite these challenges, Gadan said Nigeria still records strong production figures, including millions of metric tons of maize and rice, while maintaining global leadership in cassava and yam production. He stressed that targeted investment and improved value chains could unlock the sector's full potential, describing the revival of agriculture as both an economic and social necessity for national stability. The national coordinator of the World Bank-backed Hope Governance Program, Asad Hassan, has urged federal and state governments to avoid wasting concessional loans, warning that Nigeria risks repeating a cycle of abandoned reforms if funds are not properly deployed to strengthen institutions. Hassan gave his charge on Tuesday in ENUGU that the Southeast Implementation Support Mission of a program, saying the responsibility for sustaining reforms lies with Nigerian authorities, despite continued support from development partners like the World Bank. He noted that while concessional loans and technical assistance are being provided, governments must ensure that ongoing programs are not treated as short-term interventions that end once funding cycles are completed. According to him, Nigeria's past experience with similar World Bank-backed initiatives, including the State Fiscal Transparency, Accountability and Sustainable Program, raises concerns about the sustainability of reforms after external funding ends. He questioned what becomes of such programs after incentives are disbursed, urging stakeholders to reflect on whether earlier interventions are fully institutionalized or allowed to fade away. Hassan stressed that the success of a current Hope Governance Program will depend on how effectively state governments translate financial support into lasting improvements in governance systems, particularly in education and healthcare delivery. He explained that the program is designed to strengthen institutional frameworks at subnational levels and improve service delivery outcomes through performance-based reforms. Also speaking, the World Bank tax team lead for the program, Ikechukwu, said a program for results model was adopted to ensure that reforms are tied to measurable outcomes and capacity development within the public sector. He added that the World Bank will continue to provide technical assistance while supporting states to build stronger systems capable of sustaining reforms beyond project timelines. The implementation mission brought together officials from across the Southeast and was declared open by the ENUGU state government, which the World Bank commended for progress in basic education and primary health care reforms. UK approves lifetime ban on tobacco sales for younger generations. And Iran seizes 2 vessels in Straits of Hormuz after shooting incident. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The United Kingdom has approved landmark legislation that will permanently ban tobacco sales for anyone born on or after January 1st, 2009. The measure, contained in the Tobacco and Vapes Bill, is designed to create what officials describe as a smoke-free generation. UK Health Secretary Wes Streeting said the law marks a historic step in public health aimed at preventing addiction and reducing smoking-related deaths. Once it receives royal assent, the law will permanently prohibit future generations from legally purchasing tobacco products. It will also give the government expanded powers to regulate vaping, nicotine products, packaging, and advertising. Under the new rules, vaping will be restricted in places such as schools, playgrounds, hospitals, and vehicles carrying children. The bill has been welcomed by public health organizations who say it could significantly reduce smoking-related diseases over time, while critics argue it represents government overreach into personal choice. Iran has seized 2 foreign commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, escalating tensions in one of the world's most critical shipping routes. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says the vessels were detained for allegedly violating maritime regulations and entering the waterway without coordination. The ships were reportedly escorted to Iran's coast following the incident, which comes shortly after reports of gunfire involving an Iranian patrol boat and a commercial vessel near Oman. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations confirmed that a container ship reported being approached and fired upon by an Iranian naval unit, causing damage to the vessel's bridge but no casualties. The Strait of Hormuz, a key global oil transit route, remains highly sensitive, with around 1/5 of global crude shipments passing through it. Iranian authorities claim the seized vessels violated coordination rules for passage through the strategic corridor, while maritime security sources say the ships had clearance to sail. The European Union is exploring new measures to secure jet fuel supplies as tensions linked to the Iran conflict raise concerns about a potential supply crunch. The EU says it is considering increased jet fuel imports from the United States and the introduction of minimum reserve requirement for member states to guard against possible disruptions. Transport Commissioner Apostolos Tzitsikostas says there are currently no signs of actual jet fuel shortages in Europe, although supply is under pressure in some regions. He added that the market is still functioning and widespread flight cancellations are not expected during the summer travel season. Concerns over supply have been linked to tensions in the Middle East, including disruptions affecting global energy routes, such as the Strait of Hormuz, a key passage for oil and gas exports. The International Energy Agency had earlier warned that Europe's jet fuel reserves could be under strain if disruptions persist, though EU officials dispute any immediate risk of shortages. The European Commission is expected to introduce a package of energy and transport measures, including a new fuel monitoring system and possible emergency stock requirements for aviation fuel. EU officials say the goal is to strengthen resilience in the aviation sector ahead of the peak summer travel period. Russian drone attacks has hit key infrastructure in Ukraine's south, killing a railway worker and damaging port facilities. Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister, Oleksiy Kuleba, says Russian drones struck the Black Sea port of Odessa, damaging berths, warehouses, railway infrastructure, and operational facilities. He also confirmed a separate strike on a railway sorting yard in Zaporizhia, where a train driver was killed and another injured. Kuleba described the attacks as deliberate, targeting of civilians and infrastructure, accusing Russia of terrorizing non-combatants. Ukraine's Prosecutor General, Ruslan Kravchenko, also reported that Russian missiles and drones flew dangerously close to nuclear sites, including the Chernobyl area, raising concerns over nuclear safety risks. He said dozens of missile and drone movements were detected near Kyiv nuclear facilities, describing the action as intimidation rather than military necessity. Ukraine's military said it intercepted most of the drones launched overnight, though several still struck targets across multiple locations. Meanwhile, Russia also reported casualties after a Ukrainian drone attack in the city of Syzran, where 2 civilians, including a child, were killed. The conflict continues amid stalled peace efforts, with both sides maintaining opposing positions on territorial control and negotiations. And that's it on the international news.
It's time for sports with Christopher Lely.
Nigeria's senior women's national team, the Super Falcons, have moved up one place to 36th in the latest FIFA Women's World Rankings released on Tuesday. The slight rise comes despite the team's limited activity during the ranking period, having missed one of the international windows under review. In the previous rankings published in December 2025, Nigeria occupied the 37th position globally. Nigeria continues to maintain its status as Africa's top-ranked team, sitting more than 20 places ahead of South Africa women's national football team, who are ranked 58th in the world. Ghana women's national football team, Morocco women's national football team, and Zambia women's national football team complete the top 5 teams on the continent. Chelsea failed to score in a 5th straight league defeat for the first time since 1912 as Brighton win 3-0. Brighton and Hove Albion moved into 6th place in the Premier League with an emphatic 3-0 victory over Chelsea, piling more pressure on the visitors after another poor outing. The defeat leaves Chelsea 7 points behind 5th-placed Liverpool in the race for European qualification, while Brighton strengthened their own hopes of securing a continental place next season. The Norwegian Swimming Federation (NSF) has joined Poland in saying it will not host international championships as long as athletes from Russia and Belarus are allowed to compete. World Aquatics lifted neutrality restrictions external last week to allow swimmers from the two nations to compete under their flags. Competitors from the two countries had only been able to compete as neutrals since the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2022, with Belarus a close ally of Russia. The Polish Swimming Association announced on Friday external that at next year's European Diving Championships, if the war in Ukraine is still ongoing. In tennis, former world number 1 Venus Williams lost her 10th singles match in a row as she was beaten 6-2, 6-4 by Kathleen Quevedo at the Madrid Open. Williams, 45, is the first former number 1 to lose 10 matches in a row since the rankings were first published in 1975. The veteran last won a match last July when beating fellow American Peyton Streams at the Washington Open. Williams won Wimbledon 5 times between 2000 and 2008 and also won the US Open twice. She holds the record for most appearances at a Grand Slam, with this year's Australian Open her 95th tournament. In basketball, San Antonio Spurs center Victor Wembanyama has been named the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year. The 7'4" France international is the first unanimous winner in the award's 43-year history, having secured all 100 of the first-place votes. At 22, he is the youngest player to win the award and the second to win it within their first 3 seasons, after Spurs legend David Robinson in 1991 to 1992. Was the first overall draft pick in 2023 and has led the league in blocks 3.1 per game for the 3rd straight season. The two-time All-Star also averaged career highs in points 25.0 and rebounds 11.5 and claimed a steal per game. That's sports news in Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
It's time for entertainment news.
Veteran producer and singer Jay Martins has urged the defunct P-Square duo Peter Okoye and Paul Okoye to resolve their issues privately rather than airing them on social media. The Cold-Temper Crooner was reacting to Peter Okoye's recent announcement that he intends to change his birthday to a different date from that of his twin brother, citing alleged betrayal involving Paul and their elder brother, Jude Okoye. Jay Martins, who worked closely with the group as a producer for decades, said the decision to alter a birth date over disagreement does not make sense. He emphasized that both brothers should settle their differences amicably and handle their disputes internally to avoid bringing embarrassment to the Igbo community. He also reiterated that given their long-standing relationship, he finds the situation difficult to understand and believes it should be resolved within the family rather than in public. Afrobeat singer Ruga has opened up about missing what he described as one of the biggest opportunities of his career, a potential role in a blockbuster film by Nollywood actress and producer Funke Akindele. Speaking during an interview with VJ Adams, Ruga explained that he had long noticed Akindele's support for his music and intended to reach out to appreciate her. However, he later discovered that she had already contacted him via social media with an offer to feature in one of her films, a message he did not see until it was too late. The singer expressed regret over the missed opportunity, noting that it remains painful for him. He also stated that he has an interest in acting and would consider venturing into the film industry, although he acknowledged that the demands of movie production, particularly shooting scenes, might be challenging for him. Despite this, he maintained that he would still be willing to take on a role if the character is compelling enough. Nigerian singer King Madi has accused her former record label, J-Ton Music, of attempting to sabotage her career. The 19-year-old made the allegation on Tuesday after her new collaboration with Zinleski titled Pepe Me was reportedly removed from the streaming platform Spotify. King Madi claimed that the label, which she recently parted ways with following a dispute, resorted to undermining her career after losing a $1 million lawsuit it had filed against her. She further alleged that the same individuals previously involved in issues surrounding Cynthia Morgan are now targeting her. In a post shared on her Instagram page, she stated that her former label is attempting to hinder her progress despite failing in its legal action against her, adding that she remains determined and unwilling to give up. The singer also affirmed her commitment to doing everything within her power to ensure that the song is restored on Spotify. As of the time of reporting, J-Ton Music has not responded to the allegations. Controversial self-acclaimed relationship expert Blessing CEO has deleted all cancer-related posts from her Instagram page. The move comes about 2 weeks after she deactivated her account amid the controversy surrounding her claim of having stage 4 cancer. Blessing's CEO and her partner IVD had both stepped away from social media during the period. Reports indicate that she quietly returned to Instagram on Tuesday and removed all posts related to the illness. Prior to this, she had appealed to the public for financial assistance to support her alleged treatment. Following the circulation of her supposed medical reports, the Nigerian Medical Association called for her arrest, accusing her of falsifying a cancer patient's reports to support her claims. That's the entertainment news. Queen Ethmokonta, Signature TV News.
And that's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On October 1, 1960, the Nigeria Independence Act
We are local.
International communities Why the meat market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to another edition of The Muse. The Muse is a program on Signature Television, a global TV station that is operating from our global headquarters in ENUGU, southeast Nigeria. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, and I'm back here to muse with you. People say I'm the chief muser, but that's just a mere position they just gave me just to bring me out, you know. You are the muser, and I am just the supporting officer, you know. Join us on all the platforms, the social media, and direct to home on SLTV channel 265 every day as we bring you issues, discuss, we think, and talk here on Signature Television. Come with us. We are going somewhere, like I always say, in other platforms. We are here again today to talk about issues that bother us that we need to think and talk. I don't know how you look at it. Some people somewhere in some places nearby, they talk before they think. But here, we decide to think before we talk. So let's go. Let's go. And today we're going to start off on a level of when I was small. I'll start with that story. There used to be a song we sing where we are playing in the village square, in all those squares that have gone extinct. Some Gen Z children do not know what it means to play in the sand with your colleagues and got beaten by Jigger, and your mother will be busy every evening, treating you with hot water, as painful as it will sound. That sounds a cake for some of them, but that's a real experience that we had as real human beings that is even shaping our life in this modern day. And those days we used to sing a song. Onye na-enanya na-azụ mma nwaanyị na-aga n'ilo. Onye na-enanya na-azụ mma nwaanyị. Onye na-anya na-azụ mma nwaanyị ga-apịa Italy. That's a long one. Nobody should look back. Our masquerade is passing. Just keep focused. If you look back, our masquerade will cane you, will give you a serious cane. But here in Nigeria, the defense headquarters, the people that control our defense and security, they have warned us, stay alert in public places. Defense headquarters of Nigeria warns Nigeria citizens. You know what that means? It's not something to joke about. Because they say a good friend is a friend who will come and tell you, but I told you. Then the bad one is the one that will come after the milk has been spilled and say, hey, I should have told you, my dear, when I was about to tell you something happened. Easy boy, the one who will tell you, that is what it means in that simple Igbo proverb of bone and silence. And now the defense headquarters has come to tell Nigerians, stay alert, even in public places. And think about public places. Where is not public in Nigeria as a developing nation? Let's start from the home state, in the communities where you have the head of the family's hut at the center of the house, and they have the house of the first wife, the other side, house of the second wife, his brother's house there, his nephew's house there, and they are just in an enclave. Do you call that private place? It's a public place. Because when the children gather at the center of the compound to play, you have A, B, C, D, E, F, extended nuclear relations coming to play. So let's start with, what is a public place? In Africa, do we really have a public place and private place? Almost everywhere in Africa is. But the modern generation of development and all civilization, they say, has come to even tell us that there is a public place that is more public than those private public. It sounds like PPP. But then the serious issue is that we should not take it for granted. We should not be careless. Use that word. We should be careful to be at alert at every gathering. And if you leave the kindred, the public household that is big, extended, you go into the kindred. From the kindred, you go into the community. From the community, you go into the town. From the town, you go into the local government. From local government, you go into the state. From the state, you go into the region. From the region, you go into Nigeria. In all this, you have multiple public places, and the defense headquarters in Nigeria say, be alert at everywhere you are, because the thing that kills, that's what the chicken told the roost. He said, whenever you are picking your food, always look up, because the thing that kills the chicken is coming from up. Talking about the kites. That is it. Nigeria is facing serious problem with our security issues, that it comes so overwhelming to the point that the headquarters of our defense has said, in everywhere you find yourself, be alert. Anything can happen. That is a good warning, because it has happened several times in Nigeria since 2012 till now. Check the number of years that Nigerians have died in both private and public places. But now, this is the time they are warning us. And you would have said, why have the warning not come earlier than now? That when you want to go to market in the communities, you wear bulletproof. Like, because all our people in government have bulletproof cars, they even wear bulletproof jackets and bulletproof, everything is bulletproof. So they are just telling you, because I know the defense headquarters, the man in charge is also, as he's talking, he's wearing his bulletproof jacket inside. Yes, of course, because when the head is out, the body will die. Yes, the heads need to protect themselves before the tail. So we are the tail, Protect yourself. Be alert anywhere you are. Look out. Yes, good advice. Let's analyze it. It's logical. In my dialect, in my language, they say, when the snake is running and looking about his food in the bush, you should looking out for bamboo, the tall bamboo, the long bamboo that the people used to kill snake. But that's it. The same proverb says that the snake that is about to bite somebody is looking for life. The man that is the snake is biting is looking for life. So what is good for the geese is good for the gander. That's simple. So he brings to the fore. Why should we become very alert in everything we do? Because some people have taken it upon themselves to make sure, like in the Nigerian language, that we soon enter into Oxford Dictionary. Bye. They say bye. When you hear it, you think it's a joke. Bye means to kill. And when you are buyed, you are dead. And then, of course, dead men have no right of the way. I remember those days we used to hear that advice on television. Dead men have no right of the way, so don't drink and drive. This kind. A lot of things we have missed. When are we going to bring them back? When are we going to bring back that good life that we grew up to know about Nigeria, where the children of A, B, C will gather and play, go to school, and return, share granite and puff and all the things that we share children. And you're not afraid that suddenly before you leave school, somebody will come and then take you by force and take you away. Likely that you might not see your parents again. We read one story when we were small, those elementary literatures, they call the slave boy. How a small boy in the village, I've forgotten his name, left school, he was going home and he was taken away by kidnappers. And the story of life made up that story. It was beautiful, sensitive, emotional. But in Nigeria now, we're not talking about one just slave boy who is unfortunate and run into the kidnappers, because kidnappers has been there all life. But now what we have is mass kidnapping and mass abduction, genocide, and all those devilish concoctions that take the life of people en masse just for the reason that they belong to one way or the other. And some people will sit down, be arguing whether it's Christian genocide or Muslim genocide or atheist genocide or African religion worshippers genocide.
Genocide is genocide. No matter how what guys you commit it, and it's not accepted in Nigeria. I don't even know who everywhere in any culture, tribe, and tongue is accepted. But all these political arguments of who is driving the narrative and who is writing that the narrative, who is bribing some people to quell the narrative, who is lobbying to clean up the narrative that is there, I do not know. But we need to ask ourselves questions like they say, any man who you see waking up in the morning and he dressed up fully and went into the bathroom, you should know himself. Of course, you shouldn't be answering for the person but name. The Holy Book said, man, know thyself. Man, know thyself. So, if Nigeria is taken as an entity and you can be sued, and the Nigeria is overwhelmed and cannot know herself, well, good luck to Nigeria, because any goat that is lying on the ground is lying on his skin. That's much I can say. Thank you, the Defense Headquarters, for alerting us on time. But if I want to tell you that, be alert. I grew up to start hearing that when we were small. Is the onye ndiro balubulu ne chendo yanche mbenine. So it sounded alike. So onye ndiro balubulu in Nigeria ne chendo yanche mbenine. Ndi Nigeria bandits and terrorists are here to kill, destroy, steal, bomb, mass genocide, rape, abduct, behead. That's all we know that is their business. And even in some holy books, you remember that they come to steal, to destroy, to kill, and that's what they are perfecting. Does that sound like the end of the world? Nigeria, we have an issue. And until we know that we have an issue and collectively come down to sit down and talk about it, if we find ourselves divided on this problem, we go extinct. They will say, why this one always talking about? Any community that you come in there and people are missing every day one by one and they are celebrating it. When they wake up in the morning, there will be nobody in that community. Such is an allusion to describe Nigeria in the issue of fighting insecurity, banditry, and terrorism, or whatever name you want to call it, that have come to leech on the hitherto peaceful Nigeria and has got us to begin to talk from different sides of our mouth that we cannot face the truth and say the truth is the truth. And the Holy Book said, know thy truth, only truth can set you free. It depends on which side of the Holy Book you're reading from. But that's why the way Holy Book is Holy Book anywhere, anytime, depending on how holy and which of the faith you believe is holier than the other one. And that may be one of the issues of the world. No faith is holier than another. We believe in whichever part of the Holy Book you read it with conscience, read it with knowledge, read it with wisdom, apply it to real life, and we will find peace. Because nobody will have looked and researched into the holy books and find that any of them is saying, go into the world, buy yourselves, and then come to paradise, and I will dash you and prepare all those. Oh God. Well, that's Nigeria for you, and Defense Headquarters advice should not be taken into fun and all. But in this kind of thinking and talking, we bring some element of, some things that will make you swallow the bitter pill with, call it painting chloroquine or, all those bitter drugs with chocolate to make you to drink. But that's the only way we can do it, to help you to begin to think like a Nigerian, because some of these things makes us confused and that. Well, that's it. The next item we have on our program this morning. Oh, did I say morning? I can't even remember the time of the day it is. Well, at this time of the day, so depending on where you are watching from and when you are watching, weak policies, poor regulations, and neglect push families to homelessness. And remember one of even the alert issue coming from the Defense Headquarters, we picked from what they knew headline on one of the Guardian newspapers. Even this one I'm talking about now is from the Guardian newspaper. We don't just pick issues we think and talk about from the air. We pick it from Nigeria, what's happening. So we don't even generate the topics most of times. Because who are we to generate? We are here And as a broadcast house, we are reflecting the society we find ourselves, no matter how you want to muffle. Talking about gagging the press and press freedom and FOI in Nigeria, that would be another matter for another day, because it will take us a long time to open up our hidden secrets of whether we have freedom of information in Nigeria is another. We come back to that. It exists on paper, of course, I won't deny. But then, why is weak policies, neglect, poor regulation? Who make the policy? We have the National Assembly. They come up with the laws. The executive arm of government to execute. And then the judiciary to make sure they enforce and bring it together so they will complete. But among all, Nigeria is rated among the nations of the world where you have beautiful policies on paper in all issues, in all areas of life, in all sectors, in all things. We have beautiful couched policies. So, why are these policies weak? Because of insincerity and accountability and transparency, people will sit, people will come ask us for votes, to vote them into powers, they get involved in all arms of government and sit back there and talk from both sides of their mouth. Policies will come up, they will devote all the country's resources to put, and they will be gathering dust in the libraries. Now it comes to, why are they weak? You know, part of the Bible says any faith without action, faith without action is dead. So policies that will have beautiful as they are, but nobody refers to them, nobody puts them, nobody implements them, nobody to implement and regulate and enforce that they are implemented is all dead. So let's reframe what Guardian did. Do we say dead policies in Nigeria, neglect, and all manner of things that pushed existing citizens? I remember the days of Frank Olize of NTA. You come on and say the mass, the common masses, the days of common masses. We are talking about the wretched of the earth. People like me and you, those ones who don't have power, they only have mouth. The ones who get power ran away, went to Kutuwenji with it. And if you think Kutuwenji does not exist, they went to Abuja, sat down there, cocooned themselves with the security and the resources of the nation, and then speak all dogo trenchy that do not want anything, and make us policy they do not believe in, that they do not implement. That's why we are where we are. And it sounds like those early days of former vice president of Nigeria. They were showing viral video when the man wanted to say that's why we are where we are. You know, say where we are. You know, I don't know. And then he was stuck. It wasn't only him that thing happened to. It happened to the IGP of police. Then they gave him speech to read. He got stuck and he was just saying. It happened to the president of South Africa. Then he got word and he wanted to say in the beginning, and the man was saying in the beginning, anything that's happened in this country and this world. So it doesn't even Nigeria things happen. So that is why we are where we are. That is it. Weak policies. But these policies are supposed to gather power because the Constitution of Nigeria has given power to the policies, the policy documents. Constitution of Nigeria is supposed to be our power. It's supposed to be the holy book of Nigeria. That when you read it and believe the way you read Quran and Bible and all the other holy books of the exotic, we have even exotic religious books that people respect with their life and can defend. After all, some people have been killed because they didn't respect the holy book of one of the religions in Nigeria. I mean, but we come to what should be our holy book and then we make it weak. But my father told me that if you own a bowel and you just call your bowel, you did not regard it, you did not respect your bowel, your neighbor will use it to go and drop dust, ash, overnight ash. We use it to carry overnight ash. That is it. Nigeria have good policies that we have weakened by our attitude to it. And then Nigerians themselves who are greedy and they find themselves with that level of power and influence, and they subdue us, and they could not even use our policies and powers and neglect everything, forcing the common masses into suicidal tendencies, into eating themselves, into fight. They weaponize poverty. They come and then water you or fire you after 4 years, treating them like commercial sex workers. And they come and deal with them, and then they turn them into against themselves. That's when they remember to tell them, you are Igbo, you are Hausa, you are Yoruba, you are Fofoda, you are Kanuri, you are this. And then they turn themselves and start eating up themselves, not knowing that they have one common enemy. Nigeria. Weak policies. We make the policies and we weaken it. Nigeria, we make the laws and do not respect the law. Nigeria is one of the worst rule of law, people that against rule of law in the world. Things we collectively sign and agree, but when it comes to we begin to talk, who is involved? Who is his father? Who is this? Who is this? And that's why these things get weakened over time, and then it becomes totally a useless document that nobody cares about. But then these people who are doing this know when to refer to the policy when it favors them. That's when they remember that Nigeria used to have policy on adult education. How many adults are in the school? Nigeria used to have policy on flood disaster, how to protect the citizens. Nigeria used to. But these policies has been put there for the people, but we do not follow it up. And then it's sad and it's so painful. So let's not waste more time there. We'll move on, pushing us to this. Well, if you push people to homelessness, that's what that newspaper headline does. National grid suffers another first collapse in 2026. Gentlemen, we need to celebrate this. Because any landmark we achieve as a country, we should celebrate it. Pop up the champagnes, roll out the drums and the cymbals, bring festivals. Nigerian power grid has collapsed for the first time in 2026. You know why we need to celebrate? We thought it will never collapse again. We thought that in 2025, power grid of Nigeria collapsed for more than 10, 20, 50 times, and we can't remember. We lost the count. But when we started the year 2026, we were praying to God, oh, not Nigerian power grid, and then he has come. God has answered our prayer. In 2026, January, precisely on January 23rd or 24th, 23rd of January 2026, God answered our prayer, and national grid collapsed again. Why are we celebrating? The business sectors, the private business sectors, people who we encouraging to employ people, put money in the society, invest in Nigeria, bring money, want to attract investors to Nigeria, they will come with power grid collapsing in January. Or what do you think? Those people who think that Nigeria needs some kind of, this is where the whole thing is happening. Nigeria is a country with $500 billion, and they're going to increase that before the end of 2026, Nigeria will be at the point of $1 trillion GDP mark. Those are the ones who come. At this time, this is only what they call KPI, the key indicator. The key indicator that will make the people, yes, Nigeria is moving forward with their power grid in 2026, collapsing totally. Zero power generation. If you think I'm telling you lies, go to the Guardian newspaper and search. Just type grid collapse, zero power generation. And here we're talking about Nigeria. They will join the league of countries of the world that will move from production to consumption. I thought the issue of power, no, so is it? We are still where we are. Well, that's why we are, and we come with generating data that do not make sense, and we be deceiving ourselves, calling ourselves that we are moving forward. When we make one move forward, the same Nigerians in the effort to make sure the greedy ones, the ones that have found themselves influence of power, will push us back 50 years back. And they will put confusion among us. We will be debating it. So good luck. I mean, once you pump up the champagne, kill the cows, and the rattle up, call festival, let's go for Wambe. Nigeria power collapse again for the first time in 2026 in January. And just a way to start the year. Good luck. We are making progress. Nigeria, we healthy. That's how we make it. Now this leg, now I go the take reach Umaya. That is it. Very soon, we're competing with the international communities of the world that are doing very well. Well, that's it. Nothing much there. Ambassadorial lists, ambassadorial postings. There is ambassadorial postings that we are hailing and saying beautiful things that the president has done. Suddenly there are reversals. So imagine yourself. Put it in this way that you have received an ambassadorial nomination. Yes, you go to the mosque or the church to do Thanksgiving, or even go to the alusi or the shrine to thank the gods. And then suddenly the posting come. You have gone to Senate, took the bow, come back, and they say you have been posted, for instance, to France. And you have booked your ticket, making effort to get the presidential, and suddenly everybody is hailing you, giving you congratulating message. The next thing is that, oh, sorry, we are reversing your posting from France to Ouagadougou. And that is coming from Aso Rock. They are the highest policy-making body. There has been a concern about how Aso Rock reverses itself in policy decisions and some critical information management. And of course, who am I to say, I'm only worried that, such thing will be, it's supposed to be an embarrassment to us. But if it's not, but do you know why am I worried? People will say, what is your business? When you have a relation that is dancing, bad dance in the arena, you'll be winking and scratching your that's the meaning of that proverb. And I've been warned, I don't even know how time flies here, but then I've been told that I should round up at this time with all what I feel the book here. But then more governors are defecting, and they are going to defect more. Ask me where they're going. More governors are moving for whatever party they exist to APC, and they are all welcome. APC is big enough for us all, and we join APC, and it will be El Dorado, and Nigeria will be beautiful again. God bless you for joining me now to talk about Think and Talk. If you are talked and think before me, it's good. While we are thinking and talking and talking and thinking, all of them are the same. My name is Chris Chivos Omaduka. We'll join you again in another edition of The Muse whenever it's opportunity occurs again. Always allow me into the room. Join us on all social media handles and continue to enjoy the programs of Signature Television, both online and direct to home. God bless you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information,